New York City's racetrack. Aqueduct in Queens, South Ozone Park, winding down this final weekend in October. And today we celebrate the home team. It's Empire Showcase Day. No less than 8 stakes races just for New York breds. And in the main event, it's a story of redemption. Drake's Passage. He's back. He's the favorite in the Empire Classic. He was the favorite in last year's Empire Classic and disappointed. High expectations once again. What will he do today? Great to have you with us on Fox Sports 1. This is America's Day at the Races. As always, brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Stellar fall afternoon in New York City, here in South Ozone Park. Live look, Aqueduct Racetrack, Belmont at the Big A, the Sunday program, just moments away. With horses in the paddock for the first of 10 two-year-olds to kick off this Empire Showcase Day. Welcome, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. You hear the phrase Empire Showcase Day. What's that all about? Well, it's all New York breds all the time. Included no less than those 8 stakes races worth more than $1.6 million, the Empire Classic. The main event, $250,000 purse. So let's take a look at some of the highlights. The stakes rundown all get started in race 3, the Sleepy Hollow, and then we just don't stop. Those 8 straight stakes races, back to back to back, etc. Finally culminating with the $250,000 Empire Classic. I welcome in my co-host, Sarah El-Badwi. Sarah, before we get to the live racing, this Empire Showcase Day, what is the concept? Why does this day of racing exist here?
It's important to incentivize the state-bred program to have the horses that are bred in New York and qualify as the New York breds to be able to run against competition that they can be competitive against. We want those New York breds to stay and race in the state, and so it's an opportunity for those horses to face competition where they could be successful.
A fun day of thoroughbred racing, exciting day of racing here in New York, and among those 8 stakes races, the headline affair is that Empire Classic. There's the field, race 10, 3-year-olds and older, mile and an eighth. Number 1, Drake's Passage, 2-1 morning line favorite. Right next door, Donegal Surges. They have met before. This was the commentator. Belmont Stakes weekend, Drake's Passage, Donegal Surges, Sarah, running 1-2 on a wet track at Saratoga.
And if we see a repeat of this performance, Drake's Passage is going to be awfully tough. A horse that will be breaking from the inside yet again. He has some early speed. Donegal Surge is a horse that's been doing some of his better running from coming off the pace, but Drake's Passage had a race in between this effort and the one coming up that was just extremely disappointing. And now if he gets back to a race like that, he wins for fun. But it's a question mark coming off of that last race.
Yeah, the defeated favorite last year's Empire Classic, Donegal Surges, ran 4th in the Sleepy Hollow, and then you have Bank Frenzy, number 4. He won the Evan Shipman at Saratoga on September 15th against Open Company. Sarah, Bank Frenzy, though here chasing Nelson Avenue, who ran 2nd in yesterday's 49er.
I mean, this horse is just an excellent format as of now. He's really put back-to-back-to-back races together that put him in the conversation to be a part of this field and actually really have a standing chance to be one of the main players. And he ran extremely well in here, relentless closing kick towards the outside. And I think, as you mentioned, Nelson Avenue really flattering this performance with the race that he ran yesterday in Graded Stakes company.
Bank Frenzy, it's LSU Stable. You'll see those colors next weekend on the West Coast Del Mar for the Longines Breeders' Cup Turf in Far Bridge, among the leader of the Americans in North America's richest turf race. Meantime, today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. The opener, 6 minutes, start of the early pick 5. As mentioned, stakes race after stakes race, all about the New York breds on this Empire Showcase Sunday. All this exciting racing, Breeders' Cup just days away. What better time to get involved? Sign up, NYRABets.com. Take advantage of that $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup. Use promo code CUP25. Dive into the excitement of the Breeders' Cup. Sign up at NYRABets.com and claim your $25 free bet and $200 bonus today. Field for the first of 10. Guess what? New York breds. 2-year-olds sprinting on turf. Turf course listed as firm. Wide open, Sarah. Vakinda, the 3-1 tepid favorite to the outside. Let's meet the field. That's Sunday's PPs I'm looking at. How about Saturdays I was looking at? Ragtime Prankster, first start, spinning his wheels in the slop.
This horse would have to take a step forward coming into this spot here, getting over to the grass.
Johnny Velasquez aboard, 10-1. Long shots towards the inside here. Renew the Blue, a non-factor in his first race on dirt.
Yeah, he would need to take a big step forward. He was 61-1 in his first start. He beat one horse home.
Empire of Angels, like most, first race on grass.
Adding blinkers, there is a little bit of turf pedigree with the second dam, so he has that going for him.
Stormy Birthday finally gets to race on grass.
Yeah, he's really been turf intention. 1 for 1 for this trainer with 2-year-olds moving to the turf.
Damage. Dylan Davis, 3 more wins yesterday.
I mean, he's just riding lights out, but blinkers, first time for this trainer, not a positive stat.
Mokrisa, 1 spin in the slot, number 7. Yo, bro. Diamond Stable debuting Gelding, live on the board.
He's got some of that turf pedigree where there might not be as much of that amongst others, but Michelle Nevin not known for success with her 2-year-old firsters in state-bred races.
Not for hire, Windy Lee Farm, debuting homebred.
A lot to pay for a weanling at Fassick Tipped in November, and certainly goes out for live connections.
Tino and Toga, lots of room to improve.
Really needs to take a step forward, now switching over to the turf, but the dam only ran on turf for her 5-race career.
Army Proud, edge in experience.
Yes, and has that race on the turf first time out, horse I'm ultimately going to end up picking.
16-1 currently, Dio Romano.
Luis Rivera Jr. ran a great race, unfortunately to be disqualified yesterday. Hopefully has some of that same aggression today.
Vakinda, the lukewarm favorite with Aaron Cancel.
This is a George Weaver homebred extravaganza with Vacoma being the sire with the dam that he's trained plenty of half-siblings to, and this one was turf intention first time out.
Early pick 5 starts here. Race 1, Empire Showcase Day in 4 minutes. Just tuning in, want to play the races, don't have past performances? Equibase has you covered. Get all the stats on the horses, trainers, jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races. On today's show, we welcome in the third member of our broadcast team, champion jockey Richie Migliori, standing by. Richie, these 2-year-olds, you've been tracking them from pre-race in the paddock now, the warm-up. What are you seeing? What are they showing you?
I tell you, they're showing me that they have a lot of class. This is a really well-behaved group. And, you know, with 2-year-olds, sometimes they get them over here and they get a little bit unglued. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing a very well-schooled group, everybody good with their stable pony, everybody acting the right way. I'm going to talk about a horse first that a bit of a price that I think is a little bit interesting, and that's the 6 Mokrisa. I like the way this horse has turned out. I think this horse took a big step forward from the first start from a fitness level. Now it was rained off first time. Horse looked very uncomfortable in the mud early, but then actually settled and passed horses a little bit. Definitely more of a turf pedigree, and I just thought it was a horse that was interesting. I like when horses have a start, and you can visually see how much they tighten up from that race, from that physical perspective. Just looks like a much fitter racehorse. The 8 from the George Weaver barn, first-time starter, not for hire. He also has the favorite, Vakinda, not for hire. Taking monies, buy not this time, gets 18% winners with his first-time starters. This horse's dam is a half to a stakes winner on the turf, so there's turf pedigree there. And I find it interesting. It looks like Not for Hire and Vakinda both worked on the turf on the same days on the Saratoga turf course. And the first time, Vakinda worked faster than Not for Hire. Now, I'm going along the assumption that they worked in company. I could be wrong about that, but usually when you see young horses both having turf works on the same days, they usually do it together. And now they came back the next turf work, and Not for Hire was considerably faster than Vakinda. And sometimes a horse just kind of starts to come around, and this horse is taking money. They're 5-2 co-choices now, and usually when horses take money on debut, it's because they have tipped their hand in their morning trials that they have some ability. I'm going to land on the 8, Not for Hire. I think Vakinda is going to be very tough, but it's a great way to start off this beautiful, incredible New York Showcase Day.
The New York breds, Richie, indeed, unseasonably warm here in the city and getting ready for race number 1. Still looking at Not for Hire, Richie's top selection. That's actually the 12, Vakinda, 5-2 second choice. Sarah, you went Army Proud here. Why are you expecting him to graduate in his 4th career start?
Well, I know that this horse has that turf race under his belt at least, and we have seen that be a productive race moving forwards with Out on Bail running well over his next couple of starts. And I think that overall, he was just a little bit green in that race. Tyler Gaffleone at one point in the stretch, who was riding that day, when he was switching leads, he looks over to his inside because the horse is lugging in so badly that he wants to make sure that he's not taking someone else's spot away or potentially putting himself in a precarious position. I think that with the racing experience that he's had since then, he probably has figured things out quite a bit more, and I'm hoping now getting back to a surface he's already shown he can run a little bit on with some racing fitness, that this might be what he wants to do.
5-1. Army Proud. You had a $31 winner yesterday. You like Tarifa in the Mother Goose. Some momentum going.
Building
into this
me up for
Empire Showcase Day.
disappointment today, right?
It's the momentum.
Let's
momentum.
hope it keeps going.
You continue to build that bankroll, getting ready for Breeders' Cup next weekend.
Yeah, definitely ready for Breeders' Cup next weekend. Looking
So
forward to
modest.
What? Not really. I mean, look, it's a new day. We've got new races, and anybody can be wrong at any time.
You're supposed to say, like, damn right I did.
I did have some good success yesterday, yes. Hopefully it continues. We'll find out.
In this first race, the start of the early pick 5, 2-year-old sprinting on turf, New York Showcase Day. Final check of the tote board. Not for hire. Richie's top selection at 2-1. Yo Bro pictured. As we turn things over to Chris Griffin with the live call. The load, these 2-year-olds in the opener from Belmont at the Big A, live on Fox Sports 1.
Not for hire goes in. Here's Renew the Blue. Tino and Toga. First year in. Waiting on Empire of Angels and Army Proud. Here's Army Proud. Stormy Birthday. Stormy Birthday backs away. Four out. Damage. Mokrisa. Mokrisa goes in. Dio Romano. Vikinda. Last to load to the outside. Vikinda goes in. All set. A little unsettled there, was not for hire. Back aboard. And another one towards the outside there. Dio Romano. Riders off. And the starter is walking behind the gates. So stand by. They've backed the 11, Dio Romano out. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. On advice of the track veterinarian, scratch number 11, Dio Romano at the gate. Number 11. On advice of the track veterinarian, scratch from today's first. Refunds in the Win Play Show pool. This is the first race of the day. Rest of the field is still in. And now being backed out. So it looks like they will back out Vikinda. The horse that was scratched is being led off the turf course. Looks like they'll reload Vikinda. Rest of the field ready for the start. Here's Vikinda, late scratch of the 11. Goes in. Unsettled Tino and Toga. And they're off. Vikinda's got early speed, breaks well, so does Not For Hire in between horses, and Not For Hire is quickest. Not For Hire right to the front, has company from Vikinda towards the outside. Blue cap, that's Army Proud. The leading trio is 2 lengths clear from Stormy Birthday, who's alone in 4th. Then a group in behind that, moving forward towards the outside is Tino in Toga, is now a challenging 5th, and at the rail, that's Ragtime Prankster, who's moving forward. Losing a touch of ground was Yobro. In behind them, that's Mo Creasa towards the back end of the field with Damage. 2 at the back. Empire of Angels with the trailer, Renew the Blue, 22.34 for that posted opening quarter mile, and on the front end, it's Not For Hire. Not For Hire, Vikinda in full pursuit towards the outside is back to within a neck of the leader. Army Proud is now shoved along here from 3rd towards the inside of Stormy Birthday, who's made up some ground, the top 4 at the top of the lane, and Not For Hire's got plenty, and Not For Hire's kicked away again. Not For Hire's opened up by 3. It's Not For Hire just sprinting away here under Jose Lescano inside that final furlong. Not For Hire is now up by 5. 6 widening lengths. It is all Not For Hire. Got right to the front and a front running score. Not For Hire wins it. Then came Vikinda. In behind them, Army Proud and Stormy Birthday in 1 minute, 9 seconds flat.
Windy Farm debuting homebred, strong on the gallop out. The first-time starter, Not For Hire for George Weaver. Jose Lescano leaving this field in his wake, just as Richie predicted.
Demolished this field. I mean, this horse got that forward position, and right here you can really see he's just being asked just a little bit to kick on and stay to task, and he says goodbye to everybody else in this field. I mean, no one any sort of match for the kind of margin that he puts on the rest of this group.
This wasn't a sprinter who just takes a deep breath and goes as fast as he can, as far as he can. Like, he gave Lescano a second move. To me, that's always an indication of a high quality, or in this case, a 2-year-old with a bright future, that he has that in his arsenal, that he's fast, but then he can also give his rider a second move. Look at him level off late.
Fears, right?
Right.
Like we would talk about a car having, or a horse in this case, having more than one speed to shift to. And I think that that's something that's very visibly seen here with how he's asked, and then he's asked for a little bit more, and just the separation. We don't see this happen in turf sprints much at all, let alone with maiden 2-year-olds. And I think that unless everybody else in this field suddenly can't lift a hoof in their next start, we're looking at a horse that's pretty quick.
By not this time. As terrific of a racehorse as he was, we didn't have a chance to see him really progress and mature. He was injured, but one of the best 2-year-olds, a runner-up to Classic Empire in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But as a stallion, the sire of like the best long distance, can run all-day marathoner in next, and the sire of the most brilliant record-shattering turf sprinter in Cogburn. Right, there's versatility, and then there's that.
Epicenter? I mean, he's had plenty of success with all sorts of versatility. He's has horses that can go short on the grass, go long forever, and run those marathon distances on the dirt, get those classic distances as far as the 3-year-old males. I mean, this is your most versatile stallion. I think that we kind of have right now with the success that he has at the top level on all surfaces at distances.
Not For Hire. Remember his name, 8-12-10-4. Results, reaction, off and running Empire Showcase Day, Belmont at the Big A. What a performance, what a debut. Not For Hire strolls in the opener. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Just getting started. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Any track, anywhere, anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Fastest city in the world, New York City. We just saw a fast 2-year-old colt debut and simply obliterate the opposition. Not for hire, sensational George Weaver, Jose Lezcano teaming up for the victory.
Yeah, you could say he was ready to go first time out, right?
You know,
I mean, he
if he wasn't, man, he's really good.
Yeah, then who knows what the limit is for this guy? But really professional, really good speed, and something we were discussing, just having those gears to shift to, and really demonstrating that turn of foot, but knowing that there's more places to go with this horse, and he hasn't given you quite everything that he has in the tank as of yet. I mean, the distance that he put on this field speaks for itself. We don't see turf sprints won by margins like this too often. And he was ultra impressive first out.
Returning 720. The MiG zeroing in on this one. Vakinda Army Proud. 8-12-10 in the opener. Empire Showcase Day. Belmont at the Big A. We turn the page. Race number 2. Field updated odds, a mile, maiden affair, but 3-year-olds and older this time. Patronage at 2-1, 18 minutes out. Sarah, what's the key to this one? What'd you come up with?
I mean, he makes a lot of sense. He closed very well off a lengthy layoff last time to finish and hit the board. Todd Pletcher has very good numbers with 3-year-olds and up in races like this, going longer on the turf. He just needs a little pace to close into, but he might end up getting it with a couple of horses that could be forward.
Race 2 coming up, 18 minutes. Also, of course, with the Breeders' Cup on the horizon, we'll dive deep into some of the fields with the pre-entries. The draw is going to take place tomorrow night in Del Mar. Bill Mott knows all about Breeders' Cup success, a 15-time Breeders' Cup champion trainer. He's won the Classic twice. Cigar, the first that comes to mind. Can Arthur's Ride provide a third? The Whitney winner out west contender in the $7 million Breeders' Cup Classic.
Tonalist, a 4-time Grade 1 winner with 11 triple-digit buyers, including the Belmont Stakes and the Cigar Mile. He's already living up to his potential as a sire with multiple graded stakes winners, including Grade 1 winner Country Grammar and Grade 2 winner Tonalist Shape, plus multiple 6-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Proven on the track, proven in the sales ring. Tonalist, standing at Lane's End.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
So War Dancer is a yearling that we bought at the Fasig-Tipton sale in 2011, and then he took us on a journey beyond our wildest imagination. He was just always an honest horse and a smart horse. There was an allowance race in Keeneland where he got held up at the gate.
And they're off, an awkward beginning for War Dancer, who broke in the air and is absolutely last.
And then it's, oh, bad start for War Dancer. War Dancer's in the back by 12 lengths. And then all of a sudden, boom, he comes flying, and he wins the race.
War Dancer, Bold Challenger positively. War Dancer, Bold Challenger. War Dancer, unbelievable.
Then when he retired, I said, oh, why don't we stand him stud? It'd be easy. He's by Warfront. He's made over $1 million. He's a graded stakes winner. And then we started down the journey of making him a stallion in New York, which possibly the hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I'm originally from New York. My husband's originally from New York, so it was pretty much New York or nothing. In order to survive, I realized we needed a package that was unique. And right out of the gate, we started having winners. 2020, okay? That was our first crop. We have Step Dancer and Pivotal Run, 35-1 and 49-1 on Labor Day weekend. Wouldn't you know it, we come in first and second. And from there, it just kind of took off, and we've had a lot of success. Miss Big Bucks, she won the Stallion Series. And then 26 Black came in second by like a quarter of a nose in his Stallion Series. And I think we have a lot of up-and-comers.
And they're off.
A couple things I've noticed. They all bust out of the gate. You see war dancers almost get the first call. The second thing is they're level-headed, they're smart. You'll talk to most trainers, they say, I love the war dancers. So he's proven himself as a sire, and quite frankly, in New York, it's all about the racetrack. It's been very, very exciting, and I want to thank everybody who supported us because it was an uphill battle for years until you finally have runners that make it a little bit easier.
New York story through and through. War Dancer, the strength of New York breeding. For more information, visit nybreds.com. Look forward to the Breeders' Cup at some point returning to New York this year for the third time. Out at Del Mar in Southern California, draw takes place tomorrow night. There's the pre-entries for the $7 million Longines Classic. 16 pre-entered, 14 can run. Way at the top, alphabetical, Arthur's Ride for Bill Mott. Again, a two-time Classic winning trainer. Coming off that fifth-place finish in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. That was a little disappointing. The Whitney was not, Sarah.
No, this was a sensational effort from him because he went right to the lead. And he was able to show that he had the stamina to sustain this kind of pace through the 1.25 mile distance, and showing that you can handle that 1.25 mile distance, which is, of course, what the Breeders' Cup Classic will be contested at, over a track that you definitely want to have some forward position on. He's ensuring that there's going to be pace in the race, and he's ensuring that some other horses might not get the most favorable or easy time of it on the front end.
I don't know that it's more important like where he draws, but what do you think is most important in terms of where he draws in relation to which other horses? Like Arthur's Ride wants to be where in relation to whom?
I want him to
Does that make sense?
Yes. Pieces and puzzles everywhere. I want him to be on the outside of Fierceness, because then it forces Fierceness to either go or take back and make a decision. And either way, it might be a decision that he's not entirely comfortable with.
How can he bring his best if he has to pass horses?
We haven't seen it yet. That's what I want to see from him before I would bet him. If I thought that that was something that was within his wheelhouse, something we had seen from him so far, then that's a different story. But we've seen his best races come when he's able to secure the front end, and I think that he could do that in here. It's just a matter of who else tries to go with him early and how much does that alter their game.
Let's see what his trainer thinks. To Acacia, spending some time this week up at Saratoga.
Joined now by trainer Bill Mott talking about his Breeders' Cup contenders. Bill, let's start with classic runner Arthur's Ride. Seeing him out on the track this morning, looks like he is full of energy.
He is. He's out, almost on a daily basis. He's a very high-energy horse. It seems like he's one of those guys that you could gallop him 2 miles and he'd still come home with his tail over his back and showing you a lot of energy. But makes it easy to train him. Even apart from that, he's been doing well. His works have been good, eating well, and all the things that we like to see around the barn and on the track, he's been doing.
He won that Whitney so impressively this summer. What have you seen from him since that Jockey Club try, and how has he bounced back?
Looks good. You know, we ran him back in 4 weeks off of a really, really good race, and maybe he was a little bit dull in the jockey club, but I think since then, I mean, he's been doing well. I thought he actually went into that race fine. Didn't run his best race, but now he's had plenty of time to get his feet back under him, and he seems to be doing well. So I'm optimistic that he'll run well in the Breeders' Cup. I just hope we see the same horse that showed up in the Whitney.
Let's talk about Warlike Goddess. Incredible how she has held her form from so many years. What have you seen from her since that second place finish last out?
She's been good. Actually, she's been sharper than she went into it. Good on the track. She's good around the barn. She's eating. She's been very sound, and she's very durable for a 7-year-old. She's been a real pleasure to have around, one that we've had a lot of fun with. When we take her over there, she always puts in a good effort, and she's never failed so far.
Taking a look at Scylla now going into the filly and mare sprint. What about her? What has she shown you? Seemed like she was handling herself well up here in Saratoga too.
Very good. You know, we shortened her up to 1 turn. We ran her in the ballerina, and that was off of 3 weeks rest. We'd sent her to California and then back in 3 weeks' time. She ran a huge race. She was a good second, and I would look for her to be on top of her game when we get out there. She's had a good rest now since the ballerina, and she seems sharp. Even though she's won a couple stakes at going 2 turns, and one at 1 1/16, one at 1 1/8, she was second, you know, in the race in California, in the grade 1 out there. But I personally like to see her back at the 1 turn. We'll just see how it works out. There's going to be good fillies in there, no doubt. It'll be a very competitive race, but she's doing very well.
Bill Mott and I not on the same page in terms of for which team we're rooting for in the World Series, but his accomplishments in the Breeders' Cup, those 15 victories, Arthur's Ride for the Classic, Warlike Goddess, who should have won the Filly Mare Turf 3 years ago at Del Mar back in 21, and Scylla, who you wouldn't be surprised if she runs really well in the Filly Mare Sprint.
I think that already having some success out in California really is a feather in her cap. She's a horse that's been able to ship and have a good run out there, and you know that she can handle that temperature and climate. And I think that having the rest, like Bill Mott discussed with her, and having that time off between races where that hasn't been the case earlier this year in her campaign, it could help her come in fresh, and it seems like she's definitely feeling herself out there or in the mornings at Saratoga. So looking forward to see what she can do. Most of all, I think that she would be probably the likeliest winner of his contingent for me.
Jockeys, trainers want to head into these major events with momentum. For trainer Bill Mott, he's going to have to kind of overcome that, not heading into the Breeders' Cup with a ton of momentum statistically.
And last year was a banner year for him. I mean, you can see these names up there, horses that he absolutely dominated with, and the year before as well, when he has horses like Elite Power, Cody's Wish in the barn. Just FYI was a stellar 2-year-old, and she ran well early on this year, missed a little bit of time, came back, had some solid performances, and still tried to give other horses a run for their money, and we haven't seen her in a moment. But overall, his success in graded stakes races this year in comparison to last year, vastly different. Past 45 days, 1 for 18 graded stakes.
Happens to the very, very best of them. Bill Mott, see how his horses perform in the Breeders' Cup, 41st edition, next Friday and Saturday at Del Mar in Southern California. Post-parade, maidens here, starting with Midnight Legend, showed speed at 106-1 in his turf debut. Then Daybright Delights likes to mix it up early.
Yeah, I expect this horse to be forward. He was part of a pace that totally fell apart last time out and was the last pace player around.
Vitalize forward in his first turf route.
Yeah, he was a speed and fade last time. David Donk, Johnny V, 2 for 40 plus in turf routes over the past 5 years.
Sebastian, the first third at 46-1 in his latest. Magic Beach, one start nearly 14 months ago.
We haven't seen him in quite some time. This is his 3-year-old debut, and he's getting a little bit more ground to work with.
New York Scrappy, 8-1. Jose Ortiz.
Broke a little bit slow last time out, but the pace did fall apart in that race. He can be more forward than he was last time.
Charles J, Contender.
Watching back his last race, he was steady around the turn. He didn't lose much position, though. He quickly got his momentum going again.
Patronage, the favorite.
Really ran well. Off for over a year, second last time out, but with the flow of the race.
Big Rich, Kendrick Carmouche.
Kind of that outsider in here, a turf debut. At least he's trying something different.
Ferris Mueller, love the name, needs to step it up.
He's 0 for 9, but 0 for 4 with 1 in the money finish. Turf routing, it just seems as though he would need to get a little bit quicker.
11 through 16 out. Early pick 4 starts here. New York bred maidens. Empire Showcase Day, the celebration of the New York breds. We check in with Richie.
So pleased to be joined by Larray Visagie here, owner of Rock Ridge Stud, and particularly on New York Showcase Day when we're really highlighting our product here in the state of New York. Larray, it's so good to have you here.
Thank you, Richie. Very nice to be here.
You have such a nice stallion lineup at Rock Ridge. And, you know, even like Slumber, bringing that good Juddmonte Farm pedigree to the state of New York. Talk a little bit about the stallions.
You know, our main focus is the stallions. We're in New York now. We've been here 13 years on our own on the Rock Ridge, and the stallions were our focus from the beginning. A horse like Slumber, Turf, the new synthetic that Belmont is going to be put under, we're all so happy. And on that same line, War Dancer also will fill that spot. So the way this industry is going right now, we feel like we're poised. We're ahead of the curve where we need to be. Those horses will be excelling in the new environment that's created. And, you know, the stallions that we've had over the years, you know, every year you try and bring better horses to the state. You have to get better involvement, more people that help you. Our syndicates are getting stronger. Our stallions that we have now is now a collaboration between different farms here in New York and in Kentucky, and that's the way the industry is going. It's not a man alone anymore. You have to incorporate everybody and give everybody a shot of making a decent career choice in New York State, which is still the best program in the country by far.
Well, I know I'm biased because I am a New York bred, and I agree with you. I think it's the best program. But you've got just such an exciting and eclectic stallion lineup. I see American Revolution, and I heard he covered a pretty full book.
Yes, so American Revolution is a step up from what we've seen in the States. We started last year with Mind Control, and this year with American Revolution. And he's a horse that we collaborated with Windstar, TaylorMade, and then a lot of New York farms, Fortune Farm and Mill Creek. So those are all people that kind of pull together and make a horse a success. And out of Kentucky, American Revolution bred the most mares of any stallion outside of Kentucky. So that is an accomplishment, and he's an accomplished horse for New York as well.
Very interesting. Of course, stalwarts like War Dancer, and now you got Mind Control as well. Disco Partner, who's a fan favorite here.
Yes, yesterday Disco Partner had a winner. Very nice, 75,000. We were very happy to see him. You know, he's a horse that, you know, he's a New York horse, and we love Disco. He's a classic kind of horse, and people that love to race loves him. He was a fast sucker.
Absolutely. And you also have a horse in today that you bred.
Yes, in the 6th rate in the Urquhart. I bred Security Code, and Wellspring is racing it under there, so hopefully Dr. V will do good for us today.
Thank you so much for taking the time, and best of luck this afternoon. I'm going to come visit you real soon.
That's going to be great. Thank you.
Guys, exciting day of racing on tap.
Does he like Security Code in that 6th race, 10-1 on the morning line? Great stuff, Richie. And yeah, that stallion roster and some of those horses, Mind Control, Sarah, like the Cardiac Kid, American Revolution won that, one of the best New York bred 2-year-old races, maiden races like I've ever seen. And then Disco Partner, if you're a racing fan and you don't love Disco Partner, like something's wrong with you.
Right.
I don't know what to tell you.
You can't be a New York bred if you don't love Disco Partner.
It's a rule.
I mean, have you been to Rock Ridge?
Mm.
No? Have you driven by or seen any of their facilities?
Don't think so.
So I used to live pretty close to, I grew up right around there, and every time I'd go to work, I'd drive right by, see all the mares and foals out in the fields, and it's just a very cool facility that they've had so much success with, and really you just see the horses that are kind of the stars of this circuit end up right over there, basically in your backyard. So great stuff from Richie for that.
And so many of them that have performed on this day of racing, Empire Showcase Day, New York breds here. The stakes racing gets started in the 3rd, this maiden affair, and we're looking at the horse you have on top, as my page is below, Gelding in Daybreak Delights here with Dylan Davis, 7-2 currently. Let's hear the sales pitch.
He's had a couple of chances, so I totally understand if somebody wants to go in a different direction. But looking at this race in particular on August 30th, this was a first start off a little bit of a freshening, and he was forwardly placed in here. But this was one of those races where nobody really made up much ground. You saw the winner towards the inside, save every inch of ground. This horse was battling with him all the way to the wire. You see a couple of horses at the very end do a little bit of running, and it's nose for nose.
Charles J is going to run to some traffic here.
He ran into a little bit of traffic earlier on around the turn, and he doesn't have anywhere to go at this time. But this was a race that was dominated forward. Nobody really changed their positions. Actually, in his next race, I thought he ran quite a bit better, where he was part of the speed that completely collapsed, and he was the last one standing of those pace setters. So I at least know that he can survive a little bit more pressure than he kind of showed in that start prior that we took a look at. And I think the horse that beat him that day was actually okay.
Daybright Delights, Sarah's top pick. Dylan Davis, 4 wins Friday, 3 more wins yesterday, 7-2. Co-second choice. And then Patronage with Arad Ortiz, Todd Pletcher. Strong connections, goes without saying. Why is he the favorite at 9-5 now?
Not only because of connections, of course, that's something that is a factor, but he ran so well last time.
Yeah,
he was off for over a year, second, but with the flow of the race. But even though he got plenty of pace to close into, to come off a layoff like that and to still run as well as he did. And then looking at the numbers for Todd Pletcher, 3-year-olds and up, maidens and turf routes at NYRA in these state bred or restricted types of races, it's 27%, 49% in the money, $2.79 ROI. So I think that he knows what he's doing when he's puts these horses on the grass, and they usually get bet, so I think that tells you just how often they win as well.
Todd Pletcher, fierceness for the Breeders' Cup Classic, among other Breeders' Cup contenders. First things first, see if Patronage can graduate in his 3rd career start. Post time race 2, live on Fox Sports 1.
Magic Beach. Ferris Mueller to the outside. And in. All set. And they're off. Pretty even beginning. Magic Beach right out towards the front, sprints clear. It's Magic Beach is the lone leader. From the outside, there's Ferris Mueller and also New York Scrappy trying to join this early mix in the early stages towards that first turn. At the rail, Vitalize wants to go, is there in the 4th position. Will save ground, is to the inside here of Big Rich, who's back to 5th. Then Sebastian the First is in the 6th position. Not cornering well was New York Scrappy, just drifted. And the leader is now Ferris Mueller. Ferris Mueller's kicked on, is up by 2. It's Ferris Mueller, Magic Beach sitting in 2nd. Right to the outside, it's Vitalize in 3rd. Now out wide is going to be New York Scrappy in the center of the course. Sebastian the First saves ground to the inside, now moves to the inside of Big Rich. In behind them, Charles J is going to be mid-pack. The 3 at the back, Daybright Delights, Patronage, and the trailer, Midnight Legend. Pretty tightly bunched, and they went 23-3 for the opening quarter mile, 46-4 for the half-mile time, and a long shot. And Ferris Mueller with the neck in front. Magic Beach is back for more, and here comes Magic Beach to the outside of Ferris Mueller, who's still there. Ferris Mueller is kicked away again. It's Ferris Mueller and Magic Beach 1-2. Sebastian the First is going to save ground towards the inside here from 3rd. Vitalize is called upon for the effort. Out wider, New York Scrappy. Big Rich is trying to rally on Blue Cap. They reach the top of the lane. It's Ferris Mueller trying to take them all the way. Here's Ferris Mueller still in front. Sebastian the First down towards the inside. Vitalize is trying to catch this leader. On the grandstand side, it's Charles J. Ferris Mueller still there, but now here's Charles J. now lifting late, and Charles J. is sprinted in front. It's Charles J. who's quickly up by 2, 3 widening lengths. Charles J. gets the victory. Charles J. wins it. Vitalize, then a photo. That's New York Scrappy with Ferris Mueller in 1 minute 37.32 seconds.
Here's Tell the Story, switching back and forth. Clear sailing this time. Charles J., Flavian Pratt in the 2nd. Belmont at the Big A, 3-1 at post time.
Yeah, this was a race where you could have made a case for a lot of contenders, and he is one that had some excuses in that last start. And while this was a race that was run in a different fashion than I originally anticipated, and Ferris Mueller actually ran incredibly well to still be a part of things late. Charles J., he got the clear running room this time. He got over to the outside, and really, you can see just how much he kicks it into gear with Flavian Pratt, just really extends himself well and ends up putting some good distance on the rest of his competitors.
The 73-1 shot, completing the superfecta. Ferris Mueller, you're like waiting for him to throw in the towel, and he just
kept going.
Wouldn't until being surrounded very, very late, being coaxed along there. Ferris Mueller towards his outside. There was a lugging in. Vitalize at the top of the stretch. He's in the mix, but you can see clearly going best. Flavian Pratt and Charles J. set sail for the wire.
I mean, they really just have such a different stride about them than the rest of the competitors, and you really see him move away from the others in this field in such a fashion that tells you he's just very, very comfortable with the rhythm that he's in.
What'd you make of Patronage's performance as the 2-1 favorite?
Disappointing. However, I feel like this was just kind of an oddly run race in general because we saw some horses forward that were able to hang around that maybe no one anticipated being forward. I think that we saw some horses in different positions than they normally have
Delight's
been.
a little further back.
A very odd spot for him. But patrons just really never picked things up, I thought.
A non-factor on this afternoon. Not the case for Charles J. 3-1. Flavien Prat won yesterday's Mother Goose with Tarifa and strikes early on the Belmont at the Big A program. Charles J. 7-3-6-10. Results and much more when our coverage continues here on Fox Sports 1. There he is, Charles J. Much the best in the second of 10 on Empire Showcase Day.
Down, 350. Here we go. 3 here, 50, down 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
$1,005,000 and $1,006,000. $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive. It's a new day for a new king.
Back live at Aqueduct Belmont at the Big A. America's Day at the races on Fox Sports 1. Charles J. For trainer Joseph Lee, Flavien Prat graduates in his 8th career start, rounding the far turn. Sarah just finding his best stride, going widest of all, but it won't matter in the end.
No, I mean, this is a race that featured an honest pace, but it's not as though it completely collapsed. We saw a lot of horses that were forward still be a part of those exotics. One at a huge price at 73-1, Ferris Mueller, who set the pace, still hanging tough towards the end. But Charles J., he got the clear running room this time, and with that clean outside run, you can tell that he just had a little something extra.
Trainer Joseph Lee, Breeders' Cup bound, yes?
With an undefeated horse, too, which has one of the most insane photo finishes at Keeneland I think I've ever seen that I've been completely inaccurate about. She's the horse in the middle of a 3-way photo finish and somehow gets her nose down in time. That's Mayday Ready heading to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies turf.
This one not quite as close. Charles J. going away. Race 2. We turn the page. Always exciting Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 5-time reigning champion General Sire in To Mischief. Stakes racing. First of 8 Empire Showcase Day, the Sleepy Hollow. 2-year-olds, no surprise, sacrosanct, even money here. Undefeated, 2 easy wins, but what about the distance he'll tackle today, Sarah?
He's got to try something new, and he also really improved in that second start while taking advantage of a racetrack that was playing in his favor, heading towards the inside, having some speed, and things might not be the same for him today. He's going to have to deal with some tougher company as well.
Trainer Linda Rice not represented in this year's Sleepy Hollow, but had won the previous two, Sarah, here last year with the El Grande O, making it look all too easy in the slop.
He's a cool horse. He was able to really be competitive against open company at multiple points in his career. Fortunately went to the sidelines for a little bit between the spring of his 3-year-old season and now, but just came back the other day with a pretty impressive game win that was hard fought. Got a 93 Beyer speed figure for that return on the 24th of October. He's just a hard trying, consistent type of guy.
Much a nicer afternoon here at Aqueduct for this Empire Showcase Day. You see Linda Rice there, having won the last two editions of the Sleepy Hollow. It really has been an incredible run for Linda Rice, thinking back to the fact that she's the only female trainer to have captured a training title at Saratoga. She's done it twice. She equaled the record for most wins by a trainer during the course of a season here on the NYRA circuit. And now, Linda Rice, the all-time leading female trainer in North America.
When I go to the barn in the morning and train horses that I'm excited about running, that's what drives me. Winning races, whether it be a claiming race or a stakes race or a grade 1 at Saratoga, it's so much more fun than losing. Okay guys, Jose, I'm ready for the first one. Go ahead, we're going from the half out 5/8. My father, he was a hard worker, and he was very ambitious, instilled a strong work ethic in my 3 brothers and myself, and he had a love for the horses his whole life, and he instilled that in us as well.
It's double booked in front.
My first good horse was a horse named Double Booked, a grass horse, when I started training at Monmouth Park, an affiliate of my father's named Ready Jack Go. But I would say that City Zip was a very good 2-year-old. I brought him here. He won all 3 2-year-old stakes here.
It's City Zip in front of the 16th. City Zip by 3.
He would be the horse that really helped move me along the path that I am on now. He's gonna win a Belmont. I like to claim a lot of young horses with lightly raised horses that I think have both potential on their pedigree side and, of course, conformation. So that's been a big asset to my claiming, which has been probably in the last 5 years I've been doing more of.
Voodoo Song digs in. Is he gonna do it? He is! Voodoo Song won the 4-star Dave!
New York racing is, frankly, it's my home. I've been here for quite a few years. I have gone from a young trainer that was struggling to climb the ladder to being a mainstay in New York. And I think by not diluting my business at different venues, I think it's been helpful for me to be successful right here in New York. I'm all about New York racing. My father always said, well, he didn't want to die in a harness. And I think about that sometimes, but I don't know what my day would be like if I didn't have horses to train or to be around or to be excited about. Linda Rice. I'd like them to say she was one hell of a horse trainer, and she earned it.
I think they will say that. I think they are saying that. Linda Rice, now the all-time leading female trainer in North American racing history, and fitting that with her connection to New York racing that she's well represented and the success she's had on this particular day of racing.
She spots her horses well, and she spots her New York breds well, where they can be competitive too, and that's no mistake. I mean, she really has a lot of live contenders going into today's card, and one of them is likely to be the heaviest favorite on today's card as well.
Yeah, that's a little bit later on. The Maid of the Mist, and Linda Rice bringing with the Angels, who's been just dominant to this point. Like, how you say she'll be the shortest price favorite today, and understandably so. Why do you see her being challenged today?
No, because there's no exciting new face that has a race that competes not only with this race that we're taking a look at, but her first race. And while this was an extremely dominant blowout performance, you can make the argument that she maybe was helped by the racetrack a little bit, inside speed kind of day, similar to Sacrosanct. The problem is that her first race is just 20 buyer points faster than what we've seen from anyone else in this field so far. So even if you don't think she runs her last race, if she just doesn't show up at all, maybe you can make the case for somebody else. But that first race, something between that and the second race, definitely the second race, it's all just better than what we've seen.
That's really it, isn't it? As you look at the field for that Maid of the Mist, coming off that win in the Joseph A. Jimma, 1-5 with the Angels. Yeah, I don't see how you connect the dots in terms of her competition and say, well, this filly can beat her because of X, Y, and Z. It would be a matter of her just not showing up, which, you know,
it's not that never
to the best of
happens.
them.
Sure, of course, it's always a possibility. And these are 2-year-olds. Someone could take that big leap forwards. But when you're looking at some horses that she's already defeated, and those seem like the next likeliest types to get the job done in here, and nobody else has really come up with a big performance or one that even is within inhaling distance, she's just going to be awfully tough. And I think she's the only one that gets herself beat.
Well said. 2-year-old fillies in the Maid of the Mist. First things first, it's the boys, the 2-year-olds in the Sleepy Hollow with the freshman in the paddock, about 14 minutes out, and Sacrosanct odds on 4-5. How will he perform at this mile distance? We'll find out. The Sleepy Hollow next on Fox Sports 1. You're watching America's Day at the Races.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rock Ridge Stud for the 2025 season.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Sequel New York Stallion Honest Mischief is sired by 4-time champion General Sire Into Mischief, and 3 of his half-siblings are stakes winners. The sire of his dam is Triple Crown winner Seattle Slew, and her dam is the Blue Hen Mare Tussaud. Honest Mischief's female family is a proven sire-producing family, including Empire Maker and Chester House. Honest Mischief showed both precociousness and speed in a career that saw him earn a career-high buyer figure of 112. And the stallion manager hopes Honest Mischief also passes along his good mind.
I do think he's going to become a great stallion. You know, he has all the right aspects to it. You know, he's a very well-balanced horse. You know, he's a decent size. I think if he can pass that along, he should produce some pretty nice horses.
Professionalism seemingly passed along. The talent, Honest Mischief, sire of the colt you're looking at, Sacrosanct, undefeated, coming in off a easy 12-length win in the Bertram Baumgart, and for that reason, the even money favorite in this Sleepy Hollow. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, down to Richie for this Sleepy Hollow paddock report. Richie.
Yeah, nice looking group of 2-year-olds here, and you know, you talk about Sacrosanct, who's, 2 for 2 now and really moved his game up. He's got good speed. The mare has produced 2 winners, and they were both sprinters. I will say from a physical perspective, I do think he will handle the stretch out. He has some length to him, some size, some scope, acting really well. He's certainly one of the 2 major contenders, the other being Moplex, who is already a Grade 3 winner and a Grade 1 placed horse, finishing 3rd in the Champagne. Looking at him from a physical perspective, you get the feeling that he's a bit more of a sprinter type, although he ran well enough against much tougher, obviously, Chancellor McPatrick, who will probably be your favorite in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile, winning the Champagne last time. He's by complexity. He was getting 17% winners, and it's no small sampling with his first 2-year-old crop, 19 for 108. And he is out of an Uncle Mo mare, so the pedigree there kind of suggests that it would, but physically, if I had to give a guess, I would lean towards the 2 Sacrosanct, wanting all of this mile of the Sleepy Hollow, and a horse that I think will absolutely relish going further. And he's going to have to improve, and maybe the distance is going to be the equalizer, is the 3, Pay the Juice. He's got a pedigree that screams he wants to go along. The mare won going 1 1/8. He's trained by Shug McGahee, a Hall of Famer, for Coach Parcells' August Dawn farm. I think Pay the Juice is a little bit interesting. Like I said, he's going to have to improve, but maybe that distance, the added distance, will aid in that. It's going to be interesting, guys, but a nice-looking group of young horses here.
Maybe that closes the gap, Sarah, brings them a little closer together, because when Pay the Juice last locked up with Sacrosanct, it was Sacrosanct much the best. Here that is Sacrosanct in his 2nd career start, that Bertram Baumgart last month, and leaving Pay the Juice and others in his wake.
Yeah, look, at this time, it's really no competition, right? You can see that nobody is really making up much ground whatsoever on Sacrosanct, who is able to just absolutely dominate this field. And you have to think that something would have to really be that great equalizer for a horse like Pay the Juice to make up all of those lengths. But it's not impossible. He's doing something different now, going a little bit further in here. And I think that the main thing is that inside speed was advantageous that day, a big advantage, likely causing exaggerated results. And we didn't see a lot of horses do much running from the back of the pack on that day, September 22nd. So with that in mind, maybe the gap between the 2 of them is not as severe as it looked last time out.
Flavien Prat in the August Dawn Farm Bill Parcells colors. Pay the Juice, 3-4. Sacrosanct the favorite. Richie touched on Moplex towards the inside. Another look there at Pay the Juice, Moplex, the Sanford winner at Saratoga, the Funny Side winner at Saratoga. This is his 2nd start. Moplex, his most recent win, I should say, before running into Chancellor McPatrick in the Champagne. Moplex and soon to be king is throwing it down in the Funny Side.
This was an exciting finish, and this was a day where maybe you didn't want to be more towards the inside. A lot of horses were running well towards the outside of the track, though maybe not as distinct a bias as the day that we saw Sacrosanct and Pay the Juice run. But Moplex went on from this race to run very, very well, finishing a solid 3rd behind Chancellor McPatrick, behind Tip Top Thomas, who ran a great race in that Champagne. He's already won against Open Company. He's shown that he can still perform against Open Company. And the thing that he has is that he's tried the mile distance and run well, and many haven't.
What do you want to see early on? Because it's a compact field of 6 with Manny Franco on Sacrosanct. What does Gerard Ortiz want to do with Moplex?
I think he wants to get him in more of an outside position, since that's mainly where he's done his best running throughout. But I think that he has the speed to be forward if he wanted to. He's a horse that ran very well sprinting first time out, was forwardly placed that day, drew off impressively at a short price to break his maiden. So it's not as though that speed isn't in there if he wanted to use it, but I think that he would do well to take back and go towards the outside of some of the other horses in this field, because he's had those outside runs be more successful for him in his stakes attempts.
We'll see him in the post parade. Riders up. Smile and say cheese. Dylan Davis aboard. Call to post. Another look at Moplex. There he is with the Rod Ortiz for my Englehart 2-time stakes winner.
One of the rare times that the horse that is already a stakes winner with Irad Ortiz Jr. up is actually not your favorite, and he's gone the distance before.
That distinction belongs to Sacrosanct, undefeated, odds-on Sleepy Hollow favorite.
We'll have to show that he can get the distance of the mile. He improved dramatically when stretching out to the 7 furlongs, but track was in his favor.
Can he turn the tables on Sacrosanct? Pay the Juice.
Remains to be seen. He was a horse that was perhaps disadvantaged by the way the racetrack was playing when they last met up.
Scheduling due to 11-length maiden winner, but in a maiden claiming race.
This one would be a surprise to me, but anything can happen with these 2-year-olds.
Soon to be king defeated a nose, as you just saw by Mo Plex on the funny side.
He's got a little bit of ground to make up on him, but he's been consistent in his starts so far.
Smile and Say Cheese, who was overmatched in the Bertram Baumgard and the funny side.
Yeah, he really did not show up in either of those races, but he ran very well at a big price first time out, and Mike Maker not really known for his success with 2-year-old first-time starters.
Empire Showcase Day, first of 8 stakes races. Sleepy Hollow is next. You can crunch the numbers, see these 2-year-olds on track, and then of course you have the data, the statistics, and get the inside track on handicapping with Naira Bet's track stats. Want to know the best races to bet to beat favorites at Belmont at the Big A? Track Stats has the answer. For more stats on tracks across the country, visit NairaBets.com. Or just bother Sarah. She has all the stats.
No. Go bother Matthew DeSantis with all of his data about the track stats. He works very hard on that. I know because I see it firsthand. He never stops.
Never stops. Hardest working man in racing. As the warm-up continues for the Sleepy Hollow. 3 to 5 Sacrosanct. And you are going with Mo Plex, correct?
That is correct. I think that he's just one that has proven form against tougher competition than this. Maybe someone else takes that step forward or has a little bit more upside or really improves with a little bit more ground to work with, but he's the known horse that has faced tougher company, and he's gotten the chance to run at a mile before and run well.
Are you surprised that there is this much of a discrepancy between Mo Plex and Sacrosanct, the 2-1 versus 3 to 5?
No, because when you look at buyer figures in terms of Sacrosanct's last race, he's faster than Mo Plex, but I think that there's a little bit more going on there with why that number is what it is in terms of having the amount of distance he had on the field in that Bertram F. Baumgard, being helped by the racetrack, and also having to do something new in here in stretching out in distance. And maybe he's not going to be helped by the racetrack in the same fashion. We don't know. We haven't had a dirt race yet today, but Mo Plex, on paper, his 4 races, they're slower than what Sacrosanct did last time.
Down to Richie, trackside.
Yeah, I guess not a lot changed from my opinions what I saw in the paddock. You know, sometimes something you see when they're getting saddled and walking in the parade ring is different than what you see on the track. The 3 that stood out and are, to me, the 3 horses that make the most sense on paper are the 3 inside horses. The one, Mo Plex, he's game, he shows up, he runs, he's been extremely well managed by Jeremiah Englehart. He's already a grade 3 winner, he's grade 1 place. I'm just thinking that the mile doesn't do him any huge favors. I like the horse a lot. I just wonder if he wants all of that. The 2, Sacrosanct, I do think from a physical perspective he will handle it. I think he's a deserving favorite. And I have no false illusions. He's going to be extremely tough to beat. I am going to pick the 3, Pay the Juice. Digging into his pedigree, I think the further they go, the better. Obviously, he's got a lot of ground to make up to be competitive with Sacrosanct. But, you got Shug McGahee, who's a trainer that, develops horses over time. They make these incremental improvements as they go, and I don't think we've seen the best of them, and I'm not sure we'll see the best of them today, but I think you could take a step forward, and I'm going to, at a big price, hope that he can maybe narrow the gap a bit, again, with the caveat that I do think the 1 and 2 are both extremely tough to beat.
Pay the Juice. Yeah, the distance a major factor in this Sleepy Hollow. And Flavian Pratt winning Mother Goose yesterday, owned by Bill Parcells. Pay the Juice, great name, and trained by Shug McGahee here at 12 to 1 for today. What is aside from the distance, race shape, what would be the key for Pay the Juice to be in a position to maximize his potential and upset the likes of Sacrosanct and Mo Plex for that matter?
Well, he would have to really take to going this mile distance, of course, first. But not only that, I mean, he'd have to make up some lengths on both of them in terms of his numbers. But maybe you make that argument that if the track was playing so in favor to a horse like Sacrosanct in that last start, to give him that exaggerated margin, to really have him have that big jump up in numbers, to have the fastest race coming into this one, Pay the Juice was hampered by that. So both things sort of have to be true, right? If you think that Sacrosanct was helped and Pay the Juice was out a little bit wider, then maybe he has every right to run a better race than he did last time out. And I don't know that it's necessarily enough to make up on Mo Plex, but I see the argument for a horse that is a big price, and certainly is one that had a valid excuse in that last start for not running quite as well as one might have expected. So I get the argument, and I think that if you beat Moplex or Sacrosanct, you're going to get paid in this race. As we can see, the others are big prices.
Richie, the race within the race, what are you looking for? What should our viewers be looking for in terms of Moplex and Sacrosanct, who will be side by side in the gate?
Well, they're both horses that possess speed. Maybe Sacrosanct might be naturally a bit faster, although Moplex showed big speed in both his debut, his Sanford, and his Funny Side. And they're both the horses to beat. And then that's the situations when you get horses engaging. Both riders have to respect the other horse. It's not like, well, I'll let that horse go and I'll catch up with him later. This is when you get horses engaged, and then throw a horse like Scheduling Dude, who showed big speed in his second start, albeit for maiden 40. I just think there could be serious pace on, and if the two main contenders really get engaged and we see some sort of a speed will develop, I do think that the 3 Pay the Juice is the one that would be the most likely beneficiary of a scenario like that. Again, I'm looking for a lot of things to happen to try to get 11-1 shot home, but that's what we do, right? We try to mine those nuggets of gold.
And quickly, Sarah, soon to be king, a 12-1 shot, almost defeated Moplex. Why can't he threaten to pull off an upset here?
I think if you're looking for a horse to pick up the pieces and reap the benefits of an early duel, he's certainly also a big contender to do so. Again, he's got to get a little bit faster, got to get by a horse like Moplex, but he's had plenty of experience. He's run well and consistently in all of his starts. It's just a matter of whether or not he's going to improve, getting a little bit more ground.
Empire Showcase Day. Time for the stakes racing. The 2-year-olds in the Sleepy Hollow, the 2-year-old Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. It's post time. Chris Griffin standing by.
Moplex goes in. Sacrosanct. Pay the Juice. Three out. Scheduling Dude. Soon to be king. Last to load. Smile and say cheese. Smile and say cheese. Stepping forward. Dylan Davis aboard. And in. All set for the Sleepy Hollow. And they're off. Scheduling Dude breaks with early speed, is in between horses right to the front and has company towards the inside. Moplex is now ahead in front of Sacrosanct, and the front two hook up. Just off of them is going to be Scheduling Dude, who broke very well, is now back to third, stalking the pace setters. At the rail is going to be Pay the Juice. That's the leading 4. Drifting way out there in the center of the racetrack, Smile and Say Cheese. A little tough to handle in the early stages, out in the middle of the racetrack for Dylan Davis, and the early trailer, Soon to be King, is already about 10 lengths at the back end of the field. Moplex is well off the rail, went 22-3 for the opening quarter mile. Sacrosanct, the big favorite, is within a half length of the leader. Pay the Juice, a ground-saving journey at the rail in third. Scheduling Dude is in fourth, the big long shot, and trying to now cut into the margin is Smile and Say Cheese, is running a straighter course as they move into the far turn. Less than 4 furlongs to go. Soon to be King still can see them all. 46-1 for the half-mile time. Moplex is still there. Sacrosanct is now inching closer to the outside in the front two, really getting away now. Back to third there still is Pay the Juice, dropping out of it with Scheduling Dude. Smile and Say Cheese has been erratic, but does have some momentum, and from the back, here comes a run from Soon to be King, but still has 10 to make up. The front two still at it. Sacrosanct and a very stubborn Moplex, but now Sacrosanct is kicked on. It's Sacrosanct. Moplex is not going away, keeps coming back towards the inside the final furlong. Sacrosanct is up by a length and a half, is just edging clear late. Moplex is going to try one final time. Sacrosanct, Manny Franco, they win the Sleepy Hollow. Sacrosanct wins it over Moplex. Then came that late rally, Soon to be King, and Smile and Say Cheese in 1 minute 36.30 seconds.
And still undefeated. Sacrosanct, 3 for 3, takes down the Sleepy Hollow. Sacrosanct, Manny Franco for Brad Cox, 2-5 at post time.
This horse was bet, and he was extremely professional, having to show that he can rate off of another horse that has some quality. And I guess with the inside draw, Ira Ortiz Jr. thought that he had to go with Moplex instead of to take back and go towards the outside of the horse that I expected to go. But Manny Franco, he adapted to that, no problem. He was not worried about that decision at all. He was able to sit right off of the speed with Sacrosanct and put away a horse with a little bit more experience and one that's a little bit more battle-tested. But I guess that last race was no fluke.
No. And for Moplex ran fine. Sacrosanct just better on this afternoon.
And not a ton happening with horses behind them. A little bit of drama with some erratic horses. But look, Sacrosanct was able to handle the distance, but also show that he can be extremely professional, too. And we don't see Ira Ortiz Jr. be as aggressive in a tent in that way that he was to get to the lead with Moplex. But I think that plan B, or maybe the original plan all along, who knows, for Manny Franco, he worked it out, no problem.
Strong handling in the stretch. Manny Franco, Sacrosanct. For Brad Cox, stakes wins on back-to-back afternoons. Belmont, the Big A, the Mother Goose. Yesterday, Tarifa. Sacrosanct here in the Sleepy Hollow. Over Moplex, 2-1-5-6. Results, reaction when we return. Too much Sacrosanct. Off and running Empire Showcase Day with the stakes races. The Sleepy Hollow goes to the favorite. Plus, as mentioned, that Mother Goose yesterday and the 3-year-old fillies. What a finish. For Brad Cox, Tarifa able to deny the favorite. Go on to take down this Grade 2 Mother Goose. The recap when our coverage continues. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Celebration of the New York Breds. Empire Showcase Day. The strength of New York breeding. For more information, go to nybreds.com. Here's an undefeated, fast New York bred 2-year-old by Honest Mischief. Sacrosanct entering the winner's circle. Sheila Rosenblum, co-owner, trained by Brad Cox. Manny Franco, the winning pilot. You'll hear Franco in just a moment. As for Sacrosanct, onward and upward, 3 straight, the 2 stakes victories, handles the mile distance just fine, putting away the Sanford winner in Moplex and keeping his perfect record intact. In this Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, in the end, 2-5, just too much. Sacrosanct.
I mean, I think he was bet off of that last race, but he still ran very impressively today. We don't usually see Ira Ortiz Jr. so intent on making the lead like he was, but maybe that was to instruction. The top 2 horses ran 1-2 with Sacrosanct able to handle this distance without a problem.
To Richie with Manny.
Yeah, thanks, Sophie. Manny Sacrosanct now 3 for 3. And this was a stern test because Moplex is already kind of a proven commodity. You rode him to a 3rd place finish in the Champagne. Did you approach this race kind of like a match race?
Yeah, definitely. I think the horse to be was it was my horse, but my rival was the one, and I just brake. I want to make sure my horse brake good. I want him out good. Ira went to his horse. I know that horse has speed too, so I just put it right next to him. And after that, it was him or me, so it was like a match race, and I'm glad I get it done.
Your horse kind of showed a nice dimension, though, because he was very settled where he was. He didn't look very keen at all.
Not really. He's a nice horse. He switched off for me. Every time, I ask him to do something, he responds to me. So he gave me this, that sign that he's a nice horse. I mean, he does everything right. He never do nothing wrong yet. So I hope looking for the future with him.
Now, you know your way around a good New York bred. Obviously, 'Tis the Law a few years ago. Now you've got this guy. He looks like he is a horse that could step up into open company.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, since the first time I get on him on Saratoga, I working before he run, and I said, wow, this is. And they told me there was a New York bred, so I said, wow, I think this is a nice horse, and he proved it, race by race, and I'm very looking forward for his future.
Well, way to start the day. Congratulations, and good luck the rest of the day. And, guys, we've seen it. New York breds have shown they can compete in open company. We got 2 very good 2-year-old New York bred colts here.
It's to the point where we're just not surprised. Sarah, if you see a New York bred who wins at the highest level, a Grade 1 winning New York, we aren't as surprised as, say, we once were.
No, the program has really developed to the point where they are a mainstay in open competition, are successful in all types of races, and it's not a shock that they're able to be effective against all kinds of other horses that are bred in whatever state.
If he looked at it like a match race, it has to be that much sweeter for Manny Franco, being that it was Ira Ortiz who he happened to defeat in this would-be match race in the Sleepy Hollow.
And also with a horse that he had the experience riding as well, as Richie mentioned, and that's a great tidbit to have of knowing both of those horses very well and really showing how Manny Franco's thinking about the race in terms of what he has to do to beat a horse he's very familiar with.
Now, that was the Sleepy Hollow for the boys. Now we have the Maid of the Mist for the 2-year-old fillies, and kind of a common theme here where you have these absolute standouts. And in this case, it's with the Angels for trainer Linda Rice. She's undefeated as well. 2 for 2, 1-9, and understandably so.
I think that she's going to be the shortest price of the day. She deserves to be. We haven't seen as much from the competition that's going to be trying her, some of them again, some of them for the first time, and I would be very surprised if she is not the center of many people's multi-race bets.
That's coming up 18 minutes out, the Maid of the Mist. Yesterday here, a really solid Saturday afternoon of racing. Belmont at the Big A, the 3 graded stakes races, and not without a little controversy. In the bold ruler, Sarah, my buddy B, running son of a gun, who won this event in 2022, but he didn't win it like this. What happens?
I feel as though from this angle, what we're taking a look at is my buddy B running a very gallant race in here and really establishing himself as the horse that is in front at this time. But there is a little bit of drifting, and I think that the contact really takes place right here, where you see Runnin' Son of a Gun's outside hind leg angle out in a way that isn't in keeping with the stride that he had going forward. And so it's something that you can really tell with the head-on that we're taking a look at now.
The smoking gun
there.
Right there. The hind end at first glance, and watching the head-on at first, I'm thinking, this doesn't come down. There wasn't much there. There was hardly a brush. This didn't alter the order. But that hind end coming out from underneath, like in the end, that's the smoking gun.
And that's what we're looking at in terms of, was there contact and did it possibly cost a horse a placing, an opportunity for a better placing? And it's because Runnin' Son of a Gun didn't give up after that. And it's not as though he came in on My Buddy B. I know that there's a lot of controversy with this call. I think that overall, if there had not been that contact, if we had not seen the reaction in the outside hind leg of Runnin' Son of a Gun, I would be surprised if the decision was made that was made as well. But because of that, I understand where they're coming from.
For more on that particular decision, Sarah spent some time with Victor Escobar, a steward here at the New York Racing Association, and further expanding that conversation. You can find that at NYRA.com once posted. Not sure if it's up just yet. The 49er. And how about Coastal Mission coming in off that win at Parks in his most recent? For Jeff Runco, what'd you make of his performance, and what was the key to success yesterday for him?
He's just such a consistent horse. I mean, he has really danced every dance for his connections. They are very familiar with him, being the owners as well as the trainer of him. And I actually got to talk to Jeff Runco after the race about just how rewarding that can be to have a horse that you have such a stake in multiple facets. But he shows up pretty much every single time, and he wasn't really even bet as much in that spot. And he finally gets over that $1 million mark and gets that graded stakes victory in New York.
Give all the credit to his wife as far as the pedigree and picking all that out, and such a big part of the operation. And for Coastal Mission here, taking down this grade 3 49er and 2 straight stakes victories. That was the 49er. Then finally, the grade 2 Mother Goose 3-year-old fillies yesterday. And what happened at the very start that played a key role in this Mother Goose here, Sarah?
Well, Flavien Prat, who I had the opportunity to talk to after the race, felt as though Tarifa broke well, but sort of grabbed the heel of another horse towards the outside. And I think that she ended up losing a shoe in this race, but she was still able to run such a game effort to turn the tables on a horse like Gunsong, who really had several lengths on her last time out when they met in the cotillion, both of them finishing behind Torpedo Anna, who we'll see as a likely heavy favorite in that Breeders' Cup distaff coming up next weekend. But she fought for it. She kept going. She kept finding. Gunsong passed her at one point. Then he thought Dylan Davis and Pretty Anna were going to upset the field with that dramatic late rush, but Tarifa comes out on top in a very exciting rendition.
What did Flavien Prat, in the discussion you had with him post-race as far as the dynamics of the race, what was his sentiment as far as the way things unfolded?
Well, I asked him if that was always the plan, if he was always thinking about turning the tables on Gunsong by being more forward with her. And he just felt as though she broke so cleanly and broke so well that he didn't want to take anything away from her, that he wanted to just go on with things and really just keep finding that early foot rather than take that spot out of his hands. And really, when you're on the inside of another horse who's forward, you have decisions that you have to make at that time. And I also asked him if he felt like John Velasquez on Gunsong was really pressuring him early on. And he said that he felt as though both of them were happy with their early positions.
Such a highly regarded 3-year-old filly earlier on this season and leading up to the Kentucky Oaks, some disappointments along the way. Back on track with the winning Mother Goose and one of the more intriguing fillies looking ahead to next year and what she'll develop into as a 4-year-old filly.
She's got to take another step forward. I mean, she was very promising at the top of her 3-year-old campaign, didn't really run quite as well as some expected in that Kentucky Oaks, and then had a little time off, came back, lost at a short price, finished third at a big price, and then comes back with that very game effort yesterday. So not going to see her in the Breeders' Cup, of course, but maybe next year.
Tarifa yesterday in the Mother Goose, the 3 graded stakes races. We still have 7 stakes races on this Empire Showcase Day just for the New York breds. Coming up next, Maid of the Mist, and that is the filly to beat, undefeated, odds on 1-9 with the Angels. Post time in 13 minutes.
Drain the Clock will win and win by as much as he wants. He'll win by 6 in the end.
It is Drain the Clock who will bound home the winner in the Bayshore. Drain the Clock, Jackie's Warrior, a terrific finish in the Woody Stevens that goes to Drain the Clock by a head.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton, offering over 70 graded stakes winners or producers. A night of stars featuring champions, Grade 1 winners, millionaires, elite producers, and selected weanlings. One catalog, one electrifying session with a star-studded selection of the finest quality breeding stock anywhere in the world. The Fasig-Tipton November sale, November 4th in Lexington, Kentucky. Where will you be?
He always showed up. From June at 2 and through 2 championship seasons, week after week after week of consecutive works. That's toughness. He always showed off. You know all about those 4 G1s. Here's his maiden on the Derby undercard. That's brilliance. Now his yearlings are at the sales. That's opportunity. Essential quality. Showtime.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Welcome to McMahon Thoroughbreds. I'm Joe McMahon. This is my wife, Ann. We're the proprietors of the McMahon Thoroughbred Farm. We bought this place in 1971. This farm here was 88 acres back then. It's now over 800 acres.
McMahon Thoroughbreds is the birthplace of Funnyside, the winner of the 2003 Kentucky Derby and Preakness.
This area has become popular for horse farms because of its proximity to the Saratoga racetrack and the sales, to the extent that now we have 4 major horse farms right within a few miles of here. There's Mill Creek Farm, there's Rick Burke's Irish Hill Farm, there's Quest Royal North, as well as McMahon Thoroughbreds. Probably more importantly than those large farms, there's lots of mom and pop farms with 1 or 2 mares in the backyard. The area has really come into its own in the last 20 years.
I measure success by the quality of the New York breds that are now raised in New York State. With this fantastic breeding program, out-of-staters have been lured into the state, bringing better stock, better stallions.
Currently, we have a horse here called Central Banker. He's pretty successful. He's very popular. We're very blessed to have a good horse like that.
We're getting a much better product to race in New York.
Appreciate the access. Our friends at McMahon Thoroughbreds, beautiful facilities. And coming up next at Aqueduct on this Empire Showcase Day, 8 straight stakes races. Maid of the Mist is next with a $200,000 purse. 2-year-old fillies. All eyes on With the Angels. There she is, 1-9, down to Richie in the paddock.
Yeah, guys, and I really do think, I'm going to talk about a couple of horses, but I really do think the story begins and ends with the 3, With the Angel, who has been so impressive in both of her starts. She's bred by Joe DeRico, owned by Steve Sigler's Winning Move stable, and John Oxley. Lady Sheila also won the colt race, last one when Sacrosanct, but now has a piece of this filly as well. Not a very big individual, as balanced an individual as you're ever going to see. She thinks sports car. She is shifty, light on her feet, just an absolutely well put together filly. The 4, Carmen's Candy Jar, I do think she's going to appreciate as they're stretching out now to the mile, named for the late Carmen Barrera, who always had a candy jar on her desk here at Naira. Incredible woman, daughter of Louis Barrera, who trained Summing to win the Belmont Stakes. And I think she's a horse that's probably the one you're going to be looking for underneath. I just don't see past With the Angels. 7, Boston's Finest, is a half to Libon, who ran long, was a stakes winner on the turf as well, and another one that I do think will improve with distance, but they're all going to have to improve a great deal to deal with your favorite.
You're not lying, Richie. The discrepancy, can you lend perspective, Sarah, of just speed figures, the discrepancy between With the Angels, what she's done, and everyone else?
It's that in both of her starts, she has just run races that are outside the reach of anything that we have seen so far from anybody else on the racetrack, and everybody's lightly raced. Anyone could improve, but she just towers over the rest.
With the Angels 1-9, there's Playful Last, back from a turf spin at Kentucky Downs.
Manny Franco looking to take both 2-year-old New York bred stakes races with her, but she'd have to improve.
2 wins by 20 3/4 lengths with the Angels.
Biggest favorite, I think, on today's card, probably the biggest upset if she loses.
Richie explained why. Carmen's Candy Jar, the sentimental favorite.
She has been very consistent in her couple of starts so far. She was no match for with the Angels last time.
Valtellina had the pleasure of chasing with the Angels in the Joseph A. Jimma.
Finished second by a long ways at 8-1.
The maiden, Olivia's Wish.
This is a horse that would be one of the biggest shocks, I think, of this weekend.
Boston's Finest, PH, impressive maiden win. Tougher assignment today.
She did take a step forward in that second start, but she'll have to take yet another to be competitive here.
And Trail of Gold, she'll take another whack at with the Angels.
She has run well in a couple of starts so far. She's no match for Stakes Company, however, and might be outclassed towards the outside.
2-year-old fillies, Maid of the Mist, with the Angels, 1-9. And a reminder, NyraBets members earn a 20% superfecta bonus today just by playing with NyraBets. Play the races at Belmont at the Big A. Earn a 20% bonus on your superfecta winnings. Simply opt in at nyrabets.com. Warming up these New York bred 2-year-old fillies, revving her engines, firing up the afterburners with the Angels, preparing for her third career start, her second career start, the Joseph A. Jimma, top of the stretch with Valtellina and others chasing. It's only a question of how far.
And the short note on the Daily Racing Forum says hand ride, and I think that's exactly what we're taking a look at here. I mean, she's really not asked for everything that she could possibly have in this spot. Jose Ortiz keeping her to task and making sure that she's still focused on the race at hand, but it's a devastating margin back to anybody else. And I think that even if you say the racetrack may have been in her favor, you wanted to be inside, you wanted to save some ground, you wanted to be forward, that first race is just still such a standout in comparison to what we've seen. And to me, I mean, we're up here watching TV and Richie's down there in the paddock, but she looks like a standout physically from the rest of this group as well.
She's exciting. This is exciting. Can't wait to see what she does in her third career start. And then, but again, it's a horse race and no such thing as a sure thing. We know this. Boston's Finest, some upside here. Her maiden win, promising. How much would she have to improve to be in like the same area code, Boston's Finest, as the odds-on favorite?
About 20 to 30 buyer points. So,
that's it.
Yeah, no big deal, right? It's not that it can't happen. It's just that I don't really think it's likely here. And she does have to handle the stretch out and distance as well. She did run very professionally in here. She took some dirt, as you can see. She was able to rally from a little bit off the pace. And I always like to see that these 2-year-olds can pass other horses. I think that that's something that bodes well for them going forwards to show that versatility. But she's just going to have to get quite a bit faster and have with the Angels just not run her race. And I think that's mostly the thing. With the Angels has to not show up with what she has in those first 2 starts for anybody else to even hope to be within inhaling distance.
To Richie, trackside.
Yeah, guys, I'm only going to talk about with the Angels. I can't see past her. I tried to be clever the last race, and the 2 best horses ran 1-2 around the racetrack. One thing I will say about with the Angels, though, you know, good horses carry themselves a certain way. And they have attitude. I think it's like, you know, good human athletes. You know, they got a little swagger. They got a little attitude. She went jogging off over here, and she kind of gave me a little bit of a side-eye glance and just like, you know, watch this. Like she's getting ready to put on a show. She definitely has that swagger. She's the herd leader. She's an incredibly balanced individual, as I said, in the paddock. And, you know, maybe from a wagering standpoint, you're using this race as a free bingo square, because if she runs even 75% of her best race, everybody else is going to be chasing her around this Big A oval.
Richie, thanks so much. With the Angels, 1-9. So if somebody is hell-bent on betting this race, Sarah, like how do you handle this? How do you approach it when you have such an overwhelming favorite this short a price?
With my opinions in this race, I advise that there are many more competitive, exciting races coming up, and to just sit back and watch this one, because with my opinion in this race, I like the second price in
But
my
I'm
second
hell
position.
bent on betting it. Like,
No,
I need
you
the
can't.
action.
No. I think that if you have an opinion that either Playful Lass, Olivia's Wish, or Trail of Gold are going to finish second, you play a straight exacta. And you play another very, very, very small straight exacta the other way with that long shot on top. If you don't like With the Angels, bet whatever you want, because you're going to get paid in any sort of way that you want to approach this race if your opinion is that she's not going to win, especially if your opinion is that she's not going to finish within the top 3. If that's your opinion and you're right, you're going to make a significant score on this race. Unfortunately, that's just not my opinion of the race, and so I have to sort of stick to what I think is going to happen and wager accordingly. And I think that she is going to win. I think that the horse that I'd want to finish second, or that I think is likeliest to finish second, is Boston's Finest, and there's just not a ton of value in that. Playing the top 2 choices, with one of them being 1-9 on top. If you want to single her in multi-race bets that start here, if you have some long shot opinions going forward, there is ways that horses that are these shorter prices can provide you with something in return, depending on what else your opinion might consist of. But for me, with the opinion that I have of her and who I think is likeliest to finish second, I'll just be hanging out up here with you, watching the race.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Winning Moves Stable, Jack Oxley, Sheila Rosenblum's With the Angels. And for trainer Linda Rice, we watched the feature and how important New York racing is to her. And this isn't a grade $1 million race, but you know how much this race means to her in the New York breeding program, and to have a filly like this running on this Empire Showcase Day.
Well, she's exciting. I mean, you have to think about what the plan might be next with a horse like this, because if she wins by open lengths yet again against New York bred company, and she's shown that she can handle a mile, what's to say that come time next year, she's not
step up and step out
running against some of that open company. We know that Linda Rice is not afraid to take on open company with a New York bred. We saw her do it, and do it pretty well with El Grandeo, as we took a look back at his Sleepy Hollow win. He went on to do okay against some open company too. So I think that she's just a very exciting prospect going forward, especially if she runs anything like her first 2 races in here, because it tells you that maybe you're taking a shot at some of those bigger purses, some of that open company, possibly on the Kentucky Oaks Trail next year. A lot to look forward to.
It's
with
all
this
possible. Loads of upside, loads of ability. She's been in front every step of her 2 career races. Is there any other filly in here that it could apply some pressure, turn up the heat early on?
To me, not that we've seen so far. It doesn't mean that we won't see a change of tactics from somebody else. And keep in mind, too, all of these jockeys are well aware that there is a 1-9 favorite in that starting gate with them. And sometimes you see a little bit of this tag teaming where you know who you have to beat and you know who you don't want to have the easiest trip. And sometimes different horses at different times will take their shots at another horse that is this big favorite, but I haven't seen that kind of speed from anybody else as of yet.
What will she do in her 3rd career start? 2 wins by 20 3/4 lengths with the Angels. Odds on. It's post time for the Maid of the Mist. Here's Chris Griffin.
Voltalina. Olivia's Wish. Boston's Finest. Trail of Gold is in. All set for the Maid of the Mist. And they're off. With the Angels flew out of the gate, and With the Angels right to the front, quickly out to the center of the racetrack, and is already 2 lengths in front of Boston's Finest, who's now going to stalk from second. Again, well out into the center of the racetrack here is going to be With the Angels and Jose Ortiz. They assume command and come out of the chute. They're in the clear and now will cross over. Now only up by about 3/4 of a length with Boston's Finest to the outside in second. Carmen's Candy Jars at the rail in third. Center of the racetrack, Trail of Gold has got some momentum, is moving forward, has now taken the third position away. And Carmen's Candy Jars back to fourth. Trying to keep up is Olivia's Wish, who's there in fifth. Second to last, Valtellina and the early trailer, Playful last. They're chasing With the Angels. 23.57 for the opening quarter mile. With the Angels doing it all on her own, and With the Angels just cruising into the far turn. Boston's Finest is chasing her, 46-4. The half-mile time, they are 3 lengths in front of Trail of Gold, who's now being encouraged to move forward. Carmen's Candy Jar moves through. Arad Ortiz Jr. and Carmen's Candy Jar, they've now reclaimed the third position. With the Angels, a quick look back from Jose Ortiz. It's With the Angels, who will reach the top of the stretch, is still about a length and a half clear, With the Angels in hand. To the outside, Boston's Finest continues to chase this leader. Carmen's Candy Jar towards the inside, and Trail of Gold far, far back to the rest. And With the Angels has a furlong left to go and is now 4.5 lengths in front. A 16th to go in the Maid of the Mist, and it's all With the Angels. Jose Ortiz, they win this one in dominating fashion. With the Angels, then came Boston's Finest, Carmen's Candy Jar, and Trail of Gold. In 1 minute 36 and 3.
Good filly. Really good filly. And still undefeated. 3 for 3 With the Angels. Rolls in the Maid of the Mist.
Just a paid workout. I mean, Jose Ortiz was so confident in this horse's ability and really wanting to keep her well off the rail, which I think we saw in an earlier race. And I sort of wonder if the jockeys are thinking that maybe that's not where you want to be today, though I haven't seen necessarily any evidence of that. He is just sitting chilly, going into the turn, allowing other horses to sort of get themselves to a position where you think that maybe something crazy might happen, but then he just asks a little bit, and she's out of there. She's gone. And she's really exciting going into next year, and I really hope to see her against Open Company at some point in the future.
And he did ask her for a little more in this one. Solid effort, Boston's Finest, in her third career start. No match for With the Angels. 3-7-4-8. Winning moves stable. Jack Oxley, Sheila Rosenblum. For trainer Linda Rice, who went on Empire Showcase Day. With the Angels, an exciting filly, and yeah, really exciting to see what she does moving forward in next season.
Absolutely. I want to see what she can do if she doesn't get the lead. I want to see what she can do maybe against some horses of better quality, at least in what they've done so far on the racetrack. But she's just been very dominant against these fellow New York bred 2-year-olds so far. She's been able to make the lead. She's just better.
What do you, Richie, what should connections be most excited about watching With the Angels continue to progress, develop, and win?
I think Lafitte, the way she settled early, you know, she was on the lead, but she was doing it comfortably. She wasn't overly keen. And she waited on Jose Ortiz to ask her for her best, and that's when she kicked it into another gear. He did ask her, you know, at some point in a 2-year-old's racing, you have to let them know that, hey, we got to bear down and finish these things because they're going to face challenges. The competition's going to get tougher and tougher, and if they're always used to winning with something left, winning quite easily, sometimes they get confused when they get that challenge the first time. So I like the way she finished. I like that she responded when asked, and the fact that she settled so much. And yeah, to put it in perspective, guys, the pace was faster for the boys in the Sleepy Hollow. They went 136.30. Her pace was slower, more controlled, more contained, and she went 136.69, just about 2/5 of a second slower, but the pace was slower. This was very, very impressive again.
Right, and how she did it in the sense that she doesn't get headstrong, she doesn't get keen, she doesn't start pulling. In that cooperation with the rider, that professionalism will serve her well, especially if you already see that from a 2-year-old filly.
Exactly. I think that really showing that she is listening to her rider and willing to take those cues and not sort of run her own race by herself without anybody piloting her shows that she's thinking too. She's not just fast, but she's also smart.
Look at her. Pro.
Just hanging out.
Taking it all in. The New York bred filly With the Angels. Untouchable in her first 3 starts. dominant once again in the Maid of the Mist. Results, reaction when we come back. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1 Empire Showcase Day. Belmont at the Big A.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
Tis the season. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Costume selection. What are we going as for Halloween this year?
I will not be on anything, on any shows for this year's Halloween, but I am thinking of a costume for around the office.
Cool.
And I have to finalize that. What are you going to be?
I don't know.
Andy Sterling?
Yeah, he and I discussed that. We go as sometimes we've talked about these themes that we might, go as together for Halloween. Andy and I trick or treat together every year, naturally, as if that needs, mentioning. With the Angels here, just too good for these. Exciting filly, undefeated, another stroll in the park for her in this Maid of the Mist for trainer Linda Rice. Winning move stable, Jack Oxley, Sheila Rosenblum, and Jose Ortiz. The winning rider with the Angels. Solid effort. Boston's finest coming off that maiden win at Harmon's Candy Jar to complete the trifecta, but new match for with the Angels and her pedigree suggesting she'll be just fine going longer. It's just going to be fun to watch her develop as she continues to improve and progress. Down to Richie in the winner's circle.
Yeah, so happy to be here with Steve Sigler, with the Angels, passed another test. I love the way she settled early. She just seems to have a great mind on her, Steve.
I think that's one of the things that distinguished her immediately for Linda was her mind. Not her ability kind of speaks for itself, but she was outspoken on how advanced mentally she was, and that really gives you a hint of the potential greatness of a horse.
Yeah, because she has the physicality. She's so balanced, and now she's got the mind to go with it. what impresses me is the way she conducts herself. She walks around, she knows she's good.
100%, Rich. Again, Linda deciphered that almost immediately, and all the credit goes to her. We could have chased bigger dreams, bigger objectives, but her plan was, after her first race, to kind of baby step her, let her mature physically and mentally, and then we'll be ready to tackle the 3-year-old season, full gear.
Great. Well, I'm sure your patience will be rewarded. Steve, you've had a lot of good horses over the years. Obviously, she's super talented, but she has a special meaning as well, named for your son.
He does. My son Adam, who was a fervent race fan, loved the racetrack, knew all the jockeys and the trainers, was so congenial, so affable, passed away almost a decade ago. And in tribute to him and my mother-in-law, who passed away this past summer at 103, we named the horse With the Angels, which is so appropriate. It's everyone loves the name, and hopefully she'll continue to live up to that name.
Well, beautiful story, great win. Am I right? Birthday wishes in order here for you?
That's correct, Rich. 68 today.
Well, happy birthday and congratulations here.
Thank you, Rich. Thank you so much.
Well done, guys.
Congratulations to everybody.
Some wins mean more than others. This one, for obvious reasons, as you heard him so eloquently explain the significance of the name, the influence with the Angels, and to win a stakes race here on his 68th birthday, a birthday he won't forget anytime soon.
Pretty serendipitous to have all
Very
those
cool
things line up within the way that the game is going, as far as him having a birthday, having the namesake, and having her turn in such a strong performance. And when you name a horse something with a meaning like that, you want them to do well, and I think that she's living up to the expectation so far.
It can be a different sense in the winner's circle of a 2-year-old stakes race. It's not just about the here and now in this moment, but the excitement of what's to come, the future.
Yep, and there's a lot to look forward to with this horse, and I think we will see her trying some tougher spots down the line.
Exciting filly with the Angels, still undefeated, rolls in the Maid of the Mist. We turn the page, the next stakes race, Empire Showcase Day. Empire Distaff, mile and an eighth on the main track. 6 strong, Sterling Silver 2-1, Venti Valentine 2-1. How do you see this one unfolding, Sarah?
Well, I think that Venti Valentine is a horse that likes to run here at Aqueduct. She's done some of her best racing over this circuit, and Sterling Silver is one that this might not be her best distance going this mile and an eighth. She's primarily been that closing sprinter. That's where she's had most of her success. And Smokin' Hot Kitty and Bonadou, I don't know if they're really going to be those horses that hook up early in terms of the speed that we've seen from both of them, and Bonadou coming off short rest. So basically, I think that 3 horses could win this race in this 6-horse field.
You're stepping aside. Before you do, is there one horse in particular, a storyline, something you're really looking forward to throughout the remainder of this program?
I'd love to see whether or not Drake's Passage can rebound off of that performance last time where he just did not show up that day. He's better than that race suggests, but I'm going to take a shot against with Donegal Surges, who I think has the race coming in that's just a little bit quicker.
That's the Empire Classic, $250,000 purse, a little bit later on right here on America's Day at the Races. Always a pleasure, Sarah. We'll get to do it next weekend, perhaps?
If you
Maybe?
show up on time,
If
we'll see.
That's
Who knows?
probably not going to happen. You figure out your Halloween costume between now and then. I guess when we get back, though, it'll be too late. So let me know what you went with.
Okay. I'll keep you posted.
Sarah Elbadwi stepping aside. Andy Surley joining me on set for the next half hour or so. And a look ahead to the Breeders' Cup Distaff draw tomorrow. Top-ranked 3-year-old filly in the nation, Torpedo Anna. There she is, looking to cap off her season with a win in the Breeders' Cup Distaff next weekend at Del Mar.
Marshalier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. An East Coast turf standout by one of the greatest thoroughbreds of all time, McCulloch offers a rare pedigree opportunity on U.S. soil. After winning on debut at 2 for owner Klarovitz Stables and trainer Chad Brown, McCulloch was a graded winner at 3, 4, and 5. She was North America's highest-earning 3-year-old turf filly in 2022, highlighted by a Grade 1 score in the Belmont Oaks Invitational, where she bested 7 graded or group stakes winners. She's compiled 6 graded stakes wins with earnings of nearly $2 million.
It's McCulloch who emerges late.
McCulloch is a daughter of the mighty Frankel, one of our sport's greatest runners and sires, and is the first Grade 1 winning female by Frankel to be offered at public auction. She's a half-sister to Group 2 winner Just Beautiful and German Classic winner Fearless King, with a deep page filled with international black type. Grade 1 winner McCulloch, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1. Brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. It will be the Bronx Zoo tomorrow night. Yankee Stadium, about 17 miles north. Game 3 of the World Series tomorrow evening. Now joined by New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling. How are you, man?
You know, I was thinking, because I know you're gloating about the Yankees. It was a very, you're pretending that you're being humble, but you're not. We know it, and everyone knows it. When I was a kid, I bet the Dodgers against the Yankees in like the '78 World Series. Was it the year after Reggie hit all the homers of the game?
3
and it was
2-0
Yankee. It was 2-0 Dodgers, and the Yankees won. So don't get too overconfident.
Nice. I didn't say
No,
anything.
you are.
I
sense it. I can feel it coming off you.
The best player on the planet's like shoulder fell off trying to slide into second base last night.
Was he hurt?
I'm a little concerned.
Is Ohtani hurt? Seriously? I didn't.
Did you fall asleep again? He fell asleep before the Freddie Freeman
I had
home
to
run.
make a decision.
He might fall asleep
It was the
during
Bulls,
this broadcast.
the Bulls Thunder game or the World Series. The Bulls Thunder won out, and then
we really need to work on your priorities, man.
I'm watching the Thunder, man. They're going to win the title this year.
Yes,
Thunder.
Ohtani injured. I don't know the extent.
Oh, I hope not. Seriously, I do.
Yeah,
hope
no,
that's great.
It's not good news. If you're a Yankee fan, it's great news. Potentially.
No, it's not.
No,
You don't want to root. You never should be rooting for the other team's
Very
players
true.
to get hurt, ever.
Which every Yankee said last night.
Yeah,
and very genuine about it.
No.
This weekend,
Especially
speaking of
players like
championships, Breeders' Cup Saturday. Zillion-dollar race after zillion-dollar race. There you see the rundown for the 3rd time at Del Mar, 41st edition of the Breeders' Cup World Championships. The distaff looks a lot different now with the absence of Idiomatic. Who do you like?
I smoked out a horse, Torpedo Ann. I thought she looked pretty good.
Did you say you like somebody other than Torpedo Ann, or you
No,
like
but I
Torpedo
think
Ann?
I mean, in handicapping the race, I think you handicap the race without her, and you ask yourself, if she wasn't in the race, who would I be betting? And then you ask yourself whether or not you want to bet against her. I don't want to bet against her, and I don't mean that from a fan standpoint. I think she's terrific, and I kind of hope she wins. She's been a really bright light this entire year, and I think, running her the Travers, it creates so much excitement. Obviously, the cotillion has to be a bit of a concern. To suggest that she ran well in there relative to what she's done in the past would be silly. She did not run well in there. Having said that, she still won, and I'm not going to dramatically hold against her, but I think it does give you a little cause for pause.
It is her last race. It's not like she ran it 3 races ago and she's run 2 great races since it.
And how deep she had to dig in that Travers. Was that a carryover effect? We'll see. Torpedo Anna now, 3-year-old filly here who will be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. Back to the racing today in the Empire Distaff, $250,000 purse, fillies and mares, a mile and an eighth. You're looking at Sterling Silver, currently 8-5. Richie standing by with his Empire Distaff paddock report. Richie.
Yeah, and of course we'll start with Sterling Silver, who, is a very accomplished mare. I was always kind of the opinion that she was a better closing sprinter type. Now, the way she won going a mile out of the Wilson Chute in Saratoga maybe shows that there's more dimension to her than I gave her credit for. I'm a big fan. She's hickory, she's hard knocking, she shows up. But the mile and an eight's a question. She's never tried to run this far. The 3 Vente Valentine could not look any better. She gets the paddock check mark from the physical perspective. She's already been successful at the mile and an eighth. She's closing in on $1 million in earnings. If she wins today, she'd go over the $1 million mark. I think she's very interesting, as is the 4 Smoking Hot Kitty, who runs with an extension blinker on the outside eye, and she's 1 for 1 at the distance and one of her best efforts. So I don't think it's any kind of a layup for Sterling Silver. The distance is the question.
All right, Richie, thanks so much. Riders up, post-parade, Empire Distaff. There's Amanda's Folly. Jose Ortiz looking for back-to-back stakes wins.
Distance is the real discussion of this race and a possible vulnerability for some of the favorites. And if you like Amanda's Folly, you're simply saying she's the one horse I am absolutely confident is a mile and an eighth horse.
Sterling Silver, the favorite, John Velasquez.
She runs her best buyer figure, one of her best buyer figures ever was a 93 at a mile and 16th at Belmont. Not around 2 turns, but she's way the horse to beat.
Venti Valentine, Rod Ortiz aboard the Kendrick Carmouche there on Smoking Hot Kitty.
I think Venti Valentine is very suspect at the distance, even though she's won at it. Smoking Hot Kitty, she's been terrific. She's going to go to the front and try to wire him. Is she good enough?
Bonadou, 9-1. Ruben Silvera.
She'll be chasing Smoking Hot Kitty and potentially making her life a little bit tough.
Call her bluff to the outside. 4-time winner this year.
I'm calling her bluff.
At 9-1. Empire Distaff Stakes. Empire Showcase Day continues on Fox Sports 1 when we return. These fillies and mares to do battle, and Sterling Silver at 3-2. 8-time winner. What will she do in the Empire Distaff Stakes? We'll find out in 6 minutes. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 1.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Happy Halloween. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 1. Empire Showcase Day. Fillies and mares on track for the Empire Distaff Stakes. $250,000 purse, mile and an eighth the distance. Looking at the favorite there, Sterling Silver. Odds on 4 to 5. 2 starts back. Saratoga, Andy, in that Johnstone mile, and simply obliterates her competition.
She did. She had a good trip in doing it, but nonetheless, she did destroy them. And I think she answered some questions, because this is around 1.5 turns at the very least, and a mile. And I mean, she has the kind of running style, her deep closing sprinting style, that rarely does transfer to horses who want to go long. And I think if you ask Bill Mott and the connections, they'd probably say, we decided to run this race at a mile and an eighth against 7 furlongs, maybe an easier spot. I don't really know, maybe a bigger purse. And listen, you're talking about it's going to be 3 to 5 or less. Mile and eighth is probably not her preferred distance, but she ran well enough in that race. And the thing is, she was close to the pace, which was a fair but moderate pace. If they go a little fast, it's going to help her. She'll be a little far back, but they'll be going too fast. If they go slower, she'll put herself in the game, and she's still finished in there. I'm not in love with her. I don't love a mile and an eighth, but I don't love Venti Valentine at a mile and an eighth. She's a horse that, even though she won at it recently, she did it with a supersonic pace, and the heavy favorite in there, Fingal Cave, did not show up. And so it kind of was dropped in her lap. She almost couldn't lose it. And the truth is that Sterling Silver's speed figures consistently are so much better than everybody else's that she's really going to have to not show up at a mile and an eighth to not win this race. And I couldn't make a case to bet anybody else, so I didn't pick against her.
Richie likes Venti Valentine. Richie, what are you observing as we get closer to post time here for this Empire Distaff?
I'm just observing a really quality-laden race, some really classy mares in here, starting with Sterling Silver. I say it often. I like my horses the way I like my people, honest and hard-working. And Sterling Silver embodies that. She shows up. She, is just a terrific racehorse. Interesting that early in her career, she was trained by Tom Albatrani. Tom Albatrani was assistant trainer to Bill Mott for many years. When he retired, now Bill Mott, the mentor of Tommy Albatrani, if you will, winds up with her. She looks outstanding, 5-year-old mare holding her form. The 3 Venti Valentine, I agree with Andy. I think the mile and an eighth could be somewhat of a question as well for her, but at least she has done it with a good setup. She just looked so amazing to me, completely dappled out. I wound up landing on her because I couldn't get past how physically well turned out she was. And then the 4 Smoking Hot Kitty. She's quick, speed's always dangerous, and she's already proven at the mile and eighth as well. Interesting too, guys. The 2 Sterling Silver, the 3 Venti Valentine, the 4 Smoking Hot Kitty, all 5-year-old mares, and I like seeing these mares run up to 5. They're, horses don't fully mature till the age of 5, and it's nice to see them stick around. Kind of gives people a chance to latch on and build a little bit of a fan base.
Exactly how you build a fan base. The more often we get to see these horses, these thoroughbreds, these mares, 5-year-olds still bringing it.
And New York Bred Showcase Day, and this is the original one.
Yeah.
And it's deserving of having 3. This is a celebration of a program that is incredibly important to racing in New York, not only to the industry and the whole industry wide, and there's so many great participants, the breeders and the people involved in the game, but the New York Breds are a gigantic part of our program at NYRA, and we're very proud of that. And the people in New York are very proud of these programs, and these days are an absolutely a celebration of a very important and positive part of our industry, and particularly of the racing in the New York Racing Association. I love these days.
A fun day of racing, exciting
good
day
horses,
of thoroughbred racing.
Good races. Yep. I mean, we just saw 2 2-year-olds win. Those horses will be, competing at a high level. I think we'll see the winner of the last race in the Demoiselle, and she'll probably be favored.
Next month, quickly, what are we looking for early?
We'll see how much pressure the 5 puts on the 4. The 4's committed to going, always assuming a clean break.
Yeah.
We'll see how much pressure Ruben Silvera puts on her with the 5 Bonadieu. That's the first telling sign in this race.
Post-time Empire Distaff Stakes. Chris Griffin with the load and call. Odds-on favorite, Sterling Silver.
Bluff to the outside. And in. All set for the Empire Distaff. And they're off. Sterling Silver breaks well, has early speed, but has company. Here's Smokin' Hot Kitty to join these early leaders. They line up 5 across the racetrack. Sterling Silver is going to try and hold that rail position, but now crossing over is Smokin' Hot Kitty. Bonadieu wants to go, and now 3 across the racetrack is 3 wide. There is Call Her Bluff. So the leading trio at the rail is Smokin' Hot Kitty. In between horses, Bonadieu is right there in second. 3 wide there is Call Her Bluff. Sterling Silver broke on top, is back to fourth. Going to save ground. Patient ride here towards the inside in the 4th position is in front of Venti Valentine, who is 4 lengths clear of the trailer, Amanda's Folly. 23 and 4 for that opening quarter mile. Smokin' Hot Kitty's got the lead. Bonadieu is a little keen right there in second, wants to go. Call Her Bluff still watching the action from third. No excuses. Sterling Silver is getting a nice journey here at the rail. In fourth is 2.5 off the lead, 48 and 1, the half-mile time. Venti Valentine out in the center of the racetrack now in 5th as they're approaching 4 furlongs left to go. The trailer, Amanda's Folly, gets some encouragement from Jose Ortiz to move forward. Still 4 off the front, and they work into the turn, and Smokin' Hot Kitty still the leader. Bonadieu is within range, has been there the entire journey. Call Her Bluff with a move 3 wide. Venti Valentine's going to get the jump on Sterling Silver, who's right in behind horses now. And from the back, Amanda's Folly is launching a rally as Sterling Silver gets shuffled back to last, but they're tightly bunched. 113 flat for 3/4 of a mile, and Venti Valentine has surged to the front for Red Ortiz Jr., has a host of pursuers in behind. Venti Valentine gets the jump. Sterling Silver is now in the clear, dives down towards the inside. Amanda's Folly is trying to join her. It's still Venti Valentine finding with a final furlong left to go. Sterling Silver is trying to gun her down to the inside, and here she comes. It is still Venti Valentine holding off Sterling Silver, who's inching closer with every single stride. Venti Valentine needs the line. Sterling Silver lunges, photo finish. Got real tight there in the umpire distaff between the outside of Venti Valentine, the inside of Sterling Silver. Amanda's Folly finished third in 1 minute 50.43 seconds.
Desperate finish. Thrilling addition to the Empire distaff. Venti Valentine outside. Where's the wire? Sterling Silver plugging away on the inside. Who'd she get there?
Well, regardless of Victor, this was a very exciting race and a fun race to celebrate these horses the way these days often are. Having said all that, regardless of outcome here, I don't think John Velasquez is going to be too happy with his ride, and I don't think the Connections will be happy with it. And she lost. The 3 won the race. She lost. The 2, Sterling Silver was almost getting there, but I think she lost the bob anyway, so it didn't matter. At the end of the day, you can't lose with a 3-5 because you got yourself in trouble. You can't do it. That's a jockey's job. Jockey's job is to win a horse like this. And I think Richie would agree that's the added pressure. You want to ride a 3-5 every race, but you got to know there's the pressure of I can only blow this. And I'm going to tell you something. Johnny blew it.
Venti Valentine. Sterling Silver to the inside. Courageous, digging deep. That late surge coming up just short, 3-2-1-5. So what mistake do you believe was made?
He got great position, but he was probably a little too passive in that position. Listen, I'm not a rider. John Velasquez is a great rider, but I think if you ask Johnny now, he's probably thinking, I'd like to have this one to do over again. He's a smart guy and a great rider, and he knows. And you let a horse like Sterling Silver get a full run and get that jump on you in this race, and then you got to come and catch her, and you got to do it closing inside of her, which is not the most comfortable way that horses like to close. And I think the interesting thing is there were so many discussions about the distance. Distance didn't come into play at all. The 3 had no problem handling it, and Sterling Silver had no problem handling it. So distance wasn't the reason for these performances. It was the fact that the 3 was able to get such a significant jump on Sterling Silver before she could engage her, and she just wasn't able to make it up. And Sterling Silver's a good horse in doing that, and she just got too much of an advantage over Sterling Silver.
So Richie with winning trainer Jorge Abreu.
Yeah, thanks, Lafitte. I'm so happy to be joined by Jorge Abreu, who has done such a great job with Venti Valentine. Over $1 million in earnings today. She looked amazing in the paddock.
Yeah, she's a filly that carry good flesh, you know, and she's been very good. She's been knocking on the door. Her last race in Delaware, she got a bad break with Paco, and Paco said this filly, just the break kind of beat her today. And she's been breezing pretty well. You know, I was looking forward for this performance here today with her.
So it's kind of bittersweet, though. She goes over $1 million in earnings with this victory, but this is her last start.
She'll be missed. She's been a lot of fun for me.
Do you have any idea what stallion she may go to?
No idea.
Hard to replace this kind, isn't it?
You know how this goes.
Congratulations, great job. A little bit emotional here, and I understand why. Hard to replace these kind.
not your trainer.
You can tell he's gonna miss her. A sentimental moment, a bittersweet win. As proud as Jorge Abreu is of Venti Valentine and going over the $1 million in earnings, but her last career start. But what better way to go out?
No, I mean, she's had a great career. She's a 5-year-old. We've been seeing her run since she was 2. I still remember her coming back. I think it was the Busher. It was the race leading up to the Gazelle in the spring where they made the decision where she lost the Gazelle in her next start, but she won the Busher so impressively. And I want to say I think it's the Busher, but we've been enjoying her run for a long, long time. And it's one of the nice things about race mares as well, sticking around. And she's had a great career, and she was a little bit lucky to win this race, but that doesn't mean she didn't run well. She still ran well in victory and circling the field. She covered a little more ground than Sterling Silver did, but a great job by Irad Ortiz getting the jump on Johnny.
Terrific storyline, exciting finish. Empire Distaff Stakes. Venti Valentine goes out a winner by this much. Sterling Silver, yeah, you have to give the race mare credit there for digging in and as courageous as she was on the inside, making it that close.
It's most horses aren't as comfortable making that kind of grinding stretch drive moving inside, which she did there, and she had given a good horse the jump on her. Both horses ran well. Venti Valentine's the one who probably got the better trip.
You're sticking around. Andy's just getting warmed up. I'm stepping aside. Real quick, the draw tomorrow for the Breeders' Cup. I know it's a little bit later than you would
midnight,
like.
I think,
draw
right?
around something like that. Yeah. Is the class one? Who do you think the draw is most important for in the Classic tomorrow? Fierceness.
Because he's not a horse that wants to be inside of their speeds, and I think that he needs to get a comfortable outside draw and be in a good, comfortable position. He's going to have a lot of things to overcome. He's going to have to overcome a fast pace with Arthur's Ride in there, as well as some others. But I think the draw is important for him, but it's also important for a horse like Far Bridge in the turf, horse you want to draw inside with. But even a lot of these horses, especially going 3 turns in both the filly and mare turf and the turf race, want to get inside. The mile, the draw can be really important. We'll see.
Breeders' Cup next weekend. Here, Empire Showcase Day continues with the stakes racing, the celebration of New York breds. Again, Andy sticking around. Greg Wolf jumping in the cockpit as our coverage continues on Fox Sports 1, America's Day at the Races, Empire Showcase Day.
To main 2, get it at you're out. 250. 18, down to get 250, down to get 50. Guess not. Here to get down to get 50. Internet wants. Here to get down to get down. They know down. But a very good twice. Here to get down to get a third and final call. To main 250 and a half. Roger, you win today. To main 2. Thank you.
9.5. Thank you. We get everything in the back. $1,900,000. Thank you.
$1,700,000. Jody, thank you. Please hold your applause.
The world's premier breeding stock event, the November sale at Fasig-Tipton. Arguably the top filly on the West Coast throughout her career, Adair Manor won 10 of 18 starts, including 3 Grade 1 victories. Adair Manor won the Grade 3 Las Virgenes as a 3-year-old by a dominant 13 lengths. At 4, she won 5 in a row, led by the Grade 1 Clementelle Hirsch, topping Grade 1 winner Fun to Dream. She was just as strong at 5, taking the Grade 1 Apple Blossom over Grade 1 winner Wet Paint, and defending her Clementelle Hirsch title over champion Pretty Mischievous. Adair Manor earned over $2 million for owner Michael Lund Peterson and trainer Bob Baffert. By champion sire Uncle Mo, Adair Manor is out of graded winner Brooklyn's Way, from the family of cornerstone sires Sadler's Wells and Nureyev. Grade 1 winner Adair Manor, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton, with Hillendale at Alapa agent.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And on the page, Ramatuelle is a Group 1 winning daughter of the red-hot Triple Crown winner Justify. Ramatuelle was a multiple group stakes winner in France at 2 facing males and earned year-end honors as the country's top juvenile, which set up for an even bigger campaign across Europe at 3 for trainer Christopher Head. This campaign included her dominating score in the Group 1 Prix de la Forêt, where she toppled an elite field of older males, including champion Big Rock and Group 1 winners Kinross, Tribalist, and King Gold. She also placed in both the Group 1 1000 Guineas and Coronation Stakes. Ramatuelle is the first foal out of the champion Ravens Pass mare Ravens Lady from a deep international family featuring Group 1 winners Best of the Bests, Fair Selena, and Reliable Man. Group 1 winner Ramatuelle, selling this November at Fasig-Tipton with Bedouin Bloodstock Agent.
Welcome to Empire Showcase Day at Belmont at the Big A, celebrating the strength and success of the New York breeding program. In the Hudson, looms boldly, took his game to a new level this summer at Saratoga. Can he maintain his razor-sharp form at a track where he's a three-time winner? Spirit of St. Louis is so talented, his trainer put him in a Grade 1 last out. Today he's back against New York breds, but also back against the last two New York breds to beat him. Drake's Passage, multiple stakes winner against New York breds, but his last start as an overwhelming favorite, he was a flop. Can he put it behind him? Or will Bank Frenzy step up? He's been first or second 6 of his last 7 starts. His only prior race at the distance, he was dominant. It's all ahead on a special Sunday edition of America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, sun shining down on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon here at South Ozone Park, New York at Aqueduct Racetrack. Here for Belmont at the Big A. We have the Late Pick 5 coming up next. Several stakes ahead and some stars certainly in this New York bred program. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, and we always love these days. What is this day all about?
Oh, it's a celebration of a gigantic part of the sport, and particularly in New York. It's a celebration of the New York breeding program, which is an integral part of racing in New York. If we didn't have them, I mean, we run 2-3 races a day a lot, and a lot of our favorite horses are the New York breds, and it's a celebration of the sport. And I think, you have these, it started with the Maryland Million, right, which was very, very popular. We moved it here. We've got a New York bred day. They have Cal Cup Day, and I think they're days that everybody's very proud of. And for good reason, people are proud of the product they put here with the New York breds. And these were horses that compete at the highest level as well. I mean, you look at the last race, Sterling Silver finished first in the grade stake last year to be disqualified, and I think both 2-year-old winners we've seen so far, we're going to see them compete and compete very well against open company as time goes on.
Yeah, we heard from connections with the Angels, certainly could have gone after bigger fish next weekend on the Breeders' Cup, but decided to take this one along slowly, impressed again. Meanwhile, we're going to close out the program with the big one, the main event, the Empire Classic at 1 1/8 $250,000 purse, and we'll see the return of Drake's Passage and Donegal Surges. They'll meet again when they did meet back in June at Saratoga on that muddy sealed track. It was all Drake's Passage.
Yeah, and Drake's Passage, while he won't be the speed today, he can rate off horses, but I don't think he's comfortable rating off horses on a wet track. And he caught a fast pace in a wet track at Saratoga last time. And while he can handle a wet track, he handles it when he's able to control and not really get any mud kicked in his face. And I think that led to his performance last time out. He runs his good race. He is way the horse to beat in here. He has consistently run extremely fast figures that put him in open stakes company as well.
Closing in on $500,000 in earnings, so the rematch between those two. This one for Christophe Clement, Robert Evans, homebred, or someone who's had a lot of very good horses in New York breds over the years. He's had some big races, this horse, and that last race almost just too bad to believe from him with how good he's been.
You could tell right away he wasn't running, and I just think he's a horse that's not comfortable in a wet track unless he can sort of stay out of the kickback and stay out of the fray a little bit. He's too good. He comes back. He's bounced back from subpar performances before, and if you look at it, the 2 subpar performances he has in his relatively recent PPs are both wet sealed tracks in races he was nowhere near the lead early.
Meanwhile, Bank Frenzy might just be getting very good right now. And the only time he's tried 1 1/8 miles, now granted it wasn't the kind of company he's going to face today, he was pretty good.
He was good that day. Now, he was able to control, and with Mama's Golden here particularly, I don't think that's going to happen. Having said that, he's developed into a horse that can rate and rate comfortably. Thought he ran well in here, and he was flattered when the winner of the race, Nelson Avenue, was a very game second at a price in yesterday's 49er, so he was flattered by that, and I don't see any reason to not consider him a contender in this race.
Arad Ortiz Jr. will ride Rudy Rodriguez barn, LSU Stables, in the emerging Bank Frenzy. Try and pick up his third win, his last 4 starts. It's going to obviously have to beat some very good horses to do it. Probably, if not the toughest test he's ever had. It's right up there.
It does feel like the toughest test he's had. And I like your old friend, Olympic Dreams, picking up Flavian Pratt for this race and switching barns to the Cantor Machis. I think he's a very interesting horse at a price.
One of my favorites.
You love that horse. Good reason.
He's got some very good races, but is the best Olympic Dreams behind him. We'll find out later today. Again, that's our feature that will close out this Empire Showcase card. In the Classic, in the finale on this Sunday afternoon, you can play all the action by getting signed up. Started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And a perfect time to get signed up with today's card, with the Breeders' Cup next weekend and beyond. Get that $25 free play, that $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the code CUP25 and sign up for new members. Again, right there at NairaBets.com. So here's what's ahead this afternoon. Start of the late pick 5. It's presented by Claiborne. Our look at what's coming up here. Fast and firm conditions with the sun shining down. Iroquois, Hudson, Ticonderoga, Mohawk, and the big one that we just talked about, the Empire Classic, and I'm really intrigued. I mean, there's so many good storylines in all these races, but in that Mohawk, to see if Spirit of St. Louis has been one of the most reliable, consistent, very good horses on the turf amongst New York breds. Got beat by Dakota Gold last time in against New York breds, and now it's going to have to face that one again.
I'm not a big weight guy, but I think he gets about a 6-pound weight shift on him from the last time they raced. And at a mile and a 16th, mile and an 1/8, 6 pounds could be fairly meaningful when you're talking about a very small distance like a nose.
Well, the Iroquois, this will start this late pick 5, 6.5 furlongs, fillies and mares, 3 and up, and Tricky Temper. 3-year-old, she'll tackle older company here. Coming out of a grade 3, she struggled that day, but the start before that, Union Avenue this summer at Saratoga, she was very good.
She had a great run up in Saratoga, where including the Belmont Stakes weekend, she ran a total of 5 times, and all 3 times she ran with the New York breds, she was able to be successful. In her last race against them 2 back, she buried Lilu. Now I'm taking Lilu to turn the tables because I figured she'd be a much better price, but I think if the Tricky Temper that was running in that race, this one here, the Union Avenue, if that version shows up, I think they're all running for second here, Greg.
She was much the best against Lilu security code on this occasion. This was back August 16th. This was at 6 furlongs. Any kind of difference that it's now an extra half furlong?
I don't worry about her. I mean, she seemed the way she was finishing here. It shouldn't be a problem. I don't really know that it's a big effect here. The horse that's interesting is the one that's taking a ton of money in Kara's Time, who I initially was thinking of picking. But when I noticed that just about every handicapper was picking Kara's Time, I realized she was going to be nowhere near the 6-1 morning line, and I don't want her to short price, but she has run some fast races. But I think Lilu may be able to be a better, stronger opponent this time to Tricky Temper. We'll see.
Well, yeah, this one we all expect to be the favorite, though, at post time. Tricky Temper off that dominant Union Avenue 2 starts ago. Let's go downstairs to Richie Migliori for more on the Iroquois.
Yeah, guys, another good group. Just a great day of racing. You know, these New York breds, today coming out and putting on their best show. And Tricky Temper is a horse that I was a fan of in Saratoga. She made 4 starts at the main meet after 1 start at the Belmont Racing Festival. A lot of racing in a short period of time. Excuses in the Prioress last time. She looks great. She's had a little time to recover from that, the heavy lifting of the workload this summer. But I'm a believer. When a horse is good, you run him. When they need a little break, you back off him a little bit. She's had plenty of time to recover from that vigorous schedule, and she looks fantastic. Really just checking every box for me from that physical perspective, as is the 3 Lilu, who certainly has races good enough to win here. Ships in from her Churchill Down base for Ignacio Correas, who does a terrific job getting back with New York breds, and she was second to Tricky Temper in Saratoga. But a little bit of a shift in weights this time, right? Now, this time, Tricky Temper has to give her weight. She got in with 118 that day, 123 this day, as opposed to 122 for Lilu, who was giving her weight last time. And the 6-horse security code. Lisa Bartkowski deputizing for Phil Serpy. This mare always looks fantastic. She's dappled out, really great coat, great weight. I love everything I'm seeing from her. And she's drawn outside the other speed. So even though she possesses early speed, I think it projects to give her a pretty good trip. She's going to have to come up with one of her biggest efforts to date and improve a little bit. But, boy, looking at it from a physical perspective, you feel like there's that chance there for that to happen.
Mig, thank you. Iroquois coming up next. Athena Beach, soundly beaten by Tricky Temper back in early August at Saratoga. She'll get another crack at her with the inside post and her speed that she can use to her advantage. It's coming up next.
All due, 1,200,000, 950, 950,000.
3,700, 725,000.
Chancer McPatrick proves best in the hopeful.
Back on America's Day at the Races, through the Meatpacking District, through Chelsea, and onto the West Side Yard at 34th Street. Highline Park, worth a half-hour stroll. Hang out for the afternoon. So many great options here in New York. As we get set for our late pick 5 coming up here, the Iroquois is going to kick off the sequence at Athena Beach, beat by Tricky Temper 3 starts ago.
Yeah, well, she's been in very good form. She had a very, very good trip in getting the job done last time. This is a step up for her.
8-5, and now she is favored. 3-year-old filly Tricky Temper, Jeremiah Engelhart.
So is she a Saratoga Flash, or is she a genuinely improved horse? We'll find out today.
Lilu beat at Saratoga by Tricky Temper in the Union Avenue.
She's going to have to hope that Tricky Temper is a Saratoga Flash, but I think her 7-2 odds are very inviting. Now 4-1, I'm going in.
Here's Captain's daughter, Javier Castellano, at a big price.
Yeah, she's a horse who runs her best races with Lasix and doesn't get it today.
Golden Rocket coming off a win on the turf.
Yeah, she's run some decent races on the dirt, but decent compared to these, a little bit on the slow side.
Security Code, no match for Trinky Tepper last start, but might be going the right way.
Well, she shouldn't be a bigger price than the 5, and she probably shouldn't be a bigger price than the 1. So while I'm not sure she's quite good enough, she's a bit of an overlay.
And still a lot of money on Kara's Time with Dylan Davis.
But 7-2 is not a terrible price if you like her. She was never going to be 6-1. And if you go 3 back and 4 back, she's fast enough. And I think you'll see Dylan get her more in the game. I'm not exactly sure why the change of tactics after she ran her best 2 races, and maybe the rider change will help her get back to what she does best.
So there's Dylan on Kara's Time. In the last win, it was 4 starts ago. It was off a short layoff, and it came on this racetrack. Among those she beat that day, Athena Beach. And she has been going against open company, trying to get through that first allowance level condition. And another 3-year-old filly, like the favorite, who may be getting better here as the year progresses, as she moves into turning 4.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, that's the time they're going to really start seeing them improve, and I think they're both showing their abilities to improve, and I think that Kara's Time is dangerous in here. I think in the 7-2 range, she's not a terrible bet. You just have to sort of say to yourself, you know what, I was hoping to get 6-1, I never was. I think she makes sense. She can get back to those good races, and I think it is an important rider change. Then she's a player in here.
Right next door to the favorite, Narad Ortiz Jr., brother Jose. He'll be on Lilu. 5-year-old mare is one over $440,000. With more on her, let's go to Mig.
Yeah, guys, that's where I wound up landing. Lilu, you know, we talk about horses from that physical perspective, but what we're trying to do is fit what we like on paper to what we like from the physicality of a horse. So she checks both boxes. I mean, it just feels like the puzzle pieces fit there with the 3 Lilu. I have to say, Security Code, yeah, she'll have to take a step forward. She looks so good. I got to think she's going to run a big race and outrun her odds here at 14-1. She is dappled out. She's carrying perfect weight. She's got that rich, hydrated look to her coat. I really, really was taken with her. The puzzle pieces didn't fit quite as much with her because her form, she's going to have to take a step forward. But boy, physically, I was very tempted to pick her just from the physical perspective.
All right, Mig, thanks. Wow, 14-1 on one who's winning the beauty pageant here. Obviously has quite a bit of work to do to try and turn the tables on Union Avenue and make up 6 1/4 lengths. But her last couple of starts, she's run the same sort of figure, and maybe that means she's ready to move forward today.
Yeah, the figures I look at have her too slow. And listen, she is way too big a price. It's ridiculous that she's 14-1 and the 5 is 11-1. The 5 has next to no chance to win this race, and she has an actual chance to win this race. And it's also ridiculous that she's twice the price of the horse in the rail. I don't know how they think the rail is going to win this race. You've got other speeds like Lilu and Kara's Time that are better, that figure to be sort of bearing down on her. She's not running fast enough races even when everything is going her own way, whereas there is a consistency to Security Code, a little bit on the slow side. And the problem I have is you're trying to jump over 3 horses, the 2, 3, and 7, that are all capable of running faster races. But I do think she's an overlay, and she's a horse that's usable in exotics to get somewhere at that price. She's way too big a price as the 2nd biggest price on the board.
Meanwhile, it's this filly, though, that seemingly everyone has to get through, and that is the massive question here in this race. As you said, did she just get really good at Saratoga? Is she a Saratoga specialist, or can she transform that form here downstate?
Yeah, I mean, it's not fair. It's fair to ask that question. On the other hand, they were basically her first starts as a 3-year-old. She had run in January 14th, but she did improve quite a bit. And, you know, she ran Saratoga last year and didn't run so well, so maybe she's just gotten a lot better. And her last race wasn't a good one, but it was coming back, and, you know, it was her 4th race in about 7 weeks. She was running against better horses. I'll give her a little bit of a break. She had that steadied, pinched. I think that was sort of BS-y, but she wasn't really abused once she was beaten in there as well. Dylan realized that he didn't have the horse, so she's better than that race. I don't like her at 6-5. You got the IRAD factor, but she is the horse to beat.
So Pig 5 pool, 272,000 final moments to put a ticket together. And again, the final leg of the sequence will be that Empire Classic, Drake's Passage, Donegal Surges in that rematch. 2 very good 4-year-olds. And don't forget about Bank Frenzy either. Throw that one in the mix. As we get a look at Athena Beach. Speed from the inside. Is she the one controlling here early?
Well, I mean, yeah, but Lilu is supposed to go, and Dylan's got to go with Kara's time. I don't think you're going to see a blistering pace by any stretch, and she may well be the speed of the speed, being that she breaks inside, but I don't think it really matters, especially the 3 and 7 get the right rides. They're just better horses.
There's Lilu the 3 with Jose Ortiz for Nacho Correas. Well behind Tricky Temper in that Union Avenue. Was the 4-5 favorite that day as well.
Well, that's why I thought she'd be a little value today after losing to her at 4-5. Now that the odds are sort of reversed, and I think it makes Lilu a better bet at 5-2. That's why I picked her. But I'm not against the 7. It was a bit of a coin flip for me. Just too many people picking the 7. Too many wise guys on board for me. That usually backfires.
Union Avenue winner from this summer at Saratoga. 3-year-old filly Tricky Temper, 6-5 favorite in the Iroquois. As we send it upstairs to Chris Griffin for the call.
Security code. And Kara's time. Kara's time. Dylan Davis to the outside. Goes in. All set for the Iroquois. And they're off. Hopping in the air at the start was Kara's Time, the early trailer. At the rail, Athena Beach has early speed. Lilu in between horses, joining them out wider. That's security code. These 3 across the racetrack. Kara's Time is trying to pick it up after hopping in there at the start, is now taken 4th. It's up on the far outside center of the racetrack. At the rail, that's Tricky Temper, who now wants to challenge for the 3rd position as well. Second to last is Captain's Daughter in the early trailer. Golden Rocket. They're chasing Athena Beach through a 22.47 opening quarter mile. Security code is right there in neck back, less than 4 furlongs to go. Kara's Time is wide. Dylan Davis on the move, 3 wide coming after the leader. Lilu looks to have horse nowhere to go yet, is right there tucked in between rivals, is in the 4th spot. Captain's Daughter is going to get the jump here, is moving up on the outside, taking 4th. At the rail, Tricky Temper, and also moving in closer, Golden Rocket, only about 2.5 lengths to cover them all as they reach the top of the stretch in the Iroquois, and the seam might open up here for Lilu, who's trying to burst on through. Athena Beach is there. Kara's Time is the gray. Captain's Daughter, pink cap, is making up some big ground, and also here comes Golden Rocket on the grandstand side. It's Kara's Time, very resilient. Captain's Daughter trying to push by at a massive number. Captain's Daughter to the outside of Kara's Time. Kara's Time, Captain's Daughter. These 2 noses down to the line. Give it to the inside. Give it to Kara's Time over Captain's Daughter. Then came Lilu in 1 minute 17 seconds flat.
Kara's Time, Dylan Davis just barely over Captain's Daughter and Javier Castellano at 31-1. Instead, it's 5-2.
She may have won by a nose, but she was more than a nose the best, and she didn't really get out very well in here. I think she kind of jumps up a little at the start. There you see her, and she breaks a little slowly, which is not good for anybody, but it's particularly not good for a speed horse. And Dylan did the right thing, though. He said, I need to be forward, and I'm going to keep going forward. I'm not going to take her back. And he did it. It's what won him the race. And I think if you look at some of the other rides, I mean, the Lilu ride was ridiculous. And it's this just disinterest in being forward with horses that have speed. I'm not saying Lilu to 1, but I don't know why you're sitting and getting behind horses and eating dirt, and that didn't help her. The 2 was never running for Irad. She was inside, and you could see at the half-mile pole she was done. Big performance by the 4 to come and circle it. She ran without Lasix today, but she showed up big time today. This is almost a massive upset. But Kara's Time, this was one where everybody jumped on board. She's probably an underlay at 5-2, but the way she won, maybe she wasn't, and she got the job done. I just didn't want to get on the bandwagon with everybody else.
7-4-3-5, Dylan Davis saving a lot of handicappers' tickets, pulling out this tight finish here, where if Captain's Daughter had won, everyone probably would have to start over here in the pick 4.
We'd be looking at that guaranteed Sunday pick 6 carryover.
Yeah.
I can't believe. And the thing is, there are, narrow victories, and you say, God, if you bet the 30-1 shot, my heart goes out to you. And I do. Nobody bets that horse. It's a tough beat. This horse was so much the best that you can't really, if the 7 had broken cleanly, she would have won this race by a length or 2. So while the 4 would have run well, the margin was really because of what happened at the start. So in this case, it wasn't as tough a beat as some narrow defeats are at 30 to 1.
So as we talked
Still
about
frustrating.
too, this time of year, 3-year-old fillies, they're starting to catch up to their elders at this point, maturing, getting a little bit better, and maybe that's the case here with Kara's Time.
As you can see, I originally picked her and changed my picks because it's just every time I looked, every handicapper I saw and look at, and there's handicappers I respect. Not to say that I don't respect them, but it's just too many people landing on a horse doesn't usually work out. But it did today, and if you got $7, I don't know, maybe you deserved it because she was much the best.
Well, having that man aboard lately as well is usually always a good thing. Dylan Davis leading the way at this meet after that sensational Saratoga. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. When we return, we'll talk Tarifa, Little Revenge in Saturday's Grade 2, Mother Goose against Gunsong, and a lot to do with it. The man aboard. Stay with us.
Flightline is in full flight.
Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control.
And Flightline takes off!
Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull. And here he comes now. Greatest Honor finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
You have to be here to feel the rumble from 40,000 race fans. Mixed with the Pacific breeze, you have to be here to taste extravagance and witness greatness race after race after race. You have to be here to witness unforgettable and to believe the unbelievable. This November, be at Del Mar for an experience that's truly a breed apart.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races on our Fox Sports coverage. We're 22 minutes away from more stakes action on Empire Showcase Day with a Hudson. And we just saw a tight finish in this Iroquois Kara's Time. Dylan Davis for Mitchell Friedman, eking this one out at 5-2 over a 31-1 long shot. Captain's Daughter. Let's go downstairs to Ming.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. I'm pleased to be joined by Richard Greeley here. Rich, this was some exciting race, and she didn't break very clean and still got up into the race.
You know, when we usually do. We usually break clean with her. She usually within the quarter pole there. She's ahead of everybody. But looking at that now, we have a lot more confidence if we have to hold her back a little bit. But Mitch just said to Dylan, he said, "Listen, no matter what, you coming down the stretch. I don't care who you're going head-to-head with. We're going to come out on top." And somehow he was right. So. But it was a lot of fun. My wife is here, the real Kara, that we name all these horses after. It's a great day for New York breds, and I breed a lot of them. So I want Mitch to come over here, and we want to thank Mitch for the great training job that he's been doing. Mitch.
Mitch's camera shot. Here, we can get Mitch in here.
Get this guy on the camera because it's rare that you see him. He's a great trainer here. Very, very good guy. We love him to death, and I don't know how long we've been training horses.
Wait till you get this bill coming up.
Hey, Mitch, getting back to the filly, though, for a second, she's really matured a lot because she won at first asking, but she was a little bit flighty. She's really seemed to settle down a lot.
Yeah, she was always throwing kicks in the paddock over here. Sometimes she's tough to train, and she's been, the older she got, the more mature she got.
And having an owner that allows you that, but you guys have been a good combination for a lot of years.
Yeah, a lot of races. I don't know how many races we've won, but it's quite a few.
We have fun together. That's what it's all about.
We have horses here that Mitch is training that are third generation now, from Caramia Way and My Caramia and Dreaming of Cara, ton of them, all their daughters and sons, and he's done a great job. Actually, Rohan, that won the other day here, was from My Caramia, one of the first ones that we had.
That breeds 5-6 mares a year and buys 5-6 horses, in training and yearlings. Makes the game easy for you. Doesn't put any pressure on you, and you need people like him, more of him in the game.
Absolutely, and it's New York Showcase Day, and you have been a huge supporter of the New York breeding program.
Yes, almost all of them we have are New York breds. We have, I don't know, maybe 12 of them now, but Rohan wants to thank Andy Sterling for picking him. He had a little faith left in him.
He actually overcame Andy Sterling picking him. But guys, honestly, great job. And the other good news is you can cancel that appointment to your cardiologist after that photo, guys. I think they're okay. They're healthy.
All right. Thank you, Mick.
Mitch was in the winner's circle. Mitch is winner's circle shy, as I know Richie knows. I'm glad to see him get the big win in those guys. And got the nice win with Rohan the other day at a nice price, too.
To eke that one out, it was close, but Kara's time, again, with a clean trip, wouldn't have been near as close. She was much the best and a well-deserved victory here for this 3-year-old filly. 4th win now. 12 career starts. Dylan Davis for Mitch Friedman. As we move on to the Hudson, and the same question we asked, in the last race, we got to ask what Looms Boldly. She got very good, next level good at Saratoga for trainer Brad Cox. Can she maintain that form?
It's the $1 million question. My opinion is that he was extraordinarily lucky last time because nobody decided to go and Rodney didn't get out of the gate, so he got away with a very, very tepid pace. Interestingly enough, in most of the multi-race bets, not the double, but the pick 3s, pick 4s, the number 2, Sheriff Bianco, is actually favored in here and maybe somewhat complimented by the fact that he finished ahead of Running Son of a Gun, who was put up yesterday and ran so well. My problem with Sheriff Bianco is he doesn't win, but I do think he's dangerous. I'm going to try to beat them both with Lightman on the inside, who I think is improving for Bruce Levine. But this came up a competitive race.
Very good edition of the Hudson, which we'll have a lot more on coming up. We're 18 minutes away from a start. We're going to go back to yesterday and take a look at the stakes on that Saturday card. We had 3 graded stakes, and there was drama in the Bold Ruler, a change made, disqualification.
Yeah, and this was one where I was talking to Richie, and he said the same thing I did. I think we both regretted. We were very adamant this was a bad DQ, and I think we were both wrong. And a number of people pointed out to me on Twitter, and a friend of mine texted me about it as well, and said it wasn't what went on in front. It was the hind end. And watch coming in here in the pan. Watch, you're going to see the 6's hind end shift out a little bit, right in there. And that's what really happened. You can't see it in the front view. You can see it in the back. And once you see it, a nose victory, took the front hind end out.
Here's a better look. Green cap, gray horse, Luis Rivera Jr. goes to that left-handed crop, and in the back end,
there
which is hard to see from here.
But you can see the legs kind of kick out a little bit.
And I'm glad you said that, because we were all a little negative, but the stewards, I think, did get this one right.
They did, and listen, and we were wrong, and it happens and such, and it's fine. And I made the mistake, which I won't make again, which I didn't pay attention to the other TV with the back view. You had to really see the back view to see it clearly, and that's why they look at so many angles. And in this case, and I said it after, I said I rarely disagree with the stewards. Well, in disagreeing with them, I was wrong, and you have to admit when you're wrong. And Rich did the same thing to me. He said we went out. He said when I watched it again, I realized that they were right about the back end. We saw a disqualification a little bit earlier in this meet in a turf race, where a horse got. No, they didn't take down the Klarovich runner with Dylan Davis. I'm not sure if it was on with you or not, because the other horse that claimed foul had taken that horse's back end, and that's why the horse appeared to come out and foul the other one.
Well, it's funny, man. We were just reading the after-race comments, and Joel Rosario, who got put up on Running Son of a Gun, was not even going to lodge an objection.
He almost never lodges an objection. I think he did it once in Saratoga. We were talking about how surprised we were to see because he rarely does it. He's not a guy that complains. It's in his character. He's a pretty laid-back guy. It's one of the reasons he's so popular. He's about as laid-back as anyone you've ever met.
Led to a huge upset, 18-1, Running Son of a Gun.
Good for the Toscanos.
Absolutely.
And he's a cool horse, and I'm glad to see him get back. He had a 97 buyer.
Myself included, too. We all were a little overly harsh and shouldn't have been on the stewards, and they got it right, so well done. Meanwhile, 49er Way too big a price on your winner here, and Jeff Runco has this horse, your winner, in top shape right now.
This was like old school when the shippers don't get the respect that they deserve. And in the era where speed figures dominate the wagering, whatever speed figures you're looking at, it's astounding that this horse paid $11. Now, I think he was a much shorter price than the computer wagers who had him better, and Nelson Avenue ran well finishing second here, but you got to really respect this horse. And did I read he went over $1 million in earnings? I can't remember.
He did. He was only a few thousand shy.
Neat horse, and good for the connections. And this is not his first good race in New York. He ran second to Milliken in the John Nehru, and Milliken is going to be one of the favorites in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
So West Virginia homebred, Coastal Mission, how about that? And, you know, big for him to get a win on this circuit, too.
And I think it's kind of cool to point out on the New York Bred Showcase Day, this notion that you can't be a good horse unless you come from Kentucky is just nonsensical. Good horses come from everywhere.
So Coastal Mission, impressive. Back-to-back wins, that Park Stirred Mile, and then wins here in New York. Mother Goose, meanwhile. Did Flavien Prat make the difference here?
I think Flavien Prat sort of, and this isn't the only time he's done it recently and won't be the last time he's done it, but he reminded people why he should win the Eclipse Award here. This horse he got outbroken by the favorite. The other favorite has more speed, but Flavien saw that John Velasquez was being passive on the favorite gun song, and he said, okay, I'll go. And I do think it made a difference in this race. I think there was some overconfidence by Johnny in getting beat. Now, I don't want to take away from Tarifa's effort because she ran well in here, but I think that Flavien gave her the advantage that she needed to overcome a horse who was coming into the race in better form.
And it's still, even though she got that early advantage, as you see in the stretch, she had to battle back from down on the inside. She did. She was game in victory. Third start off the layoff for Tarifa, and she's able to turn the tables, and she was squarely, I know Gunsong didn't win that race last time out against Torpedo Anna, but she was much better than Tarifa in that cotillion.
Beat her by 3.5 lengths in there. Does this, now you've downgraded Torpedo Anna? But maybe Tarifa upgrades her because she got beaten by 4 lengths.
Yeah, it could be.
Look at
Or I look at that distaff. She's going to have her hands full with Raging Sea.
I'm going to say, if Raging Sea is to win this race, they should just induct Chad Brown in the Hall of Fame in the winner's circle. If he gets a championship at a Breeders' Cup, she's a very nice horse.
I think he's already in.
She is over. I think he may get in eventually. Yeah. Got to wait.
Has he ever been this stacked, particularly with dirt horses?
I think that's the difference. The difference is not. He's gone to the Breeders' Cup pretty loaded, and he's had good Breeders' Cups. I think it's going in with this many quality dirt horses that are going to be one of the top 2 or 3 choices.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We have the Hudson to come. Brad Cox looking for more glory on this Empire Showcase Day with this one right here, dominant in that John Morrissey win at Saratoga. 3-time winner on this track, looking for a 4th coming up.
Here we go. 3 here, 50, now 4, 8.5, in the back. 1,400,000 stands way in the back. Thank you.
5, $1,005,000, and I'm $1,006,000, $150,000, $1,550,000 and a half. $1,500,000. Jody, thank you.
Please hold your applause.
Charlatan, ultra impressive.
It's a new day for a new king.
Back with you on Empire Showcase Day here on our Fox Sports coverage of America's Day at the Races. For more information on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, we say it all the time, it pays to have a New York bred. Go to nybreds.com and become part of the program. Hudson up next. 6.5 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up, foaled in New York State, looms boldly. There he is for Brad Cox. Went to another level at Saratoga this summer, particularly 2 starts back, Belmont Stakes Racing Festival week, and then a dominant stakes win in the John Morrissey. Can he bring that form to Belmont at the Big A? Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I mean, this is another really interesting race, and starting with Looms Boldly, guy could not look any better. And you know, he looks like a sprinter, right? They're a little shorter coupled, really muscled up. Brad Cox's horses look great, and this is no exception. But he could have a problem with another horse that looks outstanding and another real sprinter, and that's Rodney. Rodney could not look any better, and again, that typical sprinter, those really strong hindquarters, they get up underneath themselves, the son of Run Happy. Is there a chance that these two wind up engaging? I do think Looms Boldly is the speed of the speed, but Rodney runs his best race when he's involved and he's up forward. Dylan Davis has been aggressive, and I'm kind of starting to see that potentially, you know, 2 horses that are very much contenders have to respect each other, and that's when you get horses that really contest the pace, because they're not going to let the other one go. And the other horse that caught my eye here is the 6, Silver Satin. He looks great for Jorge Abreu. I think he's well posted, and I see him getting a stalking trip and maybe falling into that perfect kind of trip. He's been training extremely well over at the Belmont training track, and I think he has a chance to really trip out here, guys. Andy, I'm really curious to get your opinion about that.
8 minutes away from the 7th race here coming up. Mig, thank you. Silver Satin on your screen. Had back-to-back wins, but then beat against Open Company last start as we go back to August 25th, and this was a win with a 91 buyer.
Listen, he ran a big figure that day. If he can run back to that number, he's a competitor here. If he runs back to any of his other numbers, he's not a competitor at all, and I think he's an underlay at 7-2. I'm not sure why he's 7-2, and Lightman, for instance, is 9-1. But he has a fast race here, and he's a horse that may have some upside.
Post parade coming up. We'll start with Lightman. Blinkers go on for trainer Bruce Levine.
Well, he lost last time a horse who could be favored in the Breeders' Cup Sprint in Federal Judge. And Accretive's not bad either. I think he's improving. He should get a good trip in here, and I like his chances at a big price.
Way too big a price right now. Here's Sheriff Bianco for trainer Linda Rice.
I like going the 6.5. Little Vic wired him last time and ran well in there, though he didn't come back and run well yesterday, but I think he's got plenty of races to make him good enough. I just don't want him at a short price.
Here's the one to beat. Looms Boldly for Brad Cox.
He is, and the Brad Cox horses have a way of winning, but I think he's going to face a little more pressure today than he has in the last race.
He's quick early. The 4 Disarmed just went by Rudy Rodriguez. He could be quick early as well.
He could be the speed.
Rodney, major back class.
Well, he could be a speed if he gets out of the gate. Don't forget in that John Morrissey, he didn't get out of the gate, and that cost him any chance. And if he breaks, at the very least, he's part of the pace.
Again, the one we just showed you in that win at Saratoga, Silver Satin.
He's a massive underlay at 3-1 right now, given what he's done on the racetrack.
And another one who's quick outside for Rudy Rodriguez, factually correct.
Got to think either he or Disarmed are going to show their speed today, and I think all of these things could combine to at least making Looms Boldly have to earn it, and I want to see it to believe it.
Let's go back to the inside runner. So here is Lightman, as you said, coming out of a race with a horse who's going to get a lot of attention on championship weekend. But he did face Looms Boldly, too, back in the John Morrissey, and he was no match in that race.
But he's being completely overlooked. Well, he was no match in here because there was no pace in the race. So it just took away any real chance he had to get it done. And you look at his last race, he's chasing Federal Judge, who's extremely fast. I thought he ran well in that race to finish 3rd. He's been an improved horse for Bruce Levine. I'm hoping he can get a good trip inside and laying just a little bit off the pace. He's a crazy price at now 10-1. I imagine he's going to go lower. I'm alive in the double with him, but I'm going to bet him to win if he stays up here. I think it's way too big a price.
I'm a little surprised by that as well. The warm-up, he looks sensational as well.
How is he 3 times the price of Silver Satin? I don't understand that. I'm not saying either one has to win. Both of them could win, but they probably should be somewhat similar prices, shouldn't they?
And with the blinkers on, it'll be for the first time, maybe hoping to get him just involved a little bit earlier?
Well, I think you want to go, and then in theory, the 3 and maybe somebody else goes and passes, but you're sitting in a pretty good spot behind him. I think he projects to get a solid trip. He's just getting completely overlooked as of now in the wagering, but I won't be surprised when he drifts down to a more reasonable 5 or 6 to 1, which is where he should be.
And I would think this horse here, the price is probably going to drift lower, isn't it, with what he's done the last couple of starts?
It's not clear. He's favored in doubles, but he's not favored in the pick 3. He's around 8 or 9 to 5 in the double. He's a little bit higher in the pick 3s. The favorite in the pick 3s is the 2, who's favored in pick 3s and pick 4s.
Wow.
I didn't look at pick 5s.
Looms boldly. He went every step of the way in front to victory in that John Morrissey.
He's not favored in the pick 5 because there is no pick 5. That's why I didn't look. Thank you for helping, Greg.
You're welcome. Sheriff Bianco, Linda Rice, Jose Ortiz, runs a lot of big efforts, runs a lot of seconds as well.
That's the problem. That's why I picked him second, and that's why I took the 1. Not only obviously a bigger price, though I didn't expect to be this big a difference, he just doesn't win anymore. He was 1 for 14 last year, and he's 0 for 6 this year. He competes at a high level. He runs well almost all the time, but he's having trouble finding the winner's circle. But today could be a good day for him, especially if the pace gets hot.
So 7-2, Sheriff Bianco, 14 seconds in 35 career starts. Got 6 wins as well, but he can run over 700,000 in earnings. Very good addition of this Hudson coming up. And Mig, I'm not sure who you're going to start with, but I hope you get into at some point Lightman and tell us what you thought of the way he looked warming up.
I think Lightman made an outstanding impression on the racetrack. I love the way he framed up. He galloped off, really used himself beautifully. I like when horses bow their head and they show that energy level. They're all there, but they're not ranked. They're not worried. They're not fretting. And I agree with Andy. I think he's too big a price. I'm picking the 6. And again, agreeing that he's too short a price. I would believe the 1 in him should be similar prices. And I'm really surprised that Rodney is a bigger price than the 6 Silver Satin. I just keep going back to that. I think he is going to trip out here. I think he is going to be the one that falls into that perfect spot. Maybe I'm overplaying it in my mind, but I just see the trip he's going to get, and I think if he can run his A race, that good race that he ran 2 back with that kind of trip, he could be effective at a shorter price than I think is warranted.
3-1, second choice on the board right now. Silver Satin is where Mig's going to wind up.
I'm just thinking back to some of the good horses, that we've seen run in these races over the years. I go back with the New York Breds when they used to run, and Richie remember the Empire Stakes in Saratoga, and they ran it with 16 or 17 horses, I believe, the first year they ran it in Saratoga. I remember I watched the race at the top of the stretch to see all the horses coming around the turn together. And back in those days, the 2 big guns, and I know Richie will remember them, were Vandy Sue and Fratello Ed. I believe they were both trained by Mike Hernandez at the time, though Richie can feel free to correct me. I think Assunta Luis Farm was the farm that had the good horses back then, but I remember those horses so well, Richie, going way back.
Me too, Andy. And, Dr. DeLuke owned the Santa Luis farm. Mike Hernandez did train Vandy Sue, as well as Fratello Ed, and they were good horses. That's when New York Breds were just starting to emerge. And they even had a really nice New York Bred the year I had the bug, and I won my first $100,000 stake in Saratoga, Adirondack home.
Yeah.
And I beat him with a Sipiter's Hope, a homebred for tomorrow. Those are some really good days you're bringing up, Andy.
No, I think, was it Restrainer that won the Empire as a first-time starter for Mike Hernandez, like 6-1? Does that make sense?
That sounds about right. I think you're 100% right about that. And Mike would win, all those races at Finger Lakes, the Aspirant, and the Breeders' Fraternity, as well as a lot of the New York Bred races. He really ruled the roost with them. But Dr. DeLuke was a big factor of that. And eventually, that farm wound up becoming Chester and Mary Broman's farm up in the Adirondacks.
And it's really great, you think about, basically that was the beginning of the program close to 50 years ago, and now we've been running, I think this is the 31st edition of the of Empire Showcase Day. This is the original day. We've added 2 more, but this was the original one. And, these are the kind of horses, and you and I remember so many horses, but I think the New York Breds, especially, they have a special place for us. Obviously, a horse like Wynn, who you rode, Richie, they're just such good horses and so many good memories of the New York Breds.
Andy, I was blessed to ride so many of the good New York breds over the year. Obviously, you bring up Win, the first $1 million earner, New York bred, and 4-Star Dave. So many over the years. Friends Lake for Chester and Mary Broman winning the Florida Derby. It's been really fun to watch the evolution of New York breds. They've come a long way in the last 40, 50 years.
It kind of started really, I guess, back in 1982, Fiorito.
Yeah.
Winning the Whitney, kind of put New York breds on the
Beating
map.
Winter's Tale.
And has just grown every single year since then to the point now where they're among the best internationally. We've seen Derby winners.
Well, I mean, Richie, remember going back, Sir Harry Lewis was a group winner over in Europe, and he was a New York bred. So, you know, they have a long storied history, and you start getting into 50 years, that's a long time. And the program is as good, if not better, than it ever was right now. It's a very strong program, and it's just, we're really lucky to have such a good partnership with the New York breds.
And today we celebrate it on Empire Showcase Day. Looms boldly, 3-2. That price has gotten to where we sort of expected it now.
The Light Man is still too big a price. I have to bet a few more dollars to win.
Yeah, 8-1. Horse just looked exceptional warming up, and glad Mig echoed that sentiment. Looked sharp. Blinkers go on. We'll see with a rematch here with Looms boldly and getting a little more pace, maybe, to go after that horse if things are different.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how the pace develops, and if Looms boldly is able to control, he's going to be very tough to beat.
Chris Griffin with the call of the Hudson. Looms boldly trying to put together back-to-back stakes wins against New York breds.
Factually correct. Goes in. All set for the Hudson. And they're off. Factually correct. Broke with early speed from the outside. Is hard sent, and factually correct is got company now as Looms boldly and disarmed, and these three hook up early. 3 noses apart, and they fly early. Rotney gets the journey right there in 4th. It's just off this early pace. At the rail is Lightman is in 5th. Is 3.5 off the lead. The 2 at the back. Sheriff Bianco and Silver Satin 21-4 for that pressured opening quarter mile, and it's Looms boldly with a head in front. Disarmed, engaged to the outside here from 2nd. 3 wide. Here's Factually Correct, who tried to catch a breather, and following that move is Rotney. Rotney and Dylan Davis, a 4 wide rally, and Rotney has come calling for the lead, and Rotney has put a nose in front. Lightman switches to the outside as Rotney is the new leader from the back. Silver Satin and Sheriff Bianco, they travel as a pair. 44-4 for a half-mile time, and Rotney's got the lead at the top of the stretch. Not done yet is Factually Correct, trying to battle on back, and Lightman from off the pace. Here come the deep closers, and Silver Satin and Sheriff Bianco. Rotney is tiring. Lightman is now ranging up to the outside. It is Lightman who's taken the lead on the grandstand side. Silver Satin, Lightman, Kendra Carmouche there in front. In pursuit, Silver Satin. Lightman wins the Hudson. It's Lightman who wins it over Silver Satin, Rotney, and Sheriff Bianco in 1 minute 16 and 3.
Lightman ran to his looks today. He got a nice setup as well, but he performed. 5 wins now from 8 starts.
He might have been too close to pace when you look at who finished 2nd and 3rd. They came from way back in here. But no, Kendrick did such a good job. He actually didn't break that sharply, but Kendrick kind of got him enough in the race. Satin saved ground, and fortunately for him, the cavalry came a little later, so he could easily sort of angle out and get that perfect inside-outside trip. And Rodney ran very well to be very close to the pace and make the big move to break it open. But this is what happens when the pace is more honest. Looms boldly, I think, finished last in this race. Disappointing effort by the 2, I think, finishing 3rd, just not quite good enough. But, you know, Lightman is just a horse. You're going to sometimes find long shots and feel like, you know, you were really clever. I don't think this was a clever pick. I think this is a horse that should have paid $11 that happened to be 8-1. He was just too big a price, and I know you agreed with that, and so did Richie.
Yeah, goes off at 8-1 in the end. Here's Rotney, this is a very classy horse that he's going to roll right on by for the win.
Yeah, no, this was, listen, Bruce has done a great job with him. You know, you look at him and where he was, right? He has really progressively gotten better and better. And as Morrissey wasn't a bad effort, he was just hampered by the fact that the pace was so slow. So they all kind of ran in place. Well, this was not a slow pace. They were moving. And, you know, Looms Boldly paid the price. I think Rudy Rodriguez, with Disarmed and Factually Correct, said, okay, I let him get away with murder last time. That's on me. It ain't happening again today.
And, you know, it's Empire Showcase Day. How appropriate is this to see a son of Central Banker win on this day?
Oh, yeah. And I mean, a Central Banker, I mean, is there an argument he's the top New York bred sire right now? I mean, he's just been so good producing winners. And it was such a smart move by Joe McMahon in purchasing him to stand, because he was a horse that had lost the Malibu by a neck to a horse he came back, and that was the Grade 1, and beat in the Churchill Downs Handicap, but the Churchill Downs Handicap was a Grade 2 then. It's a Grade 1 now. With that kind of, you know, with that kind of form, he would have been standing Kentucky's a Speightstown. Yeah. Great job by him getting him. And
their loss, New York's gain.
No
doubt about it. Carmouche saluting the crowd. Louisiana in the house. Light Man, McRitch Stables, Bruce Levine, Kendrick at an inflated 8-1 here for the victory. 1-6, 5-2 finish. It's Light Man in the Hudson.
War of Will won the Preakness!
At the line, War of Will, that's a photo for the win.
War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Empire Showcase Day at our Fox Sports coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Stroll through Times Square. Hop on that A train and come on out to South Ozone Park, New York.
You probably never expected to be spending as much time as you're spending on the A train.
I love it.
I love the idea of getting the train after the races here, as I know a lot of our fans do. I love doing it. It's been doing it. Somebody said to me, "You're on the train?" I saw on the platform. I said, "I'm on the train every day."
Yep. $19.20 on Lightman. Somehow you get 8-1. Bruce Levine, Kendrick Carmouche, McRitch Stables. 1-6-5 finish. Take a look at this pick 5 here, 2 legs in. And already things are looking good if you're alive. Kara's Time, not the favorite, was much bigger price than that morning line, but it was the first leg.
Yeah, you wonder if Lightman's a little bit lower, double paid $30. I wonder if, Lightman was more like a $15 horse looking at that race, which still was a pretty generous price, but absolutely. And also, you beat the favorite, right? You beat Tricky Temper, and then you beat the favorite in the last race, Loom Boldly.
You do that alone, just beat favorites. Even without huge prices, it's going to pay well. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yep, guys, I'm sorry. I'm talking to Bruce here. I was distracted. Now we can say this for camera. You added blinkers, and you were telling me how much you liked how he trained with them.
Oh, he's just a different horse, believe it or not. You wouldn't think he can get too much better, but he was just so much more on the bridle the whole way when you'd breeze him. We'd run him, he'd run in spots, and, you could just see there was, like, more there. And we put the blinkers on and breezed him a couple times, and he just never let go of the bit. He's just a different horse.
Well, and today with this really very fast pace, a wicked pace in front of him, it kind of probably aided him, even though he got outrun.
No doubt, because we were thinking about going for the lead, and he didn't break that sharp from the one hole, and everybody else went. I said, man, they're cooking up front. It's going to be a good setup, and sure enough, he come running.
Bruce, you've been doing this for a long time and successfully for a very long time. What is it that keeps you so engaged all the time? You just get into the barn with horses like this?
Yeah, I mean, they get you up in the morning, But, even the, not so good horses, just getting them to the winner's circle, it gets your juices flowing for sure.
Well, congratulations. Great job. And, guys, I can go back to 1981. I rode my first winner for Bruce, a Disto Epic, a long time ago.
A lot of history, yeah, with those two. Mig has a lot of memories to relive on a day like this. By the way, Central Banker, again this year, leading sire in the Northeast.
I'm very proud of that. I love Central Banker. He's a cool horse. I've told this story before about Bruce. When I first, was going to track and I first moved to New York and started coming here relatively regularly on the weekends, Bruce Levine was one of the leading trainers and somebody I greatly admired and liked betting his horses. And I remember we used to hang out on the main floor, the first floor at Aqueduct, and very crowded and big days back then. And I didn't know who the trainers were and people were. And my friend Joe said to me one day, he goes, hey, your idol's right over there. And there was Bruce Levine, and what turned out to be a very frequent perch for him, sleeping on one of the chairs in the afternoon on the main floor. And there he was, Bruce Levine. But you know what? He gets up early in the morning. He's allowed to take a little bit of a nap.
Yeah, for these barns.
He's still here 40-plus years later, and he's still winning big races. Good guy and a terrific, terrific trainer.
Ticonderoga is next. It's a mile and a 16th on the turf. Phillies mares 3 and up. And this race, well, look, we had an 8-1 shot win the last race, but this race going in feels like it's pretty wide open.
Well, here's my question to you. What are we going to see with Silver Skillet? Because yesterday there was that conversation where Christophe Clement said that Joel Rosario asked him to give him instructions. He said, give me instructions. Well, I think he needs to tell Joel, stop strangling this horse and go to the lead. At the very least, she should be sitting off of Moonage Daydream. Now, I don't know if she's going to win, but I know she can't win with the strategy that Joel seems to have employed the last 2 races.
Back-to-back wins, one of them taken off the turf, but dominant on the grass as well, in front on the lead.
With Joel?
Yes. See what happens today.
No
inexplicably,
idea.
Yeah, not in front the last couple of starts
back.
And beat at short prices.
Yep. I think she's going to run better today. I picked her on top. She won't be favored, though. Looks like Moonage Daydream, a pretty big favorite in multis. I am against her.
Let's talk championship weekend, championship Friday. Todd Pletcher. Several contenders coming up over the weekend, including this talented young 2-year-old who got on the turf for the first time in the Pilgrim, Belmont at Aqueduct at the Big A. Second beat and neck to Zulu Kingdom.
And I think Zulu Kingdom's going to be a bigger price. And Zulu Kingdom's a nice horse. He hasn't gotten perfect trips, but he's gotten good trips. He's got a very good trip 2 back. Here, he had a little trouble, but there's no doubt that Noble Confessor was best in here. He got caught in behind, and it was an unlucky ride, as Richie likes to say with Irad. And I mean, here he is trying to gain in that one, and he's really striding out. Look at how close he comes to getting the victory. And even Chad Brown, when I said to him, I said, you've won 2 straight with Zulu Kingdom, and you've beaten Todd Pletcher both times, and he should have beaten you both times. And he didn't disagree with me. A lot of times he'd say, oh, come on, And he said, he agreed this horse was better. Not to say that Zulu Kingdom's not okay, and he could win. But Noble Confessor ran very well in here. He's the first AE, but I imagine he's going to get into the race. I think he's already in. And I just thought as a long shot, he might be interesting, at least of the American horses in here.
That's a look at his contenders, obviously led by the 2-year-old champ and the classic fierceness. Acacia Clement caught up with him to talk about next weekend.
Trainer Todd Pletcher joining me as he's sending out a large handful of horses for the Breeders' Cup potentially. Todd, let's start off with horses that have been stabled up here in Saratoga. We saw Fierceness, contender for the Classic, hit the track this morning. Seems like he's thriving up here.
He's doing really well. We We were a little unsure of where we wanted to do all our preparation, but it's been doing so well here at Saratoga. The weather's been cooperating, so we decided to stay through his final prep and head to California on Sunday.
I know this summer you had talked about him maybe needing a little bit more time in between his races, but it seems like when training up here, he's held his weight and his energy remarkably well.
Yeah, after he ran in the Jim Dandy, my first reaction was, we'll need a little extra time off a huge performance like that. And everything he did in the 4 weeks leading up to the Travers told us he's ready to run again. And thankfully it worked out. But he had a great summer, super impressive in the Jim Dandy, and then just did everything right in between. Came back with a big win in the Travers. So we were really excited about that and happy with the way he's been doing since.
Talking about his full brother, now mentee, potential for the juvenile turf, a preference there to go a little bit longer?
I think so. We liked the way he ran going 6 furlongs on the grass. He seemed to handle it real well. Cutting back to 5, it's a bit of a crapshoot. Even though he set a track record going 5 furlongs on the dirt at Aqueduct in his debut, we felt like, when he got into a good rhythm going 6 on the grass, that he liked that. And, I think his natural speed will carry him a mile.
Tapit Trice, based down at Belmont Park. I saw Irad Ortiz named to ride. Can you talk a little bit about what you've seen from him off the back of his last victory?
Yeah, he seems to really be thriving. Our original plan was hopefully he was going to run well in the Jockey Club, and we'd probably train up to the Breeders' Cup. And, he didn't run as we expected him to in the Jockey Club. It was only his second start of the year, and so we kind of looked at it like, maybe he needed that to kind of move forward a little bit. Came back with a good performance in the Woodward, and, hopefully that has him set up for his best.
Also based down at Belmont, Grand Sonata, pointing for the turf. What have you seen from him?
He's a consummate pro. He's an easy horse to train. He's always looks well and straightforward. He's knocked on the door in a lot of big races. We're happy to see him finally get that one at Kentucky Downs.
Candide also pointing for the distaff. She is a horse that has shown up really in all of her races this year.
She really has. Almost got there in the Alabama. That was a tough beat, but we got off to a little bit of a late start to the season. We were kind of playing catch up along the way. She was a solid third in the Spinster last time. Of course, Idiomatic kind of had things her way. We tried to stay with her the best we could. She's another one that we've been experimenting with blinkers. We think it's helped a little bit in her last breeze. So we're going to make that equipment change, and we'll need some racing luck. And that's an awfully tough race, but she deserves a chance.
Well, they're all tough races. Honestly, Fierceness, it seems like coming into the Classic the right way. And his brother, so much hype about him, how he started. And it sounds like hoping to go into the longer race on the turf, in the juvenile turf.
I guess Todd's feeling is that he can really flaunt his speed in the mile race and set 5 furlongs cutting back. He wasn't as fast early. He closed to win that race and ran very well when he won the Futurity here, but it's a very different race going 5 furlongs where he could get a little run off his feet. And maybe Todd's feeling is, I'm not sure he can win either one of these races, but I think I have a better chance stretching him out where maybe he can control a little bit. I don't really know exactly if he's going to be forward in there. I've done a lot of work on them, but I'm waiting for them to draw the races, look at the time form pace projector, and go from there.
Which happens again when?
Around 3 in the morning tomorrow night, or 7:30 Eastern time tomorrow. I won't be watching.
Set your alarms.
I'll just be waiting until they're drawn. It's too late. I might be sleeping.
Ticonderoga is coming up next. There is What Love Looks Like. Speaking of Todd Pletcher, he'll have Dylan Davis on board for owner Barry Schwartz. 5-year-old mare looking for the 6th win of her career. Coming up when we return.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you and World Series shifting back here. Don't be nervous, New Yorkers. Dodgers just held serve at home.
Don't start with your Dodger nonsense. I don't like the Yankees, and I don't want to hear it.
I'm just saying, they just won 2 at home. You're supposed to win at home. The series hasn't started yet.
You're so disingenuous.
I'm being completely honest with you.
In case you don't know, Greg's a Dodger fan.
I am lifelong, but that's true.
You know, in I think 78 or 79, the Dodgers came into Yankee Stadium up 2-0, and you know what happened? They lost.
Until
Reggie hit the ball with his butt.
Someone loses a game at home, the series hasn't started
before
yet.
your time when Reggie hit the ball with his butt?
No, I saw that.
I bet the Dodgers in that series.
Moon Age Daydream. Little surprising how short a price she is right now. 8-5. Flavian Pratt, Jorge Abreu. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, but she is in good form, Greg, and inside post. Might not get a soft trip, though, because I think there's ample pace here. Interesting, Barry Schwartz has 3 homebreds in here from his Stonewall farm. What Love Looks Like, who's in terrific form. For Todd Pletcher, you got Collaboration, who can have speed, but you have to watch her at the gate. She has some bad habits in the gate, and there's been times where she's gotten herself left at the post. And Stonewall Star, who tried the turf for the first time last time, and a really nice effort there. She was already kind of a proven commodity on the dirt. But let's get to 2 that Christophe Clement's running here, and that's the 6 Silver Skillet, who the last few races has been rated, I feel, into submission by Joel Rosario. And she's a filly that I think is better, a little more free running. Not that she needs the lead, but she needs to be kind of left to get into her rhythm, her stride. You don't want to inhibit that. Speaking with Christophe, he said, they don't want that today. They want to allow her to run her race and not be rated the way she has been in the last few races. And then the 7, New Guinea, who is a standout from a physical perspective here in the paddock. And she is a true closer in a race that I feel like a lot of speed is signed on. I think we can get a strong pace, and New Guinea would be the one I'd be looking for to come picking up the pieces late. Andy, you think there's a lot of pace in here? It feels like it is to me.
No, I don't. I don't think there's a lot of pace in here. I'm not sure what paper Richie's looking at, but no, I think the one's going to go, and the only question is whether or not Christophe is giving instructions to Joel, and he tells him you got to be aggressive and go out there. But I mean, they've decided to rate Collaboration. They've decided that she's not a speed horse anymore, so I don't see her being aggressive in here.
Even regardless, Moon Age Daydream has sprint speed, right?
Moon Age Daydream's fast, yeah. Oh, yes. If she wants it, she can do whatever she wants. But as Richie's saying, will she have to go too fast? I don't see Stonewall Star. I mean, they haven't been riding her aggressively. And she's also a horse that's had trouble getting out of the gate, as I know you also know. So they're the only ones other ones I see. And no, I don't think that we'll get the same 51-116 as last time. But I don't think we're going to see a quick pace. I don't like the 1 anyway, so... You know, I think the 3 is probably, if you don't like the 1, the 3 is the most logical horse. What Loves Looks Like. She ran well last time. She's solid. Caldwell Loves Gold, the 5, is kind of the interesting one, right? Because she ran well in that stake. I don't totally trust her off that race, but she's kind of an interesting wild card, right?
She is. Numbers I look at, they were incredibly slow.
Oh, okay. Well, I will say the horse who beat her last time came back and ran a competitive race in the way up. That's going a mile and 3/8.
Here's the speed from the rail, Moon Age Daydream.
Yep, David Bowie fans lining up, and she's been good. And it feels like a big day for Jorge Abreu. He had the win earlier with Venti. He had the second in the last race, so maybe another one here.
Todd Pletcher, Dylan Davis, What Love Looks Like.
Yeah, I mean, she's a consistent, solid runner. Not a great winning type lately, but she's one of the worst to beat.
Collaboration comes off a win.
She's going to have to get faster. That's the thing. This is a tougher field than Brock Nardini.
3rd in a grade 3, but that was against 3-year-old fillies facing older here at Caldwell Loves Gold.
She's a total wild card. She has her fans, which I get, and I'm kind of lukewarm and picked her 3rd.
Silver Skillet, what will Joel Rosario do?
If Joel is at least 2nd with this horse early, I may yell at him.
New Guinea, long time away.
I tell you what, she could find that race 2 back at Saratoga, she could win. But other than that, I don't know what race she has that's competitive.
Stonewall Star, first time on the turf, she was good.
She ran fine last time out in that race. She doesn't really break that well. I worry a little about her, but that wasn't a bad effort. She's kind of a wild. By the way, she's way too big a price at 14 to 1.
Agreed. And then the biggest price on the board, Master of the Tunes for Joseph Lee.
She's a tough horse to make, and I have a great affinity for her.
Nearly 41. So let's go back to Silver Skillet. And at her best, she was in front by 6 lengths before anyone could blink in the Port Washington. Won that race by 7 lengths. This is the John Hettinger last time out. had some problems throwing her head around out of the gate and was never really involved.
But she's right up there, and Joelle's already got a hold on her from the gate. I mean, she didn't break slowly. She broke with the field, and watch, it just gets worse and worse. He's just strangling her. She throws her head. Like, what are you doing? Stop making these decisions out of the gate to rate them. And, you know, it pains me to knock Joelle. But this was a plan. He did 2 back. Okay, it didn't work 2 back. Why you went back to it a second time in a row. And you know what? I do blame Christophe a little bit because he should have been a little bit more forceful in saying, don't do that again. And he didn't, clearly.
Well, now, so after back-to-back starts where things did clearly not work out, the conversation has probably been had, right?
If it hasn't, and he rates her again, I just don't even know what to say. At a certain point, you know, you just sort of begin to wonder. But she has got to be forward today. And I'm not saying she's going to be pushing a blistering pace, but you got to go out with the intention of being in front. If Moonage Daydream really wants it, let her go and sit second. But don't strangle her out of the race and expect her to come and close in a slow pace.
Now, meanwhile, Moonage Daydream, who won this race, she'll try and win her 3rd in a row. We expect her to be in front. It's Pratt. He'll take advantage. Inside post 2 can try and open up. And she held off the very game What Loves looks like last time out. But we'll see if maybe What Love looks like can get someone else to pressure this one early.
Yeah, I mean, and that would suit her because she looks to have a little speed, but she doesn't really have speed. She just can be forward if the paces are particularly slow. And we'll see where she sits. I don't think she's going to be that close. I thought Collaboration is probably the one that's going to be sitting sort of in the pocket behind them, assuming the 6 goes, and it's going to line up some combination of 1-4, 1-6, 4-8, something like that. That's the way at least they look like they'll line up. And we'll see if they're really aggressive with one of the very short sources. I don't see it, but it's possible.
Let's go back down to Mig.
Yeah, guys, I mean, I do think it's interesting, and you brought up Collaboration. I think she can be very forward. Her gait problems, I think, have inhibited her from showing consistent speed. It'll be interesting to see how she breaks. I am picking the 3, What Love Looks Like. I think she's going to sit the right trip. I think she's going to be the one that's going to be stalking what I think maybe won't be a fast-paced Andy, but I think it'll be much more contested than what we've seen Moonage Daydream have to deal with, particularly with Silver Skillet. You know, Christophe was pretty succinct when I asked him about it. He said, no, we want her to use her stride. We want her to be forward. We don't want her to see her rated like that. So I'm sure he impressed that upon Joelle Rosario as well. And I think that benefits New Guinea as well. Another thing that I think is really interesting here is the 3, What Love Looks Like, as well as the outside run, Stonewall Star. They're half-sisters. They're both out of the mare Janata, who's been a very nice producer for Barry Schwartz. And I liked the race that she ran last time as well, Stonewall Star. So kind of interesting, though, to see 2 sisters lining up in the starting gate in this edition of the Ticonderoga.
All right, Mig, thank you. It's going to settle with What Love Looks Like, the rematch, 3rd time in a row they have met. What Love Looks Like in Moonage Daydream, and Moonage Daydream so far has come out on both.
Yeah, but Moonage Daydream is not, she's not like that She Belongs to Daddy horse that they used to let walk on the front end because the riders decided that she was a speed horse, even though she went 51 every time, and they strangled that horse.
My Heart Belongs to Daddy.
My Heart Belongs to Daddy, yeah. She was 3 lengths slow, 10 lengths slower than. This horse is genuine speed. She's fast, as you point out. She's a turf sprinter. And she's done effectively stretching out. She won 1 1/8 last time. But she did it setting a ridiculously slow pace. And I'm just a little bit dubious that she's going to be as effective if the pace is a little more honest. But to be fair, it was honest in the auto, and she still got it done.
Well, as you said, sort of the intriguing new sort of turf face in the race is Caldwell Loves Gold. Second try on the grass, came in the mile and 3/8 Grade 3 Jockey Club Oaks Invitational for 3-year-olds exclusively. Ran 3rd, only beat a length and a half behind Beautiful Love. Just deny. Was the race that good?
No, it's a bad race. Hopefully it's the last running of it, in my opinion. But she still ran a respectable race, and I would say that she's shown she's a sort of an improving horse, and she's shown that she can handle the turf. I think that the horses in this race are better than she is. And I think 5-1 is a roughly fair price. I picked her 3rd. I won't be at all surprised if she wins this race, but I'm not sure how good that race really was, and it might dress her up. She feels like a horse that I feel like I'm at polar opposite. She's either total fool's gold or you and I are kind of underrating a horse that's the right new face in this crew. But I feel like it's fool's gold.
Race. And yes, there's a grade 3 next to it, so it's going to get a lot of people's attention. Some pretty good horses she's going to have to deal with here. We'll see. You know, maybe, too, running. That was a mile and 3/8. Not many want to go that far. So maybe she's more effective.
That's one thing. She could be sort of more effective grinding it out, going those longer distances. Does she have that push button kind of move? But she is a horse that used to have some speed, you know, at least be a, no, I'm sorry, she didn't have speed. She's not a speed. I was looking at the wrong PPs. But I mean, going longer, she can be closer in those races. And listen, she was well off of a very fast pace on a runoff in there at Makanga. I wouldn't tell somebody they're crazy for betting her 6-1. It's just not my cup of tea. I like Silver Skillet. I don't think 3-1 is a great price on her, but I do prefer Silver Skillet in this race. I think the 6 and 3 are the right two logical horse in this race, especially if, like me, you're trying to beat the 1.
Going to pass on the controlling speed, trying to win her 3rd in a row. There she is. Pratt was aboard last time, back aboard today. 4 for 6 on this turf course, 5 for 11 overall on the grass. And the only try at this distance was a win in the Yaddo this summer at Saratoga. Will she get an easy pace on the front end? We're about to find out here in the Ticonderoga as our stakes action continues on this special Sunday Empire Showcase Day. Favorite, What Love Looks Like, meeting again with Moon Age Daydream, 3rd start in a row. These two have battled with each other.
And that's one of the great things about these New York bred races is you see these horses run together, and they don't just always have the same results, and you see them hooking up together. And if you see one that you think got a little bit of a trip or you think is interesting, you can cash and get a decent price going forward. They're fun races, and these are good horses too, really good horses.
The biggest, I think, discrepancy too we see on the board outside, Stonewall Star, way too big a price at 18-1.
Why is she 8? I don't particularly like her, but I agree. She's not a 20-1 shot in here.
Maybe you want to use underneath. What Love Looks Like, 2-1 favorite over the filly who beat her each of the last 2 starts. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Stonewall Star. Goes in. All set for the Ticonderoga. And they're off. Moon Age Daydream has early speed towards the inside, and there's collaboration in between horses. They line up. Silver Skillet is going to be forwardly placed, and there's Silver Skillet now sprinting to the front. Silver Skillet, Joel Rosario, they'll cross over. They're the lone leader. Silver Skillet's in front, and collaboration is going to switch right to the outside. It's going to move towards that outside running position. It's going to stalk the early pace setter, Silver Skillet, there 1-2. Just behind them at the rail, that's Moon Age Daydream, and in between horses comes Caldwell, Loves Gold. Out wider there, Stonewall Star. At the rail, What Love Looks Like is now back in the 6th position, is there with New Guinea, and the trailer, Master of the Tunes. They're chasing Silver Skillet, 23 and 3 for the opening quarter mile. Silver Skillet is clear, is up by 2. Collaboration is patiently ridden here from 2nd. At the rail, Moon Age Daydream and Flavian Pratt, they move in closer. Stonewall Star is in the center of the course in 4th. At the rail, What Love Looks Like, and Dylan Davis now take the 5th position from Caldwell Loves Gold. New Guinea is second to last, and the trailer continues to be Master of the Tunes. 48.36 for a half-mile time. Silver Skillet now lets it out, and Silver Skillet sprints into the far turn. Collaboration is not letting this rival get away. Moon Age Daydream towards the inside. Stonewall Star still patiently ridden, waiting for the cue there in 4th. At the rail, What Love Looks Like from the back, trying to rally on New Guinea right there with Master of the Tunes. They reach the top of the lane. Silver Skillet now sprints for home. It's Silver Skillet who's got 4. Collaboration is ready to pounce, and here comes Collaboration to the outside of Silver Skillet. Moon Age Daydream is trying to split rivals, is doing just that. It's now 3-4 across the course with Stonewall Star in there, but here comes Moon Age Daydream. Moon Age Daydream to the outside in the 3-path. Moon Age Daydream wins the Ticonderoga over Collaboration. Then came Silver Skillet in a photo with Stonewall Star in 1 minute 42 and 4.
3 in a row, Moon Age Daydream, Flavian Pratt, Jorge Abreu had to do it a little differently this time.
No, you can't beat her from behind with Silver Skillet, and as it turns out, he couldn't beat her from in front, and Joelle rode with real intention here to get her the front. But you know what? Moon Age Daydream is one of these horses that's effective sprinting, being forwardly placed, and she's able to shut down and rate comfortably and make her move. You got to give Jorge Abreu a lot of credit. Let's watch the start and watch how aggressive Joelle Rosario is with the number 6 Silver Skillet, because she breaks maybe, what, a quarter to a half slow, Greg?
Yeah.
And he's really riding her. So clearly there was a discussion with Christophe Clement. And you know what? She ran very well. She didn't get beaten by that much. But at the end of the day, you ask yourself, what was going to happen that she was going to beat Moon Age Daydream? If she doesn't go, is she going to really beat her from behind? I think he rode her right. She just wasn't good enough today.
Yeah, put in a big effort on the front end. Just comes up short late because Moon Age Daydream, she is in tip-top form for Jorge Abreu. Did not go off the favorite either. It was filly or mare. She beat each of the last 2 starts. It was favored.
Total no-show. A total no-show.
Yeah.
And by the way, excellent effort by Collaboration. I thought Jose was riding her to keep her in the game, and I believe she ran second. And I think the long shot, Silver Skillet was third, but the number 8, it was way too big a price. Didn't get anything, but at 18-1 came pretty darn close. The others, I mean, it's like nobody else made a dent in there. The pace was honest, faster than I would have thought, but not so fast because nobody made up any real ground.
There comes the move from Collaboration, and here in your screen comes Moon Age Daydream. She is versatile, isn't she?
I did not like her today at all, and I was dead wrong. She is a really cool horse and very deserving leader of this division because she has shown the ability to control up front, but when they go a little faster than they want to go, they had no problem rating her.
She's won sprinting on the lead. She's won sprinting off the lead. And now she's won on and off the lead going long. 3 wins in a row, all in stakes.
You really got to tip your hat to her. And you got to give a lot of credit to Jorge Abreu, too, who's having a great day with a couple of wins in the second. And he's done a fabulous job with her. And she's obviously going to be the winner, I would assume, and have a Turf Filly division, the clear-cut, decisive winner. To win those 3 stakes in a row, it's a very, very hard thing to do.
Moon Age Daydream, Jorge Abreu, Flavian Pratt, owned by Chris Larson. 6 for 12 on the lawn. We had a couple of talented youngsters, future stars, doing their thing early on the card. We'll take a look back to Sacrosanct. And with the Angels, a force to be reckoned with for Linda Rice. Stay with us.
Spun to Run. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more, and he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Now, this multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, and Breeders' Cup champion is passing his remarkable talent along to his progeny.
Night Beacon airs at the home of Spun to Run's Breeders' Cup victory.
Spun to Run, standing at Gainesway.
Looking for bloodstock that shapes the world? You can find it here. Foundation mares that will shape the breed. Weanlings with prime potential. Your next moment in the winner's circle. It's all waiting for you here at the World's Marketplace. Keeneland November breeding stock sale, where the future is found. Beginning Tuesday, November 5th.
The classic looks of a 2-turn type, yet the precocious brilliance of an undefeated G1 2-year-old.
Maxfield, a breathtaking run at the top of the stretch.
Maxfield. He took it to the max in his chosen field. Now you need a mini Maxfield in your chosen field. His first yearlings are selling now. Maxfield. Classic looks and precocious brilliance. Darley.
Back in our Empire Showcase Day coverage of America's Day at the Races, Moon Age Daydream, 3 stakes wins in a row against New York breds, winning the Ticonderoga Winter Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate now to the sale where stars are sold. Flavian Pratt, Jorge Abreu. For Chris Larson, team up with, just a really neat filly now who's showing she can do it multiple ways.
What do you do with a horse that you can't beat from behind and you can't beat her in front of her? She's just been really, really good, and you gotta really respect her. And it's nice to, it's also nice in these races when the best horse wins. You know what I mean? And it was relatively close, but she's the best horse in here, and I've really got to be proud of how well she's run.
And a man who we keep saying is in line for potentially his first ever Eclipse Award picks up another stakes on this Empire Showcase Day. Let's go to Mig.
Yeah, and another picture-perfect ride as well. Flavian Moon Age Daydream has been running up on top of the pace and running extremely well. Today, a change of tactics.
Yeah, she's very push-button. I mean, last time we went to the lead because there was no pace, and but I felt like she would have been better with a target, and it worked out well. We drove well, so we could use her a little bit going into the first turn, and after that she was traveling well, and when I tip her out, she responded well.
Yeah, I'm getting to save all that ground early in the race is so helpful. Was there any concern, because it looked like it was starting to jam up a bit turning from, that you might not get out?
Well, I thought, and I think there was number 6, Jose Ortiz. He was making a move, so I figured, I would be able to follow him and at some point find a gap. But, she just was very handy for me.
How important is it to be able to identify the horses that you need to follow and who you need to get out from behind?
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's what works for me. I try to see who I would like to be behind or around, and I'll go from there. But as you know, sometimes the gates open and it's plenty. So
sure.
That's it.
Well done. Congratulations. And guys, he keeps on strengthening his case more and more for an Eclipse Award.
He really does. It's just, especially after Saratoga, making history there. Feels like this could be his year, and it's well-deserved.
And it's talked about it when he came here. One of the reasons he came here was that it would enhance his chance of winning an Eclipse, and he's on his way to very, very possibly winning one this year. And I remember when Chad Brown got him to ride Domestic Spending, and he said, I'm going to convince him to come to New York. And the other guys aren't going to like it. And he's come here, and I don't think it's not like it from a personality standpoint, but he's a guy who's coming in.
Taking away a lot of mounts.
A lot of winning mounts and winning a lot of races, and he's doing it because he's a fabulous rider. Riding good horses, but riding them well.
Saw that Pick 5 follow along. 3 legs in. We got 2 more to go. Up next, the Mohawk at 1 mile and a 16th, $200,000 purse, 3-year-olds and up. And this is one of the really neat horses among these New York breds. Spirit of St. Louis has just been incredibly consistent, has dominated the New York breds on the grass, although the last time he was in against New York breds, he got beat by Dakota Gold, who's going to have to deal with again.
The argument for him is, I'm not a big weight guy, but I think it is fair to say that in that race, he gave Dakota Gold 6 pounds, and today they're running at equal weights. So that's obviously not going to hurt him in here. I guess if you want to bet against him, you say, well, he had a tough race out of town last time. Is he going to come back 3 weeks later and run as effectively? Not really a Chad Brown move to come back on short rest, so he must be doing well. I'm not going to try to beat him. His current 1-9 is preposterous, but looking at doubles, I'm going to tell you something. I don't think you're getting better than 1-2 or 3-5 on him. Is that too short? It's a little short.
Little short.
It's verging on too short.
4 to 5 probably, but
yeah.
You're probably never going to get that.
I think City Man's going to run better today. Any thoughts on him?
Very good horse. I just feel like his best days are behind him.
They are. I thought getting forced in a position of trying to move inside of horses last time kind of worked against him, and if he can get a clear outside run, I think he'll run better.
I think Dakota Gold's a little interesting. He's
not impossible.
Seems to be peaking at the right time.
Absolutely.
Let's go back to earlier on the card. We went to break talking about these young, talented 2-year-olds, future stars in this sport. And we saw earlier on, first to the Sleepy Hollow, Sacrosanct. Now a perfect 3 for 3. 12-length win in the Bertram at Bongard last time out. backed it up with another win for Brad Cox with Manny Franco.
Thought this was an excellent effort by him and the runner-up, Mo Plex. They were moving up front. And I read the inside post, and he said, I'm not letting this Sacrosanct go. And Manny Franco had ridden Mo Plex last time, stayed with Sacrosanct, who I thought was way overbet at 2-5. Now, maybe he was a little overbet because Mo Plex gave him everything he could handle. But I like the fact he didn't need the lead to do it. He ridden a good bias last time. They went 136.3. Now, they did it setting a faster pace and working hard down to the wire. But this comes up a pretty quick race. These horses are okay.
And we could very likely see both these two. Look, Mo Plex already beat Open Company, Grade 3 Sanford, Saratoga this summer. But Sacrosanct now 3 for 3 with this performance. Probably going to see him in some deeper waters.
Could see him running in a race like the Gotham, right, at a mile here in the winter. I mean, at some point, I think you have to ask yourself if he belongs at that level, and then you decide from there. But he's showing some signs of being a very, very nice racehorse.
And the Maid of the Mist for fillies. Some felt this could have been a contender in championship weekend.
She went 0.39 seconds slower than the boys did, but she did it setting a slower pace, so it's hard to go faster at the end. And Jose rode her in here, but I wouldn't say that she was all out. But he rode her, he kept her to task, I mean, he gives her a little bit of a whack, a couple of them. Now, it's sort of over at this point, but he rode her to the wire. She's good, and I think they're talking about running a Demoiselle next in 1 1/8 miles. Linda Rice told me she's not really worried about the distance. This is a very nice filly, and she's got a lot of speed to contend with.
So that would be on the road to the Kentucky Oaks for next year for 3-year-old fillies. And she got an 89 buyer in that dominant Joseph A. Jimma performance last time out. Is this going to be in that ballpark, you think?
I don't know. Both of these horses had sort of bias-aided trips, so I'll be interested to see how much they step back. But I think the figures will be in the 80s, and I won't be surprised if both of them ran very credible races. I mean, to put it in perspective, Chancellor McPatrick is running figures in the lower 90s, and he's considered, if not the favorite, the co-favorite in the Breeders' Cup. These horses are not that far behind him.
With the Angels and Sacrosanct, now perfect 3 for 3 each with a couple of stakes wins on their resume. That was earlier on today's card on Empire Showcase Day. Of course, coming up next, we'll see Spirit of St. Louis trying to exact a little revenge on Dakota Gold, who got the better of him last time. But again, as Andy mentioned, there was a weight discrepancy. That will not be the case today as Spirit of St. Louis looks for his 9th career win and 13 starts coming up.
Wet Pink surging to win the Coaching Club American Oaks.
4K to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
$400,000. Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
So War Dancer is a yearling that we bought at the Fasig-Tipton sale in 2011. And then he took us on a journey beyond our wildest imagination. He was just always an honest horse and a smart horse. There was an allowance race in Keeneland where he got held up at the gate.
And they're off, an awkward beginning for War Dancer, who broke in the air and is absolutely last.
And then it's, oh, bad start for War Dancer. War Dancer's in the back by 12 lengths. And then all of a sudden, boom, he comes flying and he wins the race.
War Dancer, Bold Challenger positively. War Dancer, Bold Challenger, War Dancer, unbelievable.
Then when he retired, I said, oh, why don't we stand him stud? It'd be easy. He's by Warfront. He's made over $1 million. He's a graded stakes winner. And then we started down the journey of making him a stallion in New York, which possibly the hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I'm originally from New York. My husband's originally from New York, so it was pretty much New York or nothing. In order to survive, I realized we needed a package that was unique. And right out of the gate, we started having winners. 2020, okay? That was our first crop. We have Step Dancer and Pivotal Run, 35-1 and 49-1 on Labor Day weekend. Wouldn't you know it, we come in first and second. And from there, it just kind of took off, and we've had a lot of success. Miss Big Bucks, she won the Stallion Series. And then 26 Black came in second by like a quarter of a nose in his Stallion Series. And I think we have a lot of up-and-comers.
And they're off.
A couple things I've noticed. They all bust out of the gate. You see War Dancers almost get the first call. The second thing is they're level-headed, they're smart. You'll talk to most trainers, they say, I love the War Dancers. So he's proven himself as a sire, and quite frankly, in New York, it's all about the racetrack. It's been very, very exciting, and I want to thank everybody who supported us because it was an uphill battle for years until you finally have runners that make it a little bit easier.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage of Empire Showcase Day here at Belmont at the Big A. And that is a look at Ruse, son of Irish Hill Duchess View Stallion War Dancer. Kendrick Carmouche will ride for Tim Hills coming up in this Mohawk. Everyone has a tough task in front of them, including that runner, with the presence of this guy right here, Spirit of St. Louis for Chad Brown. 6 for 9 lifetime on the turf. Race goes through him. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Race definitely goes through him. He looks amazing. He's a win machine. He's versatile. He can lay up close if need be. He can come from further back if the pace is fast. He's a full to bar of gold. He was bred by Chester and Mary Broman. Unfortunately, Mary Broman passed away last week, but it's nice that they're still represented by so many good horses in the state of New York, and he's going to be very tough to beat. He was beaten 2.5 lengths to Carl Spackler last time in a Grade 1. Carl Spackler is probably leading the American contingent into the Breeders' Cup Mile. 2 outside horses I should talk about. The 9 City Man, he's 7 years old. You start to question whether maybe they've lost a step. I will tell you this, City Man looks the best I've seen him look in a very long time today. He looks outstanding. Maybe he can find one of those good races. And Jerry the Nipper, who can have speed, can be forward. They are not as well posted, though, as Spirit of St. Louis, who looks like the best horse to begin with, and he gets a great inside draw.
Call the post we hear behind us. That means it's post-parade time coming up here, and we're going to begin with the 1-9 favorite. Spirit of St. Louis. Chad Brown tried him in a Grade 1 at Keeneland last start. That's how good he's been.
Yeah, now he's going to drift up, and the board's going to normalize soon. He's very, very good. He's a ridiculous underlay at this point. You have to be a little concerned about his loss in the West Point. But I thought he ran very well in defeat last time against much better.
Fight Alike Cayuse, long shot for Juan Avila.
Yes. This horse is actually even with all the money in the one and underlay at 40-1.
One we showed you. Son of War Dancer here, Ruse, big price.
He should be in front in this race with Jerry the Nipper stalking him. Just not quite good enough, but he's not that bad.
Dakota Gold's pretty good, too, and he just beat Spirit of St. Louis when they met in the West Point two-back.
He did, and he ran well in defeat last time to Hush of a Storm. I'm not his biggest fan, but I can understand why some like him.
Lock and Key, they're trying to make this into a turf horse here. He's trying to get his first win on the grass.
Well, he ran competitively behind Hush of the Storm, the 8, who could be the second choice, but not good enough.
Hush of the Storm coming off a stakes win. Belmont at Aqueduct at 1 1/8 miles.
Another perfect ride by Flavien Prat last time, able to close even into a slow pace for Brad Cox.
18-1. Talk about too big a price on the very accomplished City Man.
Yeah, when the one normalizes a bit, the odds will drop considerably. He's way too big a price, but he's not as good as he once was. But I think he'll run okay today.
Millionaire already. And then Jerry the Nipper, huge price too. And this will come down to Rod Ortiz Jr. for Todd Pletcher.
He got so many bad rides when he was in good form, and unfortunately he's got some better rides and just not quite what he was, but he should be in a good spot stalking. And he was game down to the wire last time. To me, if the favorite shows up, he's going to win. If not, I think the 6, the 8, the 9, the 10 can all win this race.
Well, Dakota Gold owns that victory over Spirit of St. Louis, who, yes, there was the weight disparity, but two, he just didn't come Spirit of St. Louis. Usually with that run, we're used to seeing him come with.
I agree.
But Dakota Gold has been very good the last few starts. Maybe he's just turning a corner.
This is that race up in Saratoga, and I even felt it in watching. The favorite Spirit of St. Louis, it just felt like he never really had that strong run. You see him there, the number 4, moving on the outside. When he was good, he would explode by those horses. Boy, man, he was working awfully hard on him. Took him a while to get by, and then he couldn't hold off Dakota Gold, who was making a good move. He ran well in here, but, and listen, he was by a nose to that horse. It's a head bob. But still, that's not as good as the Spirit of St. Louis we had seen in prior races, where he was dominant.
Used to him just rolling down the stretch and finishing the job. That was not the case that day, so Dakota Gold off that performance. Tried to go a little bit longer, 1 1/8 miles. Came up just short against Hush of a Storm, but he ran a very fast figure again in defeat.
Listen, he's been consistent and good, and his last 2 races are probably the best races he's ever run. Though he had some pretty good form last year as well, when second in the Lure and won that Hudson Valley.
So here's the one that beat him. Hush of a Storm in that Ashley T. Cole back on September 27th.
I'm very surprised how good this horse has gotten. You know, when he won at Saratoga 3 races back, he got a very fast pace to close into and a good setup. This race, he didn't have a particularly fast pace. He came from last and just ran by them all. So much confidence from Flavien Prat to get him motivated and roll. And obviously he's improved. We'll see if he can keep getting it done. I don't want to discount him. I discounted him last time, and I was wrong. I don't think it was here that day.
Should make his presence felt late. Prat aboard for that win. He'll be back aboard today. And 5-1 right now on this 6-year-old for Brad Cox. Back to the favorite, still an incredibly short price on Spirit of St. Louis. Let's go back to Mig.
Yeah, it is a very short price for him. Just to expand on Hush of a Storm, looks outstanding, warmed up beautifully under Flavien Prat. Listen, Spirit of St. Louis is going to be very tough. He's very well drawn. He looks great. He's a very short price. I'm not going to be surprised at all when he's getting his picture taken. I'm going to land someplace else, but talking about Dakota Gold, looks great. Horse that's been training up in Saratoga, looked picture on the racetrack, but he also was in receipt of 6 pounds. Now this time they got to go at level weights, and off of the last effort, I would still prefer Spirit of St. Louis. I am going to pick City Man. Guys, I have not seen this horse look this good. Maybe it just took him a longer time to round back into form. He's got races in his past that are good enough to be, competitive here. Obviously, the question is, at 7 years old, did he lose his step? Father Time catches up with everybody. But I don't think he looked this good in the middle of the summer, as good as he looks today. I think Christophe Clement's got him ready for a big effort. And if he can come up with a big effort at 14-1, I just think it's too big a price on City Man, who's a horse that, has shown in the past to be a very tough customer in New York bred company.
Well, look, not just Dakota Gold. The last 2 New York breds to beat Spirit of St. Louis are in here. He's the other one, although the last 4 times they've met, Spirit of St. Louis has finished in front of this horse.
I agree with Richie, though. I think both he and Jerry the Nipper are too big a price, and I'm surprised the board hasn't normalized more. Now, Hush of the Storm has come down dramatically, and he's 9-2, but I thought the one would drift up to 1-2 or 3-5, and these other horses, City Man should be 8-1 in here, 6-8-1. 10 should be 8-10-1, maybe 12-1, but they're surprising prices. Are they worried about the outside posts? Are they getting overconfident? I don't think the one should be 2 to 5. I picked him. I'm still not going to pick against him. I'm not going to pick against favorites. I'm not going to bet against.
And shouldn't Dakota Gold, the 6, maybe be 7 to 2 or 4 to 1?
He should be somewhere lower than 8. It seems like an awfully big price on him. You like him more than I do, but I acknowledge that he certainly can win this race. I am surprised the skew on this board. I really thought the one would be 4 to 5 to even money, and you'd see prices in the 5, 6 to 1 range on a bunch of the others. I'm going to take a look at the morning line and see what they were.
Well, Spirit of St. Louis was
6 to 5.
I thought that was.
Yeah, the 6 at 5 to 1, the 8 to 1, 8 at 5, 4 to 1, the 9 City Man at 8, 6 to 1, and Jerry the Nipper at 8. So yeah, sort of what we were talking about. And
but I thought Spirit of St. Louis would be a little bit lower morning line, didn't you? Than 6 to 5.
I might have
with the resume.
David tends to make horses shorter prices. He has no problem doing it. He's not one of these morning line makers that's afraid to make a horse 4 to 5. I would have probably thought he'd be even money or 4 to 5, but whatever the case is, I still think he's overbet at 1 to 2. I didn't expect him to be this short either. I think you have to be a little bit concerned. He did lose. Once that veneer of the invincibility veneer is gone, you feel like they're a little more vulnerable. He drew very well on the inside, and he is a forwardly placed horse. And I will see with the 2 scratching, it takes out a lot of speed. So I think it makes his job easier, but 1 to 2 is very short.
1 to 2 favorite. Manny Franco has been his regular pilot. Back aboard today. And again, the last 2 New York breds to beat him. He'll deal with again Dakota Gold, who the last time he was in against New York breds got him. City Man. He was able to beat him August of last year. See what happens here today, but he has been against New York bred company almost unbeatable.
No, he's been absolutely fabulous. But to be fair, his last race against New York breds was decidedly slower than his other races. So there has to be a little bit of a cause for pause. So I think there is. I'm not trying to beat him. Nobody else appeals to me that much, but I think City Man is too big a price, and I think Jerry the Nipper is too big a price. Probably the 6s. I'm not the 6th biggest fan.
Keep in mind, too, he ran 3 weeks ago in a grade 1.
Yep.
Out of town.
Not a Chad Brown move to run him back this soon, but here he is. We'll see.
It's the Mohawk Spirit of St. Louis. An odds-on favorite with Manny Franco. Let's go upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Jerry the Nipper to the outside. All set for the Mohawk. Lock and key. It's a little restless. And they're off. Ruse has early speed right towards the front, and Fidelite Coyote also in the early mix, these 2 towards that first turn. Jerry the Nipper is going to join them. It's going to be Ruse and Kendra Carmouche to take him into that turn. Ruse is up by a full length. Mild pressure here from Jerry the Nipper. It's going to stalk from second. Is in a nice spot there and tucked in at the rail. Fidelite Coyote is there in the 3rd position. Outside is City Man in 4th. Behind them, there's Spirit of St. Louis is the lone 5th. It's only about 3.5 off the lead. Towards the back end, Lock and Key with Dakota Gold, and the trailer, Hush of a Storm. The leader is Ruse. It's Ruse in front, 25.42, the posted opening quarter mile for Ruse. Jerry the Nipper with the pressure to the outside within a neck of the lead. At the rail is Fidelite Coyote. Just moved to the inside here of City Man. They're still 3rd and 4th. Spirit of St. Louis is just tugging at Manny Franco, is in 5th within 2 of the lead with less than a half mile to go. Following that move comes Hush of a Storm. Ground-saving journey towards the inside. Just moved to the inside of Dakota Golden. Lock and Key is under pressure at the back. The leader is still Ruse. It's Ruse who awaits the challenge from Jerry the Nipper. And Jerry the Nipper gets the cue, is ready to move up on the outside. Here comes City Man. Spirit of St. Louis is just gliding into it. Now moves towards the outside. Ruse and Jerry the Nipper throw it down. Ruse has got to touch more. Jerry the Nipper is trying to pounce. City Man's going to get the jump on Spirit of St. Louis, who's got to pick it up from there, and here comes Spirit of St. Louis gaining some momentum slowly, but City Man is trying to hold off the oncoming strides of Spirit of St. Louis, who's going to push on by. Spirit of St. Louis wins the Mohawks. City Man 2nd, then came Jerry the Nipper and Hush of a Storm in 1 minute 43 seconds flat.
That is the Spirit of St. Louis that we are used to seeing picks up his 7th win, 10 starts on the turf.
He had more of that push-button acceleration on the turn than he had last time when he was kind of grinding a bit. But I got to tell you something. He worked for his dinner today. I mean, he had to work to get by City Man. Richie was dead right with him. I agreed with him. I thought that he would run better today. He was much more in the game. You know, he got right in there. I don't know what the paces mean. Keep in mind, this race is running a different course than the last race, so don't look too much at the times
Incredibly
and the
slow
fractions.
early.
Right. Don't make too much of that. I'm not sure about how we believe some of them are. Now, the rails are down here. You'd think that they would be accurate, but who knows? But he finished the deal and showed why he is the best horse in the division. But I love that the old pro City Man ran a really good race. And Jerry the Nipper, when doesn't Jerry the Nipper run well? He's not quite as good as he once was, but when doesn't he run well? He's just not quite good enough to beat these horses. The obvious disappointment here was the 6, who never got involved at all.
No, who seemed like a major player who beat this horse when they met in New York Bred Company 2 starts ago for Spirit of St. Louis. Just nowhere in here. And if those fractions were correct somehow, which is hard to believe, this one's even more impressive, isn't it?
Well, they came home in 5.82, and this horse closed into a 5.82 final 16. These are good horses, and anybody that says, like, these state breds make these comments, you know, they're sort of lessers. They're not. They're really, really good horse. And just by the fact that he got beaten 2.5 lengths last time out in the Keeneland race, Carl Spackler and More Than Looks are going to be very, very dangerous in the upcoming Breeders' Cup Mile. And this horse, a couple lengths behind him, that shows the quality of these New York breds.
Spirit of St. Louis, back to what he usually does. Getting his picture taken against New York Bred Company. 7th win, 10 starts, got 2 seconds as well on the lawn. He has been very, very good. Manny Franco, Chad Brown, Michael Dubb, and Matta Cat Stables team up for the win.
But it's all Pinehurst.
Grade 1 winner at 2.
Very impressive in the runaway Delmore Futurity.
Graded stakes winner at 3.
Pinehurst so gutsy.
The highest earning son of Twirling Candy.
Pinehurst lasted home to win it for the United States.
Bred on the same cross as Gunrunner. Pinehurst, standing at Womack.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife.
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Back with you on Empire Showcase Day. We still got one more treat to come, the main event in the Empire Classic. Our program brought to you by Hill and Dale at Alapa. We just saw Spirit of St. Louis back to his winning ways, and this is fun to watch because he has been so good over his career.
You really have to appreciate horses like this that are able to compete at a high level for extended period of time, and he can actually run very well in the dirt also. He's now 9 for 13 with 3 seconds. The only time he didn't hit the board was trying a grade 1 last time out, and he's been proficient on dirt and turf, and he shows up with a good effort every time he runs. A tribute to him and the job that Chad Brown's barn does with him as well.
So picture time once again for Spirit of St. Louis. 9 for 13 overall, 7 for 10 on the lawn, $3.20 for the victory. City Man, an improved effort from the classy veteran, Jerry the Nipper. We've seen this trio run 1, 2, 3 sort of in that order quite a bit.
Yep. Yes, we have, and they're a good bunch, and they put in a good show every single time. Such good horses, such nice horses to watch run. It's really enjoyable.
Short price and the first favorite in this late pick 5 sequence to win. Let's go downstairs to Mig.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Here with Michael Dubb. And Michael, this horse is just honest, hardworking, shows up. Yeah. I know the kind of qualities that you admire.
Yeah, I mean, he's really a hard-hitting horse. And, you know, been in the game long enough, once in a while you get these and you just cherish the time you have them, because these are the ones you remember. They just come back and come back and come back.
And a really big effort last time in a grade 1, so, you know, coming back against New York breds.
Well, we felt we had to take our shot. We had a bit of a rough trip down there. We got beat less than 3 lengths to Carl Spackler, who might be one of the favorites for the Breeders' Cup. We were a little concerned coming back on short rest, but these opportunities don't come along too often.
And, you know, it has to be a good feeling when you're watching a race and the way he's traveling. You know he's going to give you an effort.
Yeah, I mean, he had it against him today. A little bit of short rest, 126 pounds, dawdling pace, but his class got him there.
Michael, you've been doing this a long time now, but I could still see how much you enjoy it. Is there any way to articulate that feeling when you get a horse like this?
Well, I've been doing this so long, I can remember when you rode Alley Sweep in the 2002 Gotham into victory for me, one of my first horses. So, but no, it never gets old. It's just why we get up every morning as owners and trainers and everybody who works at the track, just for these special moments.
Great job. Congratulations. And guys, the smile says it all.
Dominant owner on this circuit each and every year. Michael Dubb, he's had a lot of very good ones, and this is another Spirit of St. Louis who's just been ultra consistent.
The horse that Peter Brand originally was racing, and they sold in dispersal, and he's just turned out to be really good. He's got a huge pedigree, this horse. Sold for $280,000 as a racehorse, you know, after he had run a couple of times. And now with that last win, his earnings are around $750,000, just a few dollars under. And bred by Chester and Mary Broman. Of course, Mary Broman passed away, I believe, a week ago Friday. And they've left an indelible mark on this game.
And he mentioned Alley Sweep, who Mig rode for him, winner of the Gotham, and Fred Capicella.
Pat Reynolds trained him. I believe they claimed him. He paid $21 in that Gotham, wired the field.
Here we go, the main event on Empire Showcase Day, the Empire Classic, and this is surprising. Drake's Passage, 2-1, morning line favorite, opens up at 6-1.
They're very close in the pick 3. They're close to the doubles.
Bank Frenzy?
But yes, Bank Frenzy, a slight favorite in pick 3s, a slightly bigger favorite in doubles. By post time, Drake's Passage will obviously come down. Donald LaSurges will be the 3rd choice in here. I'm going to try to beat them all with Olympic Dreams, and who else but Flavien Prat.
It is coming up to close out our Sunday action here on Empire Showcase Day. We're going to take a timeout. Main event to close out this tremendous day of racing here at South Ozone Park, New York. Drake's Passage, it was a dud in his last start, but he's been very, very good. Can he get back to his best? He's going to have to deal with an emerging Bank Frenzy, who's the favorite right now for Rudy Rodriguez.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 44 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sales sire at the September sale. Curlin, the classic sire.
Stallion's Central Banker is a Grade 2 winner whose well-balanced good looks have helped him attract a solid group of mares every year since he launched his career at McMahon Thoroughbreds of Saratoga back in 2018. Now that his runners have proven themselves on the track, breeders are beating a path to his court.
Breeders gravitate towards consistency and a sure bet. It's an uncertain world out there, and Central Banker in our regional program and even in abroad has really helped breeders find sure footing.
McMahon points out that Central Banker has ranked as a top 5 to top 10 sire nationally many times since his offspring hit the track.
And they're off.
The stallion's leading earner is Bankit with more than $1.4 million in purse money.
Bankit has taken the lead.
Central Banker progeny have earned more than $21 million.
Every single Central Banker foal comes out very well balanced, medium big size with good bone. They train easy. They are not too wild as youngsters, just wild enough as 2-year-olds.
Empire Showcase Day continues. You can find out more information about the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund by going to nybreds.com. We already had a Central Banker win on the card. That was Lightman back in the Hudson. And now we get an opportunity for another one with Bank Frenzy, son of Central Banker. Again, the leading sire in the Northeast yet again. This one, the 9-5 favorite.
Put quite a stamp on the New York breds in general. Is such a terrific sire. Bank Frenzy, I think the biggest question with him is how comfortable you are at 1 1/8. Now, he has run well at 1 1/8, but he did that wiring a field on a sloppy sealed track. He's not getting the lead in this race, and his running style hasn't been making him a speed horse. There's other pace. I'm not quite as comfortable in being at 1 1/8, and I'm more comfortable at Drake's Passage, and I'm very surprised he's not favored in this race. I think he's a little bit more speed, put himself in the game more, and he's a little bit more reliable at the 1 1/8 distance. But obviously, Bank Frenzy can win, and a lot of people think he's the horse to beat. I'm just not one of them.
As we look at Bank Frenzy, with Drake's Passage, you cannot overlook. He was a complete no-show last time out, and it is concerning.
It is, but his prior race where he was a no-show was this race last year on a sloppy sealed track. And in these wet sealed tracks, when he can't make the lead, I just don't think he's comfortable. And I think on a dry track where he can stalk, he'll be more comfortable, where the kickback isn't really an issue for him. That's my theory with him, why I picked him second. But I'm going to try to beat him all with Olympic Dreams off the claim, a horse who I think has excuses in all 3 of his recent races.
One of the biggest question marks going into this day, what will we get from Drake's Passage? The good version or the no-show that we saw last time out? Mig, how's he looking to you down in the paddock?
He looks sensational. Much like City Man for Christophe Comant in the last race, they look like they're just really, really well prepped, pointed for this. He looks terrific. It's a good inside draw. He's also a horse that's proven to run well without Lasix, which they don't get to compete on here in a stakes race. I think he is a major, major player here. The 4-horse Bank Frenzy also making a nice impression. Rudy Rodriguez's horses always look good. He did win going the 1 1/8, but I'm not convinced that he wants all of that. I think maybe he just got in the right field, in the right situation. And then the 5 Olympic Dreams. This is a horse that doesn't always carry the greatest weight. He's carrying really good weight today. Like what I'm seeing from him. The 1 1/8 is really good for him. The one question I have is he hasn't always run his best races without the addition of Lasix. He doesn't get to compete on Lasix today, but he looks outstanding. From a physical perspective, Olympic Dreams has really won me over here in the paddock, guys.
He's 10-1 right now, Olympic Dreams. He's got some very big races in his past, but the last few starts, he's not been that horse.
Yeah, well, I think it's always fair to bring up the Lasix issue. It's always a good talking point. And Richie's not wrong in some ways, but the truth is, last time out he had Lasix and he caught a sloppy sealed track. He's not comfortable in those kind of racetracks. He's shown that over time. Then he ran the turf. He's not a turf horse. The time before that, he was caught wide on a super gold rail big speed track day in the Excelsior. I'm not holding that race against him. And if you go back, his 2 races without Lasix before that, one was the muddy sealed track in this race last year, once again a muddy sealed track. And then it was the Commentator in May of 23 when he ran a 94 Beyer and one of the best races he's ever run. So I think it's valid for Richie to bring it up, and there may be something to it, but he has shown the ability to run well without Lasix before.
Yeah, so keep that in mind. 9-1. There he is, and a good sign that Mig says carrying good weight right now. General Banker, another contender. This one coming off a win last start, but this will have to come against a lot deeper company if he's going to get the victory here in this Empire Classic. Post parade when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire, continues the momentum with standouts like Ms. Big Bucks.
Ms. Big Bucks gets the victory.
As well as Born Dancer.
Born Dancer, gutsy, and Born Dancer wins it.
And 26 Black, winner at 3 of his last 5 starts.
26 Black has sprinted by. 26 Black, that's your winner.
Shouldn't you have a War Dancer? War Dancer, New York's #1 turf sire, standing at Rockridge Stud for the 2025 season.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged in trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those timeless traditions with cutting-edge technology to raise our standards of equine safety to the highest level. Wearable biometric devices measure subtle changes in a horse's stride to help optimize safety and performance. State-of-the-art imaging technology helps pinpoint areas of potential concern for early intervention by expert veterinarians. And the sport's new independent regulator, the Horse Racing Integrity and Safety Authority, is using AI and enhanced data modeling to help prevent injury.
Opening quarter mile was a quick one.
From sunrise to sunset, there's an ecosystem of trust and care and a commitment to well-being. So win or lose, it's safety that runs first. To learn more, visit safetyrunsfirst.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on Empire Showcase Day. Program brought to you in part by Naira Bets, where you can play it all. What were you going to say?
Did you climb up the Empire State Building?
I have an intense fear of heights, but I love
So do
looking at it.
So do I. Do you see that the Empire State Building was psychedelic colors for
I did.
Phil
I was going
Lesh?
to mention to you about Phil Lesh.
Phil
We
Lesh
didn't talk
passing
about it the
away.
other
We
day.
didn't talk as much as we should have. I feel honored to have seen Phil in concert over 300 times.
Pretty amazing.
Amazing,
Empire
amazing
State
musician.
Building is just incredible how they keep on top of everything that's happening.
Everything.
So great. You can play all the action with Naira Bets. Get signed up. Started. Go to nairabets.com. Get a $25 free play and a $200 deposit match sign-up bonus. Here he is, Drake's Passage. Can he put that bad performance beaten 2-5 favorite behind him?
That's the eternal question. And at 5-1, I bet a lot of money he does. I think he'll probably be around 3-1, which I think is a very fair price on him. Do I worry that he's not taking much money? I don't know.
Donegal Surges, he just won impressively at a mile and an eighth.
He did, but he wasn't the match for Drake's Passage when they met a few races back. He got a very good trip to get it done. I prefer others, but he ran fine.
Dylan Davis on Russian Realm.
He's over his head.
Still the favorite, Bank Frenzy, Rad Ortiz Jr.
How is Russian Realm only 7-1 in this race, by the way? I'm surprised he's favored, but it is the IRAD factor, but he certainly can win.
Huge races that make him a contender in the past. Olympic Dreams, recent form, a little off.
Yeah, but I think he's got some excuses, and I'm all in.
General Banker, 11-1. Luis Rivera Jr. comes off a win.
A little like Bank Frenzy, he's a bit of a stretch at this distance, but if you like him, he's 11-1, not 9-5, and I think he's probably an overlay at that price.
And some big prices here to the outside. One of them, Ciccio Bello.
Yeah, should be forward in here, but seems to be in trouble.
Mama's Gold, even bigger number with Romero Mirage.
I don't know what Romero is doing, not being more engaged last time, but the pace was pretty hot. He will be in front without a bad break today.
And Jackson Heights, we saw him win this summer at Saratoga, sticking to the inside.
One of the great rides of the entire meet by Dylan Davis. He's improved a bit, but is he still good enough to be a real contender? I don't think so.
It's 11-1 for Orlando Nota from that outside post. 6 minutes away from the main event on this New York Showcase Day with Drake's Passage, Donegal Surges, and Bank Frenzy, the three really main key players in here, but a talented supporting cast as well.
No, I mean, this race is almost always a fun, competitive race. It's rare that you have an overwhelming favorite in this race. It's just a good competitive group. I am really surprised by the prices, and I'll tell you what's more surprising than the current odds on the one. General Banker, well, we'll get to him. I mean, he's a very fair price if you like him, and Jimmy Farrar has a lot of credit. Look at how consistent he's been. His last 5 buyer figures, 88, 86, 87, 89, 88. This guy shows up and runs his race every time. Now, it'll probably take a better number to win this, and it does feel like this closer is a little bit better in these one-turn mile type races. But at 11 to 1, you can forgive a lot of things, and I think he's a very generous price. If you like him, go for it.
Another Central Banker.
A lot of them, for good reason.
And for him, really for both, I guess, because Bank Frenzy, as you mentioned, does have a win at 1 mile and 1/8, but he got to do it on the front end, which he's probably not going to be able to get today.
Wet track,
so for
front
both
end.
these two, the 4 and the 6, is the distance a question?
Yes. The difference is the 6 is 11 to 1. So if you like him, you're getting paid if you're right. You're not getting paid with the 4. I think he's a dramatic underlay, and a lot of it is because the 1, for whatever reason, is not getting bet now. But I expect as we get closer to post that they're going to be very similar prices. I'll be shocked if they aren't. Shocked, I tell you.
So here's Bank Frenzy. Rad Ortiz Jr., Rudy Rodriguez. And what kind of trip does he get if he's going to win this afternoon here? When he did go 1 mile and 1/8, got to open up 5 lengths early on the field.
Well, that ain't happening here unless a lot of horses don't get out of the gate, because you have to imagine one thing about Romero Mirage. He's successful because he doesn't rate speed horses. He's going to go with Mama's Gold. And I think Cicciobella is supposed to be the one sitting behind him. And frankly, they're supposed to be moving a little bit because
Passage isn't slow.
Manny's got to come out running and make those horses run a little bit if they want to clear. And if they don't, then he can be in front because he's quick. But I think we'll get at least an honest pace in this race, which, as you know, I rarely say. Behind them, Donegal Surges. The number 5, Olympic Dreams, will be sitting there, and maybe even behind them is Bank Frenzy. So how fast is the pace? That's a real question mark. A really fast pace, could it be beneficial to Bank Frenzy over the number 1? It's the IRAD factor. Everything he rides is an underlay. It's amazing.
So Manny Franco Mig with the inside post. What's the game plan for him here on Drake's Passage?
Well, you got to get your position going forward. You want to be in that spot in the first turn. There is speed to outrun him, but you don't want to come out assuming you're going to get outrun. Come out running, get your spot, then settle. He looks fantastic. I've been vacillating back and forth between picking him or the 5 Olympic Dreams. I landed on Olympic Dreams. I couldn't get over how good he looked. This is as good as I've ever seen him look weight-wise. I think he's going to get the right trip. I think it's a very interesting race, but those are the 2 that really stood out to me from that physical perspective.
Did you just say vacillate? I think Richie's the first jockey ever to say vacillate. I'm going to do a survey.
I couldn't spell it. I don't even know what it means, but yeah, Mig, well done.
Vacillate? V-A-C-I-L-A-T-E would be my guess. And I'm a bad
speller. I
speller.
lost my 8th grade spelling bee contest. My sister actually won it.
My mom was a remedial reading teacher in the public schools in Saratoga for over 30 years, but is a terrible speller.
Interesting. 7 to 1 on a horse I've loved for so long. You know I have.
Greg
Olympic
Wolf
Dreams.
was on Olympic Dreams before anyone. He bet him in the commentator. It was a brutal beat that day. You're a fan?
2023, yeah.
I think part of my fandom for him may be because of you, because you've liked him for so long. But I'll tell you something. This guy is good, and maybe he's just past his prime. But I'm not ready to I think he's had excuses in those races, wet track, turf obviously silly against the track in the prior race, and hoping the Canter Machis get him back to those good races, which make him a big player in here. And the public is going in. I mean, he's 6 to 1. He's taking money.
Yeah.
And I'm with him. I'm alive in the double. I smoked out the first I got right on Spirit of St. Louis. I had him. Right
the odds-on favorite.
Got him in front in the double. And the double, this horse is bad in the double. It's a $15 double for $1.
And doesn't hurt to get one of probably the 2 best riders in the game right now. Flavien Prat will be on Olympic Dreams for the first time.
He's got to. And, sometimes these riders will have a year where it just seems like every move they make. And listen, even Flavian's capable of giving a bad ride. But in general, he's making the right. I'm going to say his ride on Jefferson Street yesterday wasn't great. He wasn't winning, but I don't think it was a great ride.
This horse
I think
has
he would
shown
agree.
the ability to be forward.
Yep.
We know Pratt oftentimes on horses don't even have speed. Sometimes he'll surprise you and take the front. We saw it with Tarifa yesterday.
Yep.
Not that she doesn't have speed,
but he looks for that opportunity. Right, he looks for the opportunity where other riders are being passive to take advantage. Now, I think he'll do exactly what Richie says. Get his position going forward. Now, likely the 8 is faster, probably the 7's faster, maybe even the 1. But he's going to be in a position where if 1 or 2 of those don't want to go, he'll take advantage of it. That's why he's a great rider. One of the reasons.
6-1 on Olympic Dreams in here. Will we get an upset to close out this great day of racing, celebrating this New York bred program? And finally, that price has, we expected it to come down. It has.
As I said,
it was a
they would be
ridiculous
close.
price on Drake's Passage, and now he's 5-2.
Yeah, as we said, they would likely be close in odds, and they are. They're very close in the multis. He just drifted up to 3-1. That backflash is what we always refer to as badly, which went down to 5-2. I don't know. When Law Professor can win and pay $9.90 in that field the other day, I don't think being dead on the board means anything.
He
looked like he might pay $5.80, and he paid $9.80. Somehow was, in a 5-horse field where one of them had no chance. So I don't know what it means.
Are people being too quick? Those that do question Drake's Passage, a little too quick to condemn him for that one bad effort?
Well, one of the worst things you'll do in this game is say, I'll just forgive his last race or her last race. You don't want to just forgive them. Now, I think there's a viable excuse. He doesn't like the mud if he's not able to be in a controlling position. So I can give him an excuse in my mind. But you can't just say, I'm absolutely certain that it was
2-5 favorite.
And he didn't run a step. So, yeah, you're supposed to have a little cause for pause, I think.
Donegal Surges beat 4 lengths by Drake's Passage when they met in the commentator back in June.
I want to know if he's going down to the Mute Mile at Comenius Park. I heard some whispers.
About who?
Drake's Passage.
Really?
Can you blame him for wanting to go to Jamaica?
Here we go. I want to be there. Empire Classic to close out Empire Showcase Day. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
All set. And they're off in the Empire Classic. Drake's Passage asks for speed at the rail, and there's Mama's Gold as well, and these two are going to hook up early. Mama's Gold will get to the front, gets over to the rail, and Romero Mirage and Mama's Gold, they are kicking clear, really up by 3 now. Drake's Passage alone in second. Then towards the outside comes Olympic Dreams. Very wide on the center of the racetrack there is Ciccio Bello, is in about the 5 path. At the rail there is Donegal Surges, and Donegal Surges is moving forward there with General Banker. Bank Frenzy is in the yellow blinkers towards the back of the leading group. Second to last will be Russian Realm, and far back is the trailer, Jackson Heights. They're chasing a runaway leader who went 23-4, the posted opening quarter for Mama's Gold. Mama's Gold's got the speed, is up by 2.5. Now cutting in the margin, here comes Olympic Dreams and Pratt. And Olympic Dreams is alone in second, is moving in closer now. Ciccio Bello is out wider as Drake's Passage has lost a couple spots. Is back to the 4th position. Donegal Surges is there in 5th with General Banker as they've got less than a half mile to go. Mama's Gold is still there. It's Mama's Gold in front, still up by 1.5 lengths. Now called upon for the effort. Here is Olympic Dreams who fights on. A big run is coming from Bank Frenzy as circling rivals. Yellow cap, yellow blinkers. Here comes Bank Frenzy as they are ready to pounce on this leader. Mama's Gold is still there. In between horses, Olympic Dreams. That long sustained rally from Bank Frenzy down the center of the racetrack. Meanwhile, Mama's Gold is still there, trying to give him the slip in. Mama's Gold and Romero Mirage have kicked on. Mama's Gold is still up by 2. Bank Frenzy is trying all he can to chase this leader who just keeps sprinting away. Mama's Gold is extending the margin once again. Inside the final 16th, the Empire Classic is gold. Mama's Gold wins it. Mama's Gold wins it over Bank Frenzy. Then came Donegal Surges and Olympic Dreams in 1 minute, 49 seconds flat.
Wow, Mama's Gold, 40-1, does not stop in the stretch. And we have a carryover in the pick 6.
It's the curse of the Sunday pick 6. Everyone was covered but the 6, 8, and 9. So you know what happened? A 40-1 shot won, like a 4-5 shot won. It looked like Bank Frenzy with that crazy, wide, huge outside run was going to swallow the whole field. And Romero and Mama's Gold looked over their shoulder and said, 149 flat. This horse was running, and let's give Jimmy Ferraro a lot of credit. A horse that at times had flashed some good races, but only one big figure on a sloppy sealed track. This horse has really stepped his game up since going to Jimmy's barn, and this is a huge win for him and for Romero, the good-looking Mirage.
Well done. Yeah, of course, his cousin has worked and will probably be with you in Caymanas, right? Very, very soon. Rajiv, who just returned to riding.
Rajiv claimed he's coming back to try to win his 2000. He's coming back because Romero's embarrassing him.
That's could be the point.
He's
could
the
be
best
true.
Mirage
Look at
right
this.
now.
Biggest price on the board, and this is a horse you mentioned, Jimmy Ferraro, taking over for this horse immediately in his barn. He just ran second to Donegal Surges, beat 2 lengths, 2 starts back at 1 1/8 miles, and now this performance.
And this was not a lucky win. It's not a track that's carrying speed. He went 23, 98, 47. He went at 23 and won second quarter, right? 149.01. That's moving on this racetrack. It's going to be a big figure. This is a big win. And I mean, listen, anything can happen in here, and I couldn't have had this horse. Olympic Dreams tired, frankly, from trying to chase this guy. If you didn't know the odds, you would have thought he was even money the way he won this race.
Incredible to get this kind of effort from this horse. And the big disappointment, now you got to start really questioning Drake's passage because he did not show up again.
100%. He got a good trip. He got a good, perfect ride in position. And you know what? That's the thing. I tried to make an excuse for his last race. I was wrong. He's obviously not the horse he once was. But you know what? He was still never beating this guy.
Gold. Wow, what an effort. And Bank Frenzy did what he could. He made a very wide move around the turn, but he was not getting to this horse. 4-year-old by Bolt Doro. 5th win of his career in 18 starts, and 2 of his, you mentioned that one outlier race that he ran off the charts good on a sloppy sealed track last year. Outside of that, 2 of his best races have come in his last 3 starts.
It's amazing. And I mean, everybody, I know people are looking at it afterwards and going, I knew he was lone speed at 40-1. I got at least one text on that, and I can't blame them. My friends like betting speed, and there's Romero looking good, and good for him. Such a good guy. And good for Jimmy Ferraro. Jimmy's one of these guys that just, he runs his horses and they show up and they run well, and good for him. What are we looking at?
Pick 5.
9,000.
With a 40-1 shot?
Well, it was...
Did have an odds-on Spirit of St. Louis.
Yeah, you did.
Good for Romero. We saw him work and work and work all summer long at Saratoga. Finally broke through. Got a couple of wins late in the meet. Good for him.
No, I'm thrilled for everybody. And Jimmy Ferraro, too, who's a very good trainer. He's not going to get the kind of opportunities a lot of people are going to get it done, but, just everybody teaming up. And this is such a huge win. And it's not like you can't find some credentials. And I didn't like him, and I'm not redboarding him. But you know what? He won like he should have been a heavy favorite, frankly.
So 82.50 to close out Empire Showcase Day. And the biggest upset of the afternoon. It's going to be one of the biggest upsets of the entire meet. And again, how many Sundays in a row is this now? We have a pick 6 carryover.
The only time that they had to cancel it once, so that doesn't count. It has not been hit. It has not been hit on a single Sunday so far at this meet. The Sunday, why didn't we just look at that and just bet a few dollars and all 3 horses not covered? That was the way to make money. Let's look at the parlay. Okay, so you're talking about a parlay is around $70, around, I'm going to do 4 is around $260, and it happens about roughly $400. So $400 in this horse is $16,500, and that's for $2, so it paid very well. 3 to 5 shot, and 2 5 to 2 shots.
Just one favorite winning. I believe 2 second choices. Tough one to have here to close it out, obviously. But as you said, I mean, you wouldn't have known that going in, but you could have sort of deciphered.
I couldn't have had it.
Well, no, your angle was tremendous. We know it's going to be a carryover leading into Thursday.
Is that a sound handicapping angle?
It's been at this meet. Unbelievable performance. Again, shout out to Jimmy Ferraro. What a job to have this horse. Not just this race, 2 of the first 3 in his barn. Been tremendous performances now, but obviously the upset over this group. This horse maybe has just turned a corner now. It had shown flashes.
Sorry, I was looking at prices. I agree. I mean, this was a big race by him. He did not get lucky to win this race. A lot of times you see horses win at these prices, you think, oh, what happened? Somebody didn't show up. He just crushed this field.
This fun to watch and see it end this way, and good for Romero Mirage. Obviously, we work with cousin Rajiv. We did all summer long, so it's nice to see him win. Look back at some of these performances on the card. maybe one of the most impressive Moon Age Daydream in what she accomplished.
I agree. She's had a great year, and Jorge Abreu's done a fabulous job with her. And what better way than his 2-win day today to springboard to heading out the Breeders' Cup. The juvenile fillies, he almost won it last year with Jody's Song or Jody's Pride. Jody's Pride. Jody's Song's the Dam. Well, he's got a heck of a chance to win it with the Brissett winner.
Scottish Lassie,
Yep.
yeah, with a big performance last time out. Hope you enjoyed our Empire Showcase coverage here on Fox Sports. Pre-entries, post positions, morning lines, they come out Monday night. We're going to see you back on Thursday, 12:30 Eastern start time. Of course, I was talking about for the Breeders' Cup with the Angels. Impressive, 3 for 3 undefeated now for Lena Rice. Empire Distaff went to Venti Valentine, and the upset of upsets to close out this card on our Sunday coverage. Mama's Gold, Romero Mirage, Jimmy Ferraro, owned by Joseph Hardoon. We'll see you on Thursday.